Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the third part of What If Naruto Was Give Custody of a Girl? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The sharpest blades are often the most brittle. People are often the same, my friend. Take care then, that your soul does not shatter like your weapon. That which is broken is not so easily repaired. Defend the girls. The kitchen was a mess. Perhaps mess wasn't the right word, Crow mused, regarding the disaster before him with a rueful smile. Mess implied some small semblance of cleanliness on the part of the owner and his tenants, that there was at least a bastion of sanity amidst the messy madness. This was anything but clean. Not only were the counters caked in syrup and honey and orange juice and God's knows, but the floor was a sticky mess sucking at his shoes with every step. Not even the ceiling had been spared. It looked like someone had flung several fruit salads up there with a bunch of French toast besides. A team of orange-clad janitors dutifully attended to the worst of the mess, and was it just his imagination, or did all they look exactly like a certain blonde, one of whom paused to look his way and tipped their hat? What happened here? He knew the real answer even as he asked the question. Food fight, most likely. He was no stranger to Beacon's brawls or their famous food fiascos, but this took the cake. Literally. Pancakes and waffles everywhere, to say nothing of milk and orange juice. Glinda would have taken one look at this and had a conniption. Kids got rowdy. One of the janitors shrugged at him, ignoring his scoff. You know how it is? Yeah, he did. He'd seen Ruby on a sugar rush before. Speedy little thing. His heart lurched at the reminder. Is Yang around? One of them gestured vaguely out past the patio and toward the living room. He trekked that way with a grimace. Whiskers was a man of his word. Not only had been let out of the cellar, but he'd gotten both his flask and his weapon back. He kept one hand on the former as he trekked out. Messy kitchen and crazy kids aside, this place was nice. No, it was better than nice. Downright cozy, really. Not prissy or posh like one of those fancy schmancy manors in Atlas, but a comfortable rung below. He had the run of the place now, and what a place it was. Better yet, they had booze. Locked up and child-proofed, sure, but it wasn't crow-proofed. He'd already managed to squirrel away a bottle for himself, more than enough to refill his flask with a bit more besides. There weren't too many people about, oddly enough, and Ray had run off to God's new where, which meant he'd been left to his own devices per the agreement. Now if he could just shake his silent shadow stalking him, that'd be great. He couldn't even see the bastard, but his instincts didn't lie. He knew someone was there. Watching. Waiting. For what he didn't know, but if they weren't going to be a bitch about it, neither was he. He let his eyes wander about as he delved deeper into the manor. It really was a nice place, downright homey. He could see so many photos mounted on the wall. Raven was in all of them, surrounded by a bunch of brats and people he didn't know or otherwise recognize. Stranger still, she was smiling in each photograph. What? Huh? He muttered under his breath, tracing one with a thumb. Didn't know you could smile like that anymore, sis? His sister looked content in most of those pictures. Scarred by her past, but satisfied. Yang was in almost every other picture as well, never far from her mother's side. And didn't that just hurt? He could have rationalized it if she at least looked unhappy, but here she was anything but. Now he felt like the bad guy for barging in here. Ray could have stayed. Team STRQ could have grown stronger together. Now they never would. And he was left to pick a side, to pick up the broken pieces. His gaze strayed from the photos and lingered on a phone mounted into the wall by the cupboard. He knew Ashbin's number by heart, to say nothing of Summer and Tai. He should probably warn him. He'd come thundering in here like a bull in a dust shop, thinking he was saving Yang. All he had to do was make a call. Break his word to Blondie. No one would ever know, right? Screw it. He reached for the phone and something twisted in his chest, agony like nothing he'd felt before, as though an invisible hand had closed round his heart and squeezed. His entire body locked up, refusing to obey his commands. There was no pushing through it. Try as he might, he just couldn't bring himself to reach the phone. His body simply wouldn't move. He tried and tried and tried, but his hand just wouldn't move the rest of the way. His fingers refused to close around the receiver. All the while the pain intensified, sweat slicking his brow, heart hammering. Gah, it was too much. He recoiled, clutching his chest. What the hell? When he reached for the phone again, the pain intensified. Yet when he lowered his hand, it faded. What? No, he reluctantly remembered now, though he soon found himself wishing he hadn't. That damn deal. Whiskers had yanked out of a strand of his hair and done something with it. Must have. Small wonder he couldn't grab the phone. A scowl writ itself across his face. If that trick ain't his semblance, I'll eat my boot. I wouldn't do that, an all too familiar crooned. Daddy says boots taste icky. Crow damn near jumped out of his shoes. The laughter didn't help. For crying out loud, firecracker. Flailing his hands about, he pivoted to face the perpetrator with a scowl. Don't sneak up on me like that. You know I'm jumpy. Yang beamed up at him with a giggle, her little face the very picture of innocence. You're a jumpy bird. Hey, can you turn into one too? Like Mom? Where had that come from? No, never mind that. Honesty was probably the best policy when dealing with the squirt. I can. Lilac eyes flashed with triumph. I knew it. Teach me. Laughter bubbled out of Crow before he could think to hold it back. He just couldn't help himself. It was such a young thing to ask. Maybe old Whiskers wasn't so bad. After all, he'd granted him access to his niece when he could have just as easily locked him up and thrown away the key. That had to count for something. Whoops, he'd been silent too long. Yang was staring at him. She'd begun to pout while he was distracted. She really could be a mini-raven sometimes. On a whim he reached down to tussle her hair. Ain't something I can teach, kiddo. Oh, she jerked back with a scowl, clasped both hands behind her back and glared at the floor as she scuffed a shoe against it. So what's my other dad like? And now they came back to the Goliath in the room. He hadn't exactly been forbidden from talking to Yang about this, which surprised him. Some foster parents would have gone out of their way to snuff out all mention of a child's true heritage. And yet aside from the gagging incident, neither Naruto nor Raven had made any effort to conceal Taeyang's existence. None whatsoever. Suspicious. He eyed Yang as such. You're taking this remarkably well, kiddo. You good? I mean, I guess? She rolled a shoulder. Mum's always been around and Dad is Dad. Anger reared its ugly head in Crow's heart. He's not. He took you from Tai. Yang shook her head. No, he didn't. Yes, he did. No, she argued with all the logic of a 4-year-old going on 5. Mom took me. I didn't even meet Daddy until later. I was almost 2 by then. Shit. She had him there. He still kept you from your real family, from your old man and me. Yang tilted her head. But you're here now. Stubborn little. Get where you're coming from, but it's really not that big of a deal for me. Her response cut deeper than he cared to admit. Maybe that might have meant something if I actually knew him, yet I don't never did. But I am curious. She crossed both arms before her chest and huffed. Having another dad sounds pretty cool. Most people only get one. That's why I'm asking. You gonna tell me what he's like or what? He really got his claws into you, didn't he? Damn bastard. Yang didn't take kindly to that. Her eyes flashed and for a second he could have sworn he saw fire and probably imagined it. Don't badmouth Daddy. Landmine right there. Crow wisely walked around it. All right. He raised both hands to ward off a pummel party. If you want to know more about Tai, I'm happy to tell you. Let me see. Straightening up, he flung himself down into a nearby chair and spun it round to face his niece. He's a brawler like you, blonde of course, with blue eyes, and he loves bad puns. Real nice guy too. He'd happily give you the shirt right off his back if you needed, or would have, before Raven's betrayal. His semblance makes him one tough cookie and his gauntlets are one of kind. Hell, they were so powerful that he buried them after a while. Yang hopped into his lap, alighting atop a knee. Because he was afraid of them? Too cute. Absolutely must protect. No, because it made fights too easy for him. Her eyes lit up, delighted by the tale. Tell me more. I could show you a picture, but my scroll's wrecked. A thought occurred to him and like Ruby he ran with it. There's also Summer, he's married to her now. I have another auntie. Her voice rose in a delighted squeal before her brow furrowed as she counted off her fingers, considering something. No, wait, Miss Summers his wife's own other mother. Sweet. Crow sweetened the pot. And a little sister? Yang went terribly still atop his knee. I have another sister? Another no. Don't focus on that. Not right now. Sure do, he patted her head and it was a testament to her shock that she didn't deny him this time. Her name's Ruby. She's about 2 years younger than you and… The resultant shriek of glee nearly left him deaf. Ruby? Yup. Got a picture of her here in my wallet if you want to see? She latched onto his jacket and shook him like leaf. I want to see. Now. Definitely Raven's kid. The second he withdrew the worn photo, Yang all but ripped it from his grasp and instantly began cooing over it. She's so small. And Crow absently placed a hand on Yang's back to steady his excitable niece as she swayed to and fro in his lap. He'd missed this. No, that wasn't quite right. He hadn't known to miss it in the first place, because he'd never had a chance to bond with her. That was taken from him as much as Tai. Better nearly 5 years late than never. And that's summer? His niece held up the photo. The lady holding her. Crow smacked his lips with an audible pop. She's so pretty. Ain't she though? Who'd you think Ruby gets it from? Can I meet them? Yang clasped both hands before her, eyes wide. Please. Sure, he muttered under his breath, neither able to deny her nor entirely tell her the truth. You'll be seeing them real soon, one way or another. She was still hiding something from him, he could just feel it, but he was willing to give her the benefit of the doubt. So, hey, since we're sharing secrets, you mind telling me who's watching me? Yang blinked, her enthusiasm waning. Watching you? Oh, that's just Uncle Lee. He's Mama Ann's friend. Good with a bow and arrow, but he learned how to use a sniper rifle too. Crow gulped. Sniper? Yup, his niece replied innocently. He's awesome. His semblance is pretty cool too. It lets him see really far and through all sorts of things. Like an X-ray. Crow looked down and found a bead of red light against his chest. Bugger. As he looked on aghast, it roved upward and settled upon his forehead, lingered there for a moment, then flicked away. The message was painfully clear. I've got you in my sights. His pulse spiked as his gaze traveled to the nearest window. It. Bad word. Yang held up her right hand expectantly, palm open. Swear jar. Fine. He handed some over without thinking, then frowned as another thought occurred to him. Wait a minute. Mama who now? Raven's your mother. Yang took the money as her due and stuffed it in her pocket. But I also have Mama Ann. Crow's brain fizzled out. You, wanna run that by me again, firecracker? Well, Yang began to count off on her fingers. First there's Mum, then there's Mama and Mama Willow and Mama Vanessa. She touched a finger to her cheek, considering the matter with all the brevity of a child, then deciding she didn't give a hoot. I'm not sure about Auntie Honora or Auntie Miranda. And then there's Grandma Maria. Sorry, it's a lot to keep track of. This was it. The end of his sanity. Crow could feel his world falling apart. Belatedly, he recalled all those brats he'd seen in the pictures. Just how many brothers and sisters do you have? Yang held up both hands, fingers splayed. This many. Think. Maybe more. Before he could hope to say anything, she startled, rattling off a list of names. Ren, Para, Winter, Weiss, Roman, Neo, Whitley. Oh, but he hasn't been born yet and Nora's technically my cousin? And he hadn't met a single one of them yet. Which begged the question, where were they? He hadn't seen hide nor hair of the little scamps. The manor wasn't that big. If there was one thing he'd learned from his admittedly brief time as an uncle to Ruby, it was thus. Quiet children were mischievous children, which didn't bode well. But Yang hadn't stopped. If anything, she'd only picked up steam while his little breakdown began. And I guess Shiro and Maple kinda count, 'cause Daddy's always doting on them, and then there's the whole Headmaster's orphans thing, not to mention the House of the Hearth, and yeah, that's a lot of people. Crow's brain fizzled out spectacularly. Why don't you go play with your siblings, kiddo? I'm just gonna sit here and have a drink. Might make that one several. preferably before he suffered an aneurysm or a nervous breakdown. Yang didn't budge atop his knee, bless her simple soul. I dunno, I'm comfy here, why should I move? Bribery it was, then. What do you want? Training. Tai's daughter grinned up at him viciously, her smile all teeth. I gotta get stronger. Sides, Mum says the best way to make friends is to fight people. It was such a Raven thing to say that his heart actually skipped a beat. That settled it. This was definitely his sister's kid. And besides, didn't he want to spend with her? To bond? Might as well enjoy it before all hell broke loose. All right, firecracker. He dragged a hand down his face to stifle a sigh. I'll see what I can do. Just, I love you. Blind to the cartwheel his heart performed in a panic, Yang delivered him a crushing hug. How was she so strong? And hopped off lap, quick as can be. See you later, Uncle Crow. He watched her scamper off upstairs, there and gone in an instant. Damn it, he couldn't bring himself to hate her. He didn't think he wanted to. Say what you would about the Headmaster of Hell, he'd given Yang a good life here in Haven. Hell, the great one. She was safe and secure. No one could hurt her, not with so many looking out for her. And in a few years, she'd be the one doing the hurting. He might be bitter at what he'd lost, but he wasn't so far gone as to miss the signs here. This was a happy family. Within these walls, he felt like an intruder. Out came his flask. He took a long draught from it, but the booze brought him little relief. Damn it, Ray. You just had to shack up with biggest bastard in Mistral. A portal slashed open behind him, heralding the arrival of the woman in question. He clicked his tongue at her. Don't think I'll ever get used to that. She rolled her good eye at him, plucked the flask out of his hand and took a deep drink of her own. What, seeing your dear sister again? He took it from her in return and slammed the drink down onto the chair. Ain't talking about that? Raven merely quirked a brow his way. Then what are you talking about? This. He flung up an arm to indicate the room. All of this. Damn it, Ray. I thought you were dead. I got better. Clearly, he bit back a bitter bark of laughter. You've done a great job moving on. Did you even think about us after you left? Crow knew his sister. More importantly, he knew her tells. Case in point, he noticed the reaction he got out of her. Ray's lips drew down ever so slightly, and her good eye narrowed as her stance shifted ever so slightly to the right. It was his only warning. Then she was upon him. Her metal hand shot out and caught him by the wrist to slam him back down into the chair with an audible crack. Cold fingers bit down, grinding the nerves of his hand together. He grunted in pain as he felt his aura trickle away bit by bloody bit. All of that he could have ignored, deserved, even. But the look in her eye? That was pure murder. You know nothing, Crow. His own name struck him like a slap in the face, delivered with so much venom, so much pain, that he couldn't bring himself to respond. You have no idea what I've sacrificed to get here, what I've suffered, what I've endured. Hey. He waved his free hand her way before she could draw Omen. Calm down. I ain't here for a fight. She leered at him, blood still up. Afraid you'll lose? He looked away. In my current state? Probably. Raven huffed. Don't give me that. He wasn't like Summer and Tai, sad as it might sound. Losing Yang made them strong. They'd trained themselves furiously since that day, if only to make sure they were never caught off guard again. And then along came Ruby, their little bundle of sunshine. Even more motivation to surpass their limits, to protect her, to keep her safe. It helped that their semblances paired nicely with another, sure, but that wasn't enough for them. They trained and trained and trained until they became forces of nature in their own right, monsters capable of wrecking just about anyone they faced. Not him. He'd been slacking. Drinking. Raven had been Tai's wife and Summer's partner, sure, but she was his sister. Losing her and Yang had torn a hole in his heart, one he'd only just begun to fill. Their return had galvanized something in him, something he didn't want to give up. He still didn't know if his semblance was bad luck or actual luck manipulation, but if he was willing to find out. High time he worked the rust off. There you are. Raven saw the spark in his eye and released him with a smile. Beneath all that bravado and bluster, you're still a brand one like me. You know what true strength is? His sister might move with a bit of a limp, but she looked strong, and that metal arm of hers clearly wasn't for show. It looked like Atlas tech. Maybe not quite so sleek as the new models, but stronger. Nastier. He wouldn't put it past her to have modified it, either. He could see those notches and extra joints near the wrist and elbow where she'd clearly done something to it. Naturally, Ray had never settled for anything less than the best. He hadn't realized how much he missed her. "Why'd you leave? You could have at least called." She faltered and looked away. "You wouldn't understand." "Then make me understand," Raven hissed, her lips peeled back over her teeth in a snarl. "I wanted to die, all right?" Her outburst knocked the wind right out of him and had him sinking back into his borrowed chair. "What?" When Salem attacked the tribe Eiffel, she faltered, looked away, and recovered. "I fled and fended off Kalos, but that left me at death's door. By blind bloody luck I stumbled upon Naruto. Once he got Yang to safety, I was ready to die for my mistakes, for my sins." Her brow furrowed as her good eye flicked his way. "But that blonde bastard wouldn't let me. He made he live." She stomped a foot, telling him exactly what she thought of that, and changed the subject on him. "How much do you really know about Ashen? What you know? Or what you think you know?" Crow knew evasion when he heard it. "Us ain't important right now. Ty's gonna lose his shit when he sees you." Raven flung up her arms. "What would you have me do? Go back to him? That ship has sailed." "Yeah, it has. He's with Summer now." "Of course he is." Now it was her turn to laugh, and what a sad sound it was. Our illustrious leader always had a crush on that big oaf. She gripped her good arm and looked away. "She's welcome to that lummox. I doubt he would be happy to see me." Right as far as Summer and Ty knew, Raven was dead. If they saw her again, they'd have questions. "You could still come back, be a part of our lives." She swiped his flask from him and drank deeply to steel herself before handing it back. "Do you think for a single second that Yang would want that? Her life is here. Her friends are here. Her family is here. I can't just uproot her to stroke Ty's ego. And that's to say nothing of Naruto. He'd fight like hell if someone tried to take his girl away." Crow winced, recalling the utter adoration Yang had shown for him. "She ain't his. She is in every way that matters." "But I'm sure he already told you that, didn't he?" "No." She shook her head, sending the dark mane of her hair swaying. "I regret hurting Ty the way I did, really I do. But I had no choice. I couldn't leave Yang behind. Not with him, not when I knew it meant her death, her getting dragged into a war that we couldn't in. Because make no mistake, war is coming. Maybe not now, maybe not next year, but soon." How did she know? Had they used the relic? Crow's jaw clicked open. He forced it shut, and the questions with it. "Ray, that ain't fair. You've might have cut yourself out of his life, but fair?" He knew that tone of voice and tried to backpedal, but it was much too late. His sister hissed out an angry breath, teeth bared. "Fair is listening to your sister. Fair is not blindly following the whims of an immortal man who might have lost touch with reality. Fair is not fighting an unwinnable battle." "Whoa, hey, don't get emotional." "I'm not emotional about what happened." Just as quickly as it had come, her fire faded, replaced by something altogether worse. Frankly, he would have preferred the fire. "Not anymore. Not really." And then her face went colder than a Shnee's heart. "But I am emotional about the fact that Ashen thinks he can control my man." "What? My man?" Her voice peaked, rumbling into an ominous growl as she loomed over him, one hand flitting protectively over on her stomach. "The father of my child, and he thinks he can just waltz back into my life and expect me to bend the knee?" Crow balked. Wait, was she preg? Raven talked over him, dashing that thought before it could take root. "He already ruined my life, our lives, and one marriage with his shadow war, and now he thinks he can just pick up where he left off, with none the wiser?" Omen tore free from its sheath and stabbed into the floor, burying itself 3 inches deep. "No amount of money on Remnant can fix that, Crow, no." She shook her head slowly, a feral light in her eye. "For that, I want a pound of flesh." "From me?" She patted his head. "Not you, little brother. Ashen. You want me back that badly? Tell Ashen to come here, get down on his knees, press his head into the dirt and beg my forgiveness. Oh, and he can tell the rest of Team STRQ the truth about Salem while he's at it. Maybe then I'll consider not running him through on the spot. She'd lost her damn mind. There's no way he'll agree to that. He will if he wants peace between us. Yup. Crazy bird. You have no idea of the monster you're messing with? Neither do you. She preened. Naruto's my monster. And you know, it's rather funny. Her tone set off all sorts of alarm bells. What is? A few years ago we wouldn't be having this conversation. She tossed her head to the side, idly drawing her dark mane over one shoulder. Yet here we are now. Poor timing, I suppose? That sounded like a threat. You warning me? I'm preparing you. Her good eye gleamed, and for a fleeting second he glimpsed his reflection therein. I understand weakness, Crow. I understand pain, I understand death, and I understand suffering. Because of these people, this family, I think I'm finally starting to understand true peace. And you can't take that away from me. Not you, not Summer, not Taeyang, and definitely not Ashen. I'd sooner die than put myself under his thumb again. She really was, wasn't she? His heart broke to hear those words. We could have gotten strong together, Ray. No, she shook her head again and surprised him by finally flouncing down into the seat beside him. We couldn't. None of you would listen. No one wanted to hear the truth. And when I went to find answers on my own, he didn't miss the shiver that shook her shoulders. And just like that, his prior conversation with Naruto back to bite him. Salem really can't be killed, can she? No, she can't. She took another drink to fortify herself, passed it back to him, and allowed him to do the same. But there are worse things than death. Amen to that, sister. It also revealed something he dreaded. You used one of Jin's questions, didn't you? I did. She beckoned for the flask. There are 2 remaining this century. He handed it over. That proved his theory. So who's the maiden now? She drank and her lips pursed into a thin pale line of defiance. Such a stubborn sister he had. Ray, come on, he dared to sling an arm over her shoulder. It spoke to how frazzled she was that she didn't immediately bat him aside. You've already trusted me this far. What's a little more? An awful thought occurred to him and he looked her way. You'd tell me if it was you, wouldn't you? It's not me. Relief crashed down on him in a cleansing wave. It proved short-lived. Most good things in life often did where his luck was concerned. It's one of those brats, ain't it? Raven nodded. Tell me who. It was a plea, not a command. Raven, please. They're in danger. Us can protect them. She growled at him. We've been protecting them just fine, thank you very much. All right. Can't blame me for trying. I'll tell you. He perked up. You will. Raven rounded on him. Only if you promise not to tell Ashen. Now it was his turn to wince. That's a big ask there. Even from you. Promise me, Crow. Her good eye seared into his. Swear to me that you won't breathe a word of this to Ashen or... She turned and pointed her sword in the air, just shy of cutting a portal. Go back to him right now. He stood. Seriously? Who will you choose? Her face was carved from stone. Your family? Or the man who's been lying to you all this time? His gaze flitted to her blade. It would be so easy. One portal, a quick leap and he'd be free. And yet, could he really leave? Just abandon Yang and Raven after he just found them again? The answer struck him a flash, and it shamed him, shook him to his very core. At the end of the day, he was a selfish bird, entirely too greedy for his own good. And so, he sat down. Delight danced across Raven's face in a startling burst, bringing with it the first true smile he'd seen in years. All right. You want the truth, little brother of mine. The Spring Maiden is. She leaned in to whisper a name in his ear. His eyes widened. Yang, you don't seem to understand. That man won't quit, because he doesn't know how, because he's strong, because when he gives 100% to something he gives 100%. He tackles his problems with absolute focus, and woe betide whomever gets in his way. His word is his bond. His deal. His promise. You think being headmaster is a game to him? That he'll simply give it up because things are tough? You have no idea the monster you're meddling with. But you will. This is the beginning of end for you. And I can't wait to watch both of you burn. Raven. Attack the girls. The second Yang made it upstairs, she came under attack. Her aggressors were upon her in an instant. She never saw them coming. There was no time to defend herself, much less cry out. Scarce had she cleared the steps than they pounced from the shadows and grabbed her, laid hands on her, hauled her away into her bedroom. She was rather proud of that bedroom, less so who was currently waiting within. All her brothers and sisters awaited here there with eager eyes, as did the twins. For you see, the Malachite sisters had come to pay them a visit. Of course they had. Damn brats. It was hard keeping track of them sometimes. Melanie liked white and preferred using her heels, while Miltia adored red with her claws. Anyone could see that she was trying to emulate Dad. Couldn't really blame her for that. Dad was awesome. Of course folks wanted to mimic him. Yeah, the Malachite twins fell into the in-between category. She wasn't quite sure if they were her cousins or her sisters, and if they were, Mum and Dad weren't talking. They had black hair, but that could have been dyed, or maybe Miss Malachite had been dyeing hers blonde all this time and her hair was really like Mum's. Who knew? Nobody. Therein lie the crux of the matter. There was no really way of knowing, short of shaving their heads and letting their hair grow back. She scowled at them. Melanie. Miltia. You look awful. For their part, they winced. Blondie. What are you doing here? Miltia bridled. Are we not allowed to visit? Rigged question much? You are, but what do you want? The twins exchanged a look between themselves. Mama wants a word. Yeah? Well, Dad's busy. Melanie sniffed imperiously. We know. That's why we're here. So, who's this uncle of yours? Why you little? A muscle jumped in her jaw as her temper rose, surging to the fore where she stomped it down. No. Don't focus on them, don't let them get to her. She had other concerns. As in 2 dads. Double dads. The daddening. Pretty neat, huh? Yang certainly thought so. Most people only had 2 parents, but she had a bunch. Really, she reveled in it, the certainty that no matter what happened, she'd family for days. Life was good and crap. Her siblings were staring at her, and here she was, daydreaming. She should probably say something before. Too late. Weiss seized her by the shoulders and gave her a shake. Bill, what was he like? Yang was more than happy to do just that. With so many siblings and cousins, bragging rights were few and far between. Uncle Crow's awesome. Her words set off an avalanche of questions, and in no time at all, she found herself forced to field them, both large and small, not the least of which were asked by the Malachites. Why did he look so scary? What was his weapon like? Was he really Raven's brother? Winter plunked down on the bed beside her and sniffed her disdain. From what I saw, he's a drunk and smells like a brewery. Her eyes flicked with fire. Hey, that's my uncle you're bad-mouthing. Weiss flopped down beside her. I wish we had an uncle. We all do. We have Uncle Lee. The heiress huffed. That doesn't count. He's hardly ever around. Yang winced a little at that. She might be foregoing on 5, yet she wasn't stupid, nor was she blind to the reasons for said absence. Uncle Lee was awesome, yeah, but there was a reason he kept himself at a distance and wasn't around all that often. Mum and Dad never quite said why, but it wasn't hard to figure it out. Uncle Lee loved Mama Ann, or had once. Small wonder she and Rennie had him wrapped around her finger. Maybe they should find him someone. Auntie Honora was nice. And if they got together, that meant Ren and Nora could be together down the line. Yeah, that sounded nice, real nice. Winter coughed into a fist, subverting her thoughts before they could finish taking root. I know that look. You're matchmaking again. Who, me? She tried to bat her lashes like Mum did when she wanted something, but failed. No idea what you mean. Drat, she'd catoned onto her. Young Branwen, you stopped at this instant. Ah, why? It's not like you and Roman or anything. Winter squawked and walloped her with a pillow. We are not anything. The boy in question barked a laugh. I dunno, you seem to like the rose I got you the other day. She thumped him over the head with 2 more pillows, driving him down with a startled yelp as the others laughed. Ow. Can we not start another right? Roman made a show of dusting off his coat. I just got this thing cleaned. Faye, spoil sport. Yang looked past him. What about you, Neo? You game? The smaller girl grinned and flicked her a thumbs up. Hey, I knew there was a reason I liked you. She flashed her a peace sign. Savages, the lot of you. Winter made a face. You're worse than Cinder. That girl is savage and she acts like one. Said girl, silent until now, wilted where she lay sprawled amongst her pillows. Sorry. Yang came to her defenses. Hey, be nice. She's had it rough. She could at least eat with utensils. Roman winked. Utensils or not, she sure hooped your butt in that food fight, though. Winter made angry winter noises under her breath. Torchwick, I will stab you. You wish. Yang would have laughed too, if a certain someone hadn't grabbed her from behind. In an instant she found herself hoisted upright and dragged into a crushing embrace. Cinder? What the heck? Let me go. The older girl most assuredly did not. Thank you. Blast it. Since she'd overcome her fear, Yang realized something. Cinder was a hugger. Not simply the act of hugging either, but of being hugged. She craved physical contact and affection. Good on her. Hugs were nice. But did she have to squeeze so hard? Weiss came to her rescue, poking the taller girl into ribs. Cinder, let Yang go before you break her ribs, or heavens forbid, burn her. You'll hurt the poor girl. Go hug Winter. She's sturdy. And then, sly as a schnee, she added, doesn't she deserve that for being mean to you? Cinder paused. Blinked. Considered. Smug. Then she jumped Winter. Yang flopped into her bed with a groan, but bounded back quickly. There was only one way to repay her kindness. Weiss. She saw the look in her eyes. Yang no. Yang opened her arms. Weiss. Absolutely not. Yang jumped her with a delighted squeal. Weiss. Down they went in a tangled tumble. Yang bran one. Unhand me this instant. Never. She nuzzled her face close, cheek to cheek. You're my favorite sister and I love of you. Big families were the best families insofar as she was concerned. The more the merrier. And a little sister? She couldn't wait to meet Ruby. Or Mama Summer. Taeyong sounded pretty cool too. Speaking of family, she poked her head up and realized they were missing someone. Several someones, actually. Lifting her head, she performed a quick head count and frowned. Has anyone seen Ren and Pyrrha? Or Nora? Melanie shrugged. Outside, probably, knowing those battle junkies. Miltia poked her head out the window. Make that a definitely. Yang frowned. What makes you say that? An explosion shook the house. Pyrrha went flying. It was something of a short-lived flight, mind you, but what a flight it was. She wore the biggest smile as she hit the ground shoulder first, used the momentum to tumble to her feet and brought her training to bear. Well, that she did too, because Ren was on her in an instant, his fists a wild whirl of motion, one she met in kind. She swayed backward from the barrage, grinning like a loon as they traded blows. This was fun. Granted, she might not have proper weapons yet, but she knew what she wanted when her time came. She'd grown skilled not just with the sword and spear, but the rifle and shield as well. It wasn't enough. Father was different. His staff was a part of him. He could reshape it into whatever he wished thanks to his chakra, but the rest of them weren't so fortunate. She needed a mecha shift, yet something also allowed her to use dust as the others did. Cinder didn't have anything just yet, but Roman had his explosive rounds, the Schnee sisters had their glyphs, and Yang already had plans for her gauntlets. Where did that leave her? Stuck somewhere between Ren and Nora. She needed to be stronger. When she hit someone, they got back up. Daddy hit them and they stayed down. She didn't have the patience of Ren, nor the brute strength of Nora. But where was Nora? Cowabunga! Down came her cousin from on high, smashing into the ground like a falling star to blast her and Ren apart. Pyrrha used the chance to sweep his legs, catch Nora's hammer and knock her down. Victory was hers, or so it should have been, before the latter tackled her into a bed of flowers. Down the three of them went, sprawled atop each other in the dirt. Nora spoke first. This is fun. We should make a team when we're older. Ren concurred. I agree. We just need one more person. Pyrrha perked up. Someone blonde. Like Daddy? Rin slapped a hand to his forehead. Nora giggled into a hand. No. Praise. Their fourth member absolutely had to be blonde. Preferably with blue ISO, and he had to be strong. After all, Mommy said she couldn't marry Daddy, but that didn't mean she couldn't find someone who looked like Daddy to be friends with and… A portal slashed open, cutting off that thought. Raven emerged from within, blade in hand. Come on kiddos, time for a lesson. Your old man's gotten himself into a bit of trouble. The rest sprang to their feet and ran off, eager to see results. A rush of air heralded the warp as they stepped through. Father was fighting another assassin. Most children wouldn't be excited by such. Maybe that didn't speak well for her mental state, but still, she didn't much mind. She was safe here. Mama Raven had a bond with all of them bar Cinder, and she was sure to make one in time. If anyone tried taking them, they'd be eating Omen for breakfast. And besides, this looked fun. Pyrrha settled in to watch the dance of death. He was smiling. Mizu despised that smile, hated all that it represented, loathed what it was, all it would ever be. She silently swore to carve it off his insufferable face or die trying. One way or another, she would take his head. Or so she kept trying, but he was just so blasted agile. For every swing of hers, Naruto struck back thrice as hard, rattling her with every hit, sending shocks of pain blossoming down her arm with each riposte. Worse, she had the sinking suspicion he was taking it easy on her. No matter what tricks she tried, be it her arms, legs, even reversing the grip on her blade to strike from above instead of below, she simply couldn't break through his defenses. The same could not be said of him. He was strong. Not simply stronger than she'd expected, far stronger than he had any right to be. It was galling to realize just how powerful he was, how much she'd underestimated his strength. She'd spent the last 3 years training, honing her skills, sharpening her blade under any who dared challenge her and growing stronger with each brush against death. But this was an altogether different challenge. This Headmaster of Hell fought like his namesake, always smiling, never once giving ground. He smiled like a loon and struck like a snake, forcing her on the defensive with sharp blows, aiming not for her center as one might expect of a proper opponent, but rather her arms. He was putting on a show for his students, playing a game, not taking her seriously. It was infuriating. Do pay attention. A grimace split her lips as he stepped in, forced her to block and backhanded her with his staff. His pupils cheered him on. She held no ill will towards them. They could kill her afterward for all she cared, so long as she killed him first. She did not seek happiness or joy or love in this world. Only satisfaction. And she would have it no matter what. Stars burst before her vision as his staff struck her upside the head again, drawing blood and forcing her to backpedal lest his knock her down. His staff might be a blunt instrument, but it still stung terribly. He'd nearly knocked 2 tooth loose just now. Bastard. Straightening up, she wiped a thin scarlet line from the corner of her mouth. You think you're tough, is that it? Tougher than you, he tittered merrily. After all. She rushed him, sword in hand. You lack discipline. He gave ground, swaying back. Control. His head tilted aside, letting her blade whistle by in a wild lung. And worst of all, without warning, his grinning face filled her vision. You're sloppy. There was no time to react. The sudden switch from defense to offense did more than catch her off guard, but overextended. He drove 2 fingers down into the point of her elbow, stabbing the muscle, grinding the nerve and drawing an agonized cry from her. The battle nearly ended then and there. It was only sheer force of will that allowed her to keep hold of her blade. She swept a leg out, trying to unbalance him, only for him to take it on the shin, pivot and block her heel with his own. Well, he allowed with a hum. Maybe not so sloppy after all. However, his forehead kissed hers in a bruising headbutt that left her seeing stars. She reeled and he caught her by the shirt, drawing her back in. Her heart quailed a moment at the sight of those sharp teeth. She feared he might actually bite her. Do try to smile a little. Instead, a hand tugged at her lips, forcing them upward. After all, you're never fully dressed without one. Mizu snarled and drove a knee up at his groin, prompting him to block with one of his own. It gave her the chance to scramble backward to safety. Unfortunately, said safety sent her stumbling right into the headmaster's audience, namely his pupils. They weren't having that, or her for that matter. Strong hands seized her shoulders and shoved her right back into the fray. Naruto was waiting for her in the ring, staff already swinging back, and with it, the world dissolved into a whirl of violence. Her blood was pumping, pounding, rushing through her. She parried furiously, turning the first crushing blow aside, only to be struck with another, then another, and another. His staff smashed down into her blade on the fourth strike, forcing their weapons together. Frantic, she braved her blade with both hands and tried to push back. For once in her life, she did not succeed. His staff smashed through her defenses and struck her right shoulder with an audible crack. She felt something come loose, and with it an agonized cry escaped her lips. Dislocated, a small rational part of her mind observed as she stumbled back. Need to set it. Quickly. Mizu slammed it against the first solid surface she could find, a nearby locker, and grit her teeth to stifle a pained howl as she set it. She'd never forget the awful sound it made, the sheer agony spiking up her arm, fiery pain so hot that it nearly caused her to black out. Naruto could have finished her, then. Any wise warrior would have. But he didn't. Instead, he waded her way with slow, purposeful steps, dragging his staff against the floor, sending sparks skittering across the ring. For once he didn't speak, there was no need to. His smile said it all. Prepare yourself. Mizu did just that. Switching her sword to her good arm, she raised the other, palm outward to ward away any trickery. There was none. Only measured aggression. His staff flicked in and her sword swung up to meet it in a baleful blue arc, only to be swept aside. In an instant she found herself on the defensive again. Punishing blow after blow rained down upon her, one even nearly knocked her out, but she fought on, waiting for her moment, her opportunity. But there it was. An actual opening at last. She flicked her blade to the left and dove right, forcing a block and drawing his weapon out of position for a crucial moment. One she immediately capitalized on as she'd been taught so long ago. Her blade swept in toward his face, striking at an angle to seek out his eyes. Victory! She'd slash out those beautiful baleful blue orbs and... Why wasn't her blade moving? Mizu glanced down, alarmed to find his free hand wrapped around the naked edge, holding fast. His aura sparked gold but held as his gaze met hers. 5 fingers came flying in, clenched into a claw. They slammed into her unprotected torso with impossible force. She bent, double blood blasting from her lips. As such, she didn't see the miniature sphere contained within his palm until it was much too late. But she did hear his voice. Rasengan. And feel what followed. Blood everywhere. Distantly, she became aware of her body sprawled out in the ring, of the gaping tear in her torso, and the startled gasps of his students that followed. No, that couldn't be right. She was supposed to win. This couldn't be her end. She tried to rise, only to flop down in an ever-growing puddle of her own blood. Everything was going numb. Naruto crouched down before her, grabbed her by the hair, and forcibly lifted her head to make her look him in the eye. Well, she heard him tut through ringing ears. Was that worth it? A knife kissed her throat. And the world snapped back like a rubber band. In an instant, Mizu found herself standing before him once more, unharmed. His hand was pressed flat against her stomach as before, and yet there was no pain. No spiraling sphere to disembowel her, no blood, nothing at all. He simply stared at her, and in those eyes that she beheld his pity. She retreated with a startled hiss, warding her blade before her body. Impossible. She'd seen her death just now, glimpsed it, and it frightened her. What did you do? You're asking the wrong question, Miss Samurai. The headmaster of hell shouldered his staff and tilted his head a fraction of an inch to the right. Ask not what I did, but what I could have done to you just now. A fresh flicker of pity gleamed in his gaze. You're an amusing contradiction, you know that? You act like you don't care if you die, yet here you are. Hesitating. Had he revealed her own death to her just now? What witchcraft was this? Naruto spread his arm wide with a smile. Care to try again? Run, a voice hers, gibbered in the back of her mind. What? She blinked, surprised. No, never. Run away. Mizu grit her teeth and braved her blade with both hands. I won't. We can't beat him. Run. She squeezed her eyes shut and grit her teeth to stifle a snarl. Shut up. I don't want to die. Run. A kick kanonied into her chest and sent her sprawling. Her skull struck the wall and in an instant she found herself catapulted into he past. I'm not a child anymore. That child would look at you and run. That child understood the meaning of a sword, the line separating life from death. Reality snapped back as a second strike sent her reeling, returning her to the painful present once more. Knees weak, arms heavy. Woozy, pulse pounding in her ears, heart hammering in her chest, the dry taste of blood in her mouth. Her blood. She was losing and losing badly. They both knew it, and the knowledge galled her. He's in my head. How did he get in my head? Tell you what, the headmaster slammed his staff down and the very shadows writhed beneath him. Let's make this lesson interesting. She blinked pained tears from her eyes. What? It's simple, this isn't satisfying. He opened his coat, dragged his arms from the sleeves and swept his arm out, letting the jacket billow out and drape down his back, leaving him to brandish his staff as though it were some sort of club. The gesture was clear, the meaning implicit, but his words drove the point home. Overpowering you with aura and jutsu, that's not fair. So let's even the playing field. Keen blue eyes settled upon her limbs. But first, take those ridiculous weights off. You'll never beat me like this. He knew about the shackles she wore on her arms and legs. She didn't want to do anything he said, didn't want to comply with him in the least. But what choice did she have? He had a point, loath though she was to admit it. If things continued as they were now, if she fought in such a sloppy manner, he'd have her head on a spike. Just the thought of it made her jaw clench. She glared heatedly at him, wishing she could burn him to ash. I will have my revenge. His toothy smile returned with a vengeance. We'll see. Mizu reached up to her wrists. First her right arm, followed by her left. Then her right leg and lastly the left. One by one her restraints fell, clattering down to the ground until she'd freed herself fully. Her body rejoiced at the freedom it found in their absence, at how light she became in their wake. 3 years since she first donned them. 36 months. 1,095 days. No longer. She stood, cracked her neck, and retrieved her weapon. Brandishing it in a flourish, she stalked forward. That's much better. Settling into a stance of his own, her mother's murderer beckoned unto her. You want my life? Come and take it? She blitzed him with a snarl and their weapons clashed anew. Vanessa frowned. Are we going to stop them? Don't worry. He has this under control. Raven planted her chin against a fist as she watched the duel. That one has fire in her. He was slowing down. Or had she become that much faster? Mizu wasn't entirely certain regardless. It elated her. Her sword sang as she drove him on the back foot once, twice, thrice now until he finally laughed and countered with a rousing overhand smash. She made the mistake of blocking that and her arms, shoulders, howled in protest as she was sent skidding back. Alright, blocking him directly was right out. He closed with her and she shifted her strategy accordingly. Deflect, divert, dodge. Except that didn't work either. Outlasting him wasn't an option. He kept coming. Each strike left her rattled, shaken, tattered. Yet for all that, she almost found herself smiling, her heart skipping a beat with each clash. He was like her, wasn't he? Not consumed by hate, but something else entirely. Years of hard choices and brutal training had hollowed something in him, pushed him past the point of humanity. He fought like a demon, an unstoppable force of nature, and it became all she could do to land the occasional hit. Impressive! Naruto applauded her as he swayed under a sweep that should have shortened him by a head. Most impressive. You're skilled with that sword. But you aren't a master yet. Your breathing gives you away, like so. He struck like lightning, his staff sweeping up under her guard before spinning round, wrenching her weapon away from his face and send it flying. His staff tapped down and he planted both hands upon it, his unspoken command clear. Pick it up. She did so. You show honor for a murderer. his head inclined just so in a shallow nod. As do you. Foolishness. Honor is for the dead. I have no honor. All that matters is your death. He shook his head, setting those long blonde bangs bristling. I disagree. She scoffed. Then why haven't you killed me? A fresh peal of laughter was her reward. My dear, if I meant to kill you. He tilted his head just so, and his blue eyes, so unlike her own, gleamed with a hint of madness. I would have already done so. Let's kick it up a notch or two, shall we? As she looked on, he tapped his staff down, and before her eyes, the rippling black metal shifted like water, losing its shape and coherence as he forced it into another form. This wasn't a mechasift, or some transforming weapon. No, this was something else, something new, something altogether more terrifying. In a matter of moments he held a jet-black naginata in hand, a weapon reminiscent of a glaive, but far deadlier. His smile was equal parts toothy and vicious as he held it up, brandishing it her way. You were shown your place, but you didn't care for it. You've run your race, and have no ace to show for it. What manner of rhyme was that? Naruto clicked his tongue, equally nonplussed. Really, Vanessa? She keeps buffing me with that semblance of hers. Rhymes aside, why did she suddenly have a bad feeling about Meep? His naginata whistled past her face, forcing her to block or risk losing an arm to the blade. Even then the backlash behind it tore a thin slice in her cheek as it whistled past. It struck the wall with an audible crunch, all but splintering it, burying it deep. She looked back, quivering a little despite herself. He'd thrown it. Actually thrown it at her. What kind of madman up and threw their weapon in a fight? This one, apparently. Naruto grinned and ripped it free from the wall with a laugh. Was that a squeak I heard just now? Her face flushed bright red in equal parts shame and fury. I made no such noise. Pretty sure you did. She swung at him, only for him to thrust an arm under her wrist, preventing her from completing her attack. She stomped down on his foot in retaliation to stop him, but it was already too late. He took the hit on his aura and surged in, looped an arm around her elbow and drove 2 fingers into her eyes. She flinched, couldn't help herself, and in that second, her grip wavered. It was enough, no, more than enough. He snatched her sword from her grasp, kicked backward to evade the grab that followed, and landed a yard away. A fine blade, he considered her weapon with a keen eye. You've taken good care of it. Frowning, he tapped a knuckle against the blade and listened to the metal sing. This isn't any ordinary, or is it? How did you forge this weapon? Mizu glared bloody blue daggers at him. Give it back. He saw her concern and emulated it with a smile. What's wrong? Did you lose your nerve when you lost your sword? Not at all, but she wasn't foolish enough to rush him unarmed, not when he held his weapon in hers. Don't make that face, he clicked his tongue at her. I'll be sporting about it. He tossed her his naginata and, in a moment of weakness, she caught it with both hands. That was her first thought as she cradled it in her grasp. Her next wavered a little when she realized just how foreign the material felt, how strange. It almost seemed to pulse in her grasp, like it wanted to be used. No matter, she had trained to use all manner of weapons. Whereas he looked lost with her sword in his hand. Surely he didn't know how to wield a blade like hers. Gak. En garde. That thought fizzled as Naruto crossed the distance between them in a whirl of movement, braved his borrowed blade between both hands and slashed down into her guard with devastating force. She tried to parry and instantly regretted it. The mere act of deflecting him nearly tore her weapon from her grasp in a single stroke. Startled, she reeled back, only for him to pivot and lunge in, blade seeking her throat. Enough. Sweeping her new naginata wide, she forced him to back off, if only for a moment. The reprieve was short-lived. He stepped back in with a thrust, smacked her weapon down and swept her feet. Why the long face? His laughter chased her as she tumbled to safety. You should know that a headmaster earns their position by strength. His grin wasn't feral, not quite, but it was close. And I've learned so much from so many. Raven, and Willow, Vanessa, Honora, even a few dirty tricks from my less than reputable friends like this. He flashed forward and she saw the feint too late. He sidestepped her thrust, stomped down on her weapon to hold it in place, kicked it away, and stabbed forward. Mizu scowled as her own blade tickled her throat, forcing her head back. Finish it, then monster. Send me to my mother. He did no such thing. Instead, those bright blue eyes pierced her very soul. You don't have aura, do you? Of course not. She wouldn't grant him the satisfaction of begging for her life even now. She absolutely refused. Aura is a warrior's weakness. They grow over-reliant on it. She could feel his students bristling, glaring at her even as she said the words, but what of it? She cared not for their attention, for any of them, only the murderer before her. I don't subscribe to such stupidity. Naruto remained undaunted. You couldn't find anyone willing to unlock yours, could you? She grimaced, face flushing from shame. But the blade wouldn't let her move. Damn it. Damn him. Damn it all. It was well-known fact that any huntsman or huntress could unlock a civilian's aura, but none had been willing to do so for her. What few she tried to force in the past gave her a thrashing and sent her packing for her trouble. In the end she gave up on it. She didn't need some mystical force field or a semblance to be strong, surely. Thought so? Naruto beamed suddenly, whiskered cheeks dimpling in a smile. The silence is your answer. That's good. She balked, flabbergasted. It is? Yes. He pivoted away from her with a laugh, leaving her to rub her throat as he presented his back to her. Aura, like a smile, is a wonderful tool, but too many huntsmen and huntresses rely heavily upon it. Most favor offense instead of defense and take unnecessary hits, believing themselves to be invincible. That's right, he scowled over his shoulder at those watching them. I'm talking to all of you over there. So many of you charge in recklessly, relying on your aura to tank damage for you. A good chunk of his students winced under his smiling stare. Some even looked away, more than a bit shamefaced. And some suffer from the opposite. He tooted with another glance. I'm looking at you, Miss Shields. Or would you prefer Maple? What have I told you about favoring defense over offense? The girl in question scratched the back of her head sheepishly. Ahee. Then we have those like you. Mizu jolted as he brandished her own blade at her once more. You're the last of a dying breed. Those who grow up and learn to fight without aura learn a key lesson. She couldn't cross the distance between them in a single leap, so she edged forward instead, pretending to indulge him. And what's that? He slashed out at her, forcing her to tumble aside or risk losing an eye. To dodge, he sang the words like praise as she surged back to her feet. It's such a simple concept, yet so many struggle with it. For those who can, once they finally unlock their aura, they become downright deadly. So few learn this way. One of the students, a winged red-headed faunus girl, warily raised their hand. Like Miss Branwen? Well said, Miss Demona. Naruto pivoted her way with a proud smile. Believed it or not, Raven Branwen wasn't able to unlock aura until her teen years, while our friend here, he bowed to Mizu again, preventing her from attacking when his back was turned, much to her annoyance. Looks to be somewhere in her early 20s and has not only honed her evasive maneuvers, but amassed significant experience in unconventional weaponry as a result. All without so much as a drop of aura. Remember, class, aura does not make a huntress, nor a huntress aura. Blasted braying blonde. She'd finally crept closer, able to reach him at last. Are you done talking? Almost. The hyperactive headmaster held out a hand to her. Let me unlock your aura. What? She bridled at the sheer stupidity of such a request. Are you insane? His smile didn't waver, not once. Trust me, you'll need it in a second. But I'm trying to kill you. I know. He barked a surprisingly boyish laugh that only further proved his youthfulness to her. He really wasn't that much older than her, was he? That's what makes this such a good lesson for my students in the first place. Remember, class, back he went to lecturing them again, much to her eternal pain and chagrin. Not all battles will be sanitized affairs like those in the Vital Festival. In a real fight you can find the high ground, seize the objective, or even run away if you feel you can't win. And in reality, someone like Miss Mizu here would have been wiser to ambush me, or wait until I was alone, perhaps poison me in advance. Damn it, why hadn't she thought of that? Oh wait. Her heart already knew the reason why. She had to kill him by her own hands. Nothing else would do. Now then, Naruto abruptly discarded her weapon, stepped in, and laid a hand on her shoulder. Let's even the odds a bit. Wait, was he going to? No. Incredulous, she tried to squirm free from his grip. I don't want it. Don't touch me. And I didn't want to be interrupted while teaching today, he sang back. One of his students chuckled in the background. Mizu never knew who. It drove her mad, and in that madness she lashed out, digging her hand into Naruto's arm, nails biting deep into his wrist, trying to make him let go. No such luck. Aura sparked and held. She couldn't break through. What was he, a human battery? No matter how she squeezed, he wouldn't budge. Worse, he was speaking now. For it is in smiling that we inspire those around us and terrify our enemies. Mizu drove a clenched fist at him to no avail. He lazily batted it aside with his fee hand. Through this, we become a sword to carve through the unjust and bring others to glory. Her heel smashed into his shin, yet he took the blow without flinching, whiskered cheeks dimpling. Unbound by morals and empowered with purpose, I release your soul, and by my shoulder teach thee. A snarl tore out of her as outright clawed at him. It was too little too late. Her bare hands scraped harmlessly against his swelling aura. And then she felt her own, the power welling up in her, suffusing her every pore. It swelled around her from head to toe in a glowing tide of deep, dark azure, engulfing her entire body. Despite her initial angry disbelief, she glanced down at her hands and took a moment to marvel at it, balking a bit as her minor injuries mended. Something flew through the air toward her. Instinctively, she caught the offending item. It was her sword. Wait, why give it back to her unless? Blue aura, eh? Naruto looked a little winded from releasing her aura and with it, her potential, but no less satisfied for it. That's rather rare. Use it wisely. Focus, he urged her on. Imagine it as a protective force field over your body at all times, and be sure to use that force for good. It'd be a shame to take it away from you. Her eyes widened. Take it away? No, irrelevant. I'll still be taking your head. A clawed hand closed around her face and slammed her into the ground with a grunt. Her newfound aura crackled angrily, somehow saving her from a broken back, but not the pain. Miss Mizu, she could just make out his smile between his fingers as he hummed down at her. Since it seems you're unfamiliar with the proper application of aura, allow me to give you a crash course. Do pay attention, students. Realization broke like dawn, and a bitter one it was. This was going to hurt, wasn't it? Naruto spun and launched her into a wall, wedging her there like a human scarecrow. Lesson 1. His voice rang over her ringing ears. In a close-quarters fight, you must always be mindful of your surroundings, ready to bring your aura to bear at any given time, no matter the attack. Be sure to create some space if you prefer long-range attacks. Intimidation is always effective. Mizu ripped an arm free from the plaster and he was on her. His fist rang her blade like a bell and the wall burst against her back. Pain blossomed down her spine. Lesson 2. Naruto thrust his face against hers, grinning ear to ear. You can conserve stamina and aura by waiting for your foe to make a mistake. More of them than not, they will, be it through anger or... She stabbed at his torso and buried her blade there, to no avail. His aura turned her weapon aside, just in time for a spinning kick to launch her skyward towards the vaulted veiling above. Lesson 3. Somehow she still heard the words, aura is powerful, but while it may mitigate damage, it does not negate it. Case in point. First gate open? Mizu blinked blearily down at him. First wa? Boo. She didn't see him move, but she felt what followed. His fist slammed up into the underside of her chin and sent her rocketing higher into the air. He reappeared over her, fist reared back. She somehow got her blade up to barely block him in time. Even then his fist rang her blade and the sheer momentum her slamming face first into the ground. Dust and dirt burst forth, blinding her as she stumbled to her feet. She lay there for a moment, eyes wide, wasted and gasping for air that refused to come. And just like that, she took everything she'd ever said about aura back. Without it, she'd be dead by now. Second gate, an all too familiar and exasperating voice hummed within the haze. forcing her to her feet. On your left. The headmaster of hell was as good as his word, and once again she wasn't ready. This time, when she brought her blade to bear, she paid for it. Dearly. Clenched knuckles metal the edge of her blade to produce a sonorous gong. She blocked that first strike, grimacing as her arms creaked. The second strike hurtled in faster, another roundhouse, and her blade keened as it struggled to contain the power behind it as they traded blows. Upon the third she sought to slash him in retaliation, desperate to sink her steel into his black, heartless soul, and it was just one punch, seemingly no different from any of the rest. The overwrought steel of her blade couldn't handle it. Her sword shattered. Mizu swore she would forever remember that moment for the rest of her life. The second her steel failed her, when her sword was sundered, when her weapon broke and all her hopes and dreams, the very way she viewed the world, came flying apart like so much broken glass. A stray shard raked across her right eye and blood spilled forth, blinding her. She went down with a yowl, clutching a savage tilt. Naruto's fist found her face and down she went, flung out of the ring. She barely felt it. Her mind was too subsumed by her failure, by the pain, by the sheer shame of it all. This isn't over. She dug a fist into the ground, bloody fingers scrabbling for purchase. I'll get stronger, be better, perfect my skills. Perfect? A boot found her ribs, rolling her over as he clicked his tongue at her. Don't be absurd. If something is truly perfect, that's it. No room for imagination, no space for intelligence or ability or improvement. Why would you ever want to be perfect? His head shook in admonishment. Perfection is a dead end. Once you reach it, there's nothing left. Always strive to be better than anyone or anything that came before you, but not perfect. You of all people should know better than anyone what a soul can accomplish when they take charge of their own fate. His staff came up under her chin, poised to strike. What is yours, Mizu? To die here? To me? Was it? Her mind raced. She could practically hear his muscles tighten, coiling in preparation to strike. He was pure power, sheer speed, towering terror, focused firmly on her to the exclusion of all else. A single swing would end her life, sever her head from her shoulders. The thought should have relieved her. And yet all she felt in this moment was. Naruto saw it and his smile dimmed. Don't make me destroy you. She spat blood onto his shoes, but couldn't find the strength to rise, only to crawl. Like you destroyed my mother? Your so-called mother's trafficked children, like every other member of the Hana Guild I massacred that night. His rejoinder sent a shiver shooting through her. She sold flesh to the highest bidder, no matter the age or inclination. Here at last, those peerless blue eyes softened upon her, gleaming in the low light with pity. You probably weren't the first daughter she had. Hell, I wouldn't be surprised if you were one of her victims. Breath hitched in her throat, burning with bile. That's a lie. You're lying. That's impossible. Is it? He took his staff from her throat. When you've eliminated all the possibilities, all that's left is the impossible. I'm sorry for your loss, but I won't apologize for killing her. Her world bled red as she slammed a fist into the mat. Anger gave her strength. She surged to her feet and seized him by the collar, slamming him against the nearest wall. Shut up. I will not. His body blazed gold and a mighty kitsune loomed large over him to snarl its fury at her. What the hell? The sight brought Mizu up short. Just like that, the tables turned. Naruto headbutt her, driving his skull into her damaged eye. Pain blinded her and she flinched. In that moment he seized her by the throat and slammed her down. Listen to yourself, he snarled at her, face inches from her own, voice rolling with the thunder of ages. You kill and you kill and you kill, lashing out like a wounded animal, all without thought or cause. How has that worked out for you? You stormed in here thinking you could take me on in the prime of my life. But you couldn't. When she made to speak, he snapped his teeth at her in a snarl, cutting her off with a resounding click. I beat you bloody. Oh, and let's not forget your brilliance in attacking while I'm surrounded by my finest students. What was your plan exactly? Defeat me before my academy so you can have a shot of revenge? No poison, nor plan, just bull-headed stubbornness. If only someone could have warned you against such a miserable idea. Oh wait. She knew what was coming next, felt it in her very bones. He didn't disappoint her. I did. His forehead slammed against his and his words rattled her still ringing ears, leaving her reeling. But you pushed ahead. He stabbed a finger into her face, driving it against her bloody brow, pinning her with words rather than weight. And you lost it when all you had to do was come to me and talk. But no. You think you're entitled to everything just because you've suffered, but suffering isn't enough. You can't just be strong, you have to be smart. You can't just be deserving, you have to be worthy. But all you have ever been is a bloody migraine. His words broke something in her, fractured the bitter strength she'd come to rely upon for so long. Who are you to call me that? Someone who's seen where this road leads, he shouted back. This path will make you a monster. Just like me. Tears stung her good eye. If I'm a monster, it's because you made me one. My mother was innocent. There are no innocents. His fangs flashed in her face, less than an inch from biting her throat out. Not anymore. Not where we adults are concerned. A fist slammed into her gut, driving her breath, the fight, from her lungs. His piece said, Naruto dropped her, let her crumple to the floor. She lay there for what felt like an eternity, retching, curling inward on herself, gasping for air that never seemed to come. Through dim eyes she watched the blinding glow fade from his body, leaving him mortal once more. He donned his crimson coat again and fixed his tie as she looked on, reclaiming the facade of humanity once more. Somehow, that frightened her more than the rage she'd sent before. And that's all right, quick as can be, the headmaster of Haven knelt before her. I'm not innocent, you're not innocent, none of us are. We've all sinned, which means we're all sinners, one way or another. You've killed people too, haven't you? She didn't answer, but something in her face must have shone through, because his expression softened. Ask yourself this, how many orphans have you created since you swore vengeance against me? Shame flushed her face as she sat up. That's not the same? His smile flashed out at her again, but this time, she didn't fail to notice the caustic edge to it. It is. I know you, Mizu, and I know you need to change. Never. Not until her sword found his heart. You don't know me at all. He saw the smoldering spark simmering in her soul and scoffed at it. On the contrary, I know you very well indeed, just as I know the madness that haunts you. Your life is battle and nothing more. Mistral should be your home, instead it's become your battlefield. All that rages roars in your head, singing to your heart. What began in pain and rage is now lost in that sound. What happens when you kill me, She set her aching jaw. I will be satisfied. Yes, but what then? She hesitated. His smile was the wisdom of ages. You haven't given any thought to it, have you? Do you intend to die here? She snatched up her shattered hilt and dragged herself upright. If that is to be my fate, so be it. But what happens if you live? Mizu grit her teeth. Then it is no concern of yours. I think it is. He crossed both arms before his chest. An old sage man once imparted a bit of wisdom to me. If you're unhappy, share your thoughts with your friends. Good friends, nice friends, real friends. Talk it out with them, find a positive solutions. Instead here you are, alone, drowning in your guilt. Fury sparked back to life in her heart. What am I guilty of? Frankly, his staff flicked her way in a lazy arc foolish decisions. But I can see I'm not getting through to you. So I'll tell you what. His staff struck the floor as he spread his arms wide and lowered his aura. Stab me. Go ahead, right in the heart. See how that works out. She balked. You can't be serious. After all that? He winked. Try me. Opportunity knocked and Mizu answered with a furious cry, lunging in to run him through with her broken blade. Naruto made no attempt to dodge, let the sundered steel slam through his chest, just above where his heart should be. It was a good strike all in all, instant death. Her hated foe grunted once, coughed blood, smiled, then slumped against her. His chin came down over her shoulder but only for a moment. His legs buckled and he toppled backward like a fallen tree to strike the mat. His students gasped. And what did she feel, now that she'd done the deed? Nothing. No, less than nothing. No glory, No relief, no satisfaction. Only ashes. She'd avenged her mother at long last, yet she felt only absence. Killing him hadn't brought her back, hadn't given her anything at all. It shouldn't be like this. Angry tears burned in her eyes and she dashed them away with the back of a sleeve, leaving her foe frozen on the floor. She turned her gaze upon the assembly. A faint sigh behind was her one and only warning. Sorry, a hand closed around her shoulder from behind. But there are reasons I can't die just yet, you know? Impossible. She'd killed him, felt his heart stop. And yet when she turned right round, there he was, broken blade jutting out of his chest, smiling, happy as can be. She damn near choked on her own spit. Don't tell me you're immortal. Not at all. His denial proved strangely loud, determined even as though he had double reason to deny it. I'm mortal, just have a strong reason to live, you know. Do you? Her gaze strayed to the hilt still sticking out of him, wedged within the bones of his chest. I pierced your heart. So you did, he permitted her a grave nod. But there's just one problem with that. I don't care. What? You heard me, his reply cut her retort down surer than any sword. I don't care what I have to sacrifice, I don't care what I have to give up, I will do right by that girl. I belong with her and she belongs with me. I won't die and leave her alone in this world. To that effect, I promised I would always make it home to her, not matter what. There was something about the way he'd said that just now. What girl? Who are you talking about? Ouch. He laughed as he tore her blade from his chest, uncaring of the blood that spattered the floor. Well, I mean my daughter, of course. Mizu's mouth went drier than the dunes of Vacuo. Daughter? Daughters, actually. Havens. Slamming him against the nearest wall. Shut up. I will not. His body blazed gold and a mighty kitsune loomed large over him to snarl its fury at her. What the hell? The sight brought Mizu up short. Just like that, the tables turned, Naruto headbutt her, driving his skull into her damaged eye. Pain blinded her and she flinched. In that moment he seized her by the throat and slammed her down. Listen to yourself, he snarled at her, face inches from her own, voice rolling with the thunder of ages. You kill and you kill and you kill, lashing out like a wounded animal, all without thought or cause. How has that worked out for you? You stormed in here thinking you could take me on in the prime of my life. But you couldn't. When she made to speak, he snapped his teeth at her in a snarl, cutting her off with a resounding click. I beat you bloody. Oh, and let's not forget your brilliance in attacking while I'm surrounded by my finest students. What was your plan exactly? Defeat me before my academy so you can have a shot of revenge? No poison, nor plan, just bull-headed stubbornness. If only someone could have warned you against such a miserable idea. Oh wait. She knew what was coming next, felt it in her very bones. He didn't disappoint her. I did. His forehead slammed against his and his words rattled her still ringing ears, leaving her reeling. But you pushed ahead, he stabbed a finger into her face, driving it against her bloody brow, pinning her with words rather than weight. And you lost it when all you had to do was come to me and talk. But no. You think you're entitled to everything just because you've suffered. But suffering isn't enough. You can't just be strong, you have to be smart. You can't just be deserving, you have to be worthy. But all you have ever been is a bloody migraine. His words broke something in her, fractured the bitter strength she'd come to rely upon for so long. Who are you to call me that? Someone who's seen where this road leads, he shouted back. This path will make you a monster. Just like me. Tears stung her good eye. If I'm a monster, it's because you made me one. My mother was innocent. There are no innocents. His fangs flashed in her face, less than an inch from biting her throat out. Not anymore. Not where we adults are concerned. A fist slammed into her gut, driving her breath, the fight, from her lungs. His piece said, Naruto dropped her, let her crumple to the floor. She lay there for what felt like an eternity, retching, curling inward on herself, gasping for air that never seemed to come. Through dim eyes she watched the blinding glow fade from his body, leaving him mortal once more. He donned his crimson coat again and fixed his tie as she looked on, reclaiming the facade of humanity once more. Somehow, that frightened her more than the rage she'd sent before. And that's all right, quick as can be, the headmaster of Haven knelt before her. I'm not innocent, you're not innocent, none of us are. We've all sinned, which means we're all sinners, one way or another. You've killed people too, haven't you? She didn't answer, but something in her face must have shone through, because his expression softened. Ask yourself this, how many orphans have you created since you swore vengeance against me? Shame flushed her face as she sat up. That's not the same? His smile flashed out at her again, but this time, she didn't fail to notice the caustic edge to it. It is. I know you, Mizu, and I know you need to change. Never. Not until her sword found his heart. You don't know me at all. He saw the smoldering spark simmering in her soul and scoffed at it. On the contrary, I know you very well indeed, just as I know the madness that haunts you. Your life is battle and nothing more. Mistral should be your home, instead it's become your battlefield. All that rages roars in your head, singing to your heart. What began in pain and rage is now lost in that sound. What happens when you kill me, She set her aching jaw. I will be satisfied. Yes, but what then? She hesitated. His smile was the wisdom of ages. You haven't given any thought to it, have you? Do you intend to die here? She snatched up her shattered hilt and dragged herself upright. If that is to be my fate, so be it. But what happens if you live? Mizu grit her teeth. Then it is no concern of yours. I think it is. He crossed both arms before his chest. An old sage man once imparted a bit of wisdom to me. If you're unhappy, share your thoughts with your friends. Good friends, nice friends, real friends. Talk it out with them, find a positive solutions. Instead here you are, alone, drowning in your guilt. Fury sparked back to life in her heart. What am I guilty of? Frankly, his staff flicked her way in a lazy arc foolish decisions. But I can see I'm not getting through to you. So I'll tell you what. His staff struck the floor as he spread his arms wide and lowered his aura. Stab me. Go ahead, right in the heart. See how that works out. She balked. You can't be serious. After all that? He winked. Try me. Opportunity knocked and Mizu answered with a furious cry, lunging in to run him through with her broken blade. Naruto made no attempt to dodge, let the sundered steel slam through his chest, just above where his heart should be. It was a good strike all in all, instant death. Her hated foe grunted once, coughed blood, smiled, then slumped against her. His chin came down over her shoulder but only for a moment. His legs buckled and he toppled backward like a fallen tree to strike the mat. His students gasped. And what did she feel, now that she'd done the deed? Nothing. No, less than nothing. No glory, no relief, no satisfaction. Only ashes. She'd avenged her mother at long last, yet she felt only absence. Killing him hadn't brought her back, hadn't given her anything at all. It shouldn't be like this. Angry tears burned in her eyes and she dashed them away with the back of a sleeve, leaving her foe frozen on the floor. She turned her gaze upon the assembly. A faint sigh behind was her one and only warning. Sorry, a hand closed around her shoulder from behind. But there are reasons I can't die just yet, you know? Impossible. She'd killed him, felt his heart stop. And yet when she turned right round, there he was, broken blade jutting out of his chest, smiling, happy as can be. She damn near choked on her own spit. Don't tell me you're immortal. Not at all. His denial proved strangely loud, determined even as though he had double reason to deny it. I'm mortal, just have a strong reason to live, you know. Do you? Her gaze strayed to the hilt still sticking out of him, wedged within the bones of his chest. I pierced your heart. So you did. He permitted her a grave nod. But there's just one problem with that. I don't care. What? You heard me, his reply cut her retort down surer than any sword. I don't care what I have to sacrifice, I don't care what I have to give up, I will do right by that girl. I belong with her and she belongs with me. I won't die and leave her alone in this world. To that effect, I promised I would always make it home to her, not matter what. There was something about the way he'd said that just now. Poor girl. Who are you talking about? Ouch. He laughed as he tore her blade from his chest, uncaring of the blood that spattered the floor. Well, I mean my daughter, of course. Mizu's mouth went drier than the dunes of vacuo. Daughter? Daughters, actually. Havens. Headmaster began to count off on his fingers. And sons. Nieces and nephews, too. He gestured back to the stands behind him. They're watching us right now. Tell me, how do you think they're going to react if, by some miracle, you manage to kill me? She already knew the answer. It would be just the same as before. His children would hunt her down to kill her, and assuming she had children of her own somewhere along the line, they would chase them in turn. On and on it would go, a cycle of revenge without end. See what I mean? Something softened in his face. Revenge is a one-way street for all parties. Is that really what you want? She wanted peace, she wanted it to end, wanted to say it wasn't her problem. Her blade tumbled to the floor. She couldn't do it, couldn't consign another child to the life she'd lived. See? Naruto chirped happily. You're a good person. I welcome all to my academy, everyone with potential. You're no different. Gods be good, he really was insane. So was she, for even considering this. I'm a murderer. I tried to kill you, but you didn't succeed. For that you've earned a second chance. So? He offered her his hand. What do you say? Let's make a deal. Mizu dithered, uncertain what to make of this sudden offer, or him. What kind of deal? I won't press charge or attack you any further for this, and in exchange. Her brow furrowed. In exchange? Rather than retort, he laid a hand over her eye and healed it. She jolted, surprised at having her vision restored so seamlessly. How did you? Easily. He handed her back her straw hat as she scowled. That wound was fresh, easy for me to fix. And besides, you're not stubborn, unlike a certain birdie. Birdie? You'll understand someday. She donned her hat and scowled at him, to which he bopped her over the head with his staff. The attack wasn't fatal, but she recognized the message behind it. He could kill her at any time. Her hat, not so much. Light as it was, it went flying to land on a nearby student's head. Hey teach, the white-haired boy waved it his way. Can I keep this? Mizu hissed. You cannot. Sorry, but you heard her, he beckoned to them. That belongs to my apprentice. Give it back, Shiro. Mizu bridled. Apprentice? I don't remember agreeing to that. Wheel, he hummed, accepting the straw hat and offering it to her once more. You're roughly the age of a held-back fourth-year student here, but you still have much to learn. Likewise, putting you on a team probably wouldn't end well. So I'll be instructing you personally. I know plenty. A blonde brow rose. Enough to beat me? Her jaw clicked shut in stubborn defiance. Naruto grinned at her, his smile saccharine in its sweetness. I thought not. Something uncoiled in her chest just then, like an old knot tied too tight for far too long. A lone tear welled up in her right eye, rolled down her cheek, dripped off her cheek to strike the floor. To her, the sound was louder than any broken glass. You shouldn't trust me. The blonde beamed. Why not? Wasn't it obvious? I'll probably kill you someday. He shrugged. Maybe so, but not today. Are you ready to turn that corner, open the curtain and let the light in? To do yourself a favor and try the impossible? Make yourself happy? Mizu was not one to weep. She disdained such weakness. Of course, that wasn't to say she was unaffected by his words. Really, she just couldn't help herself. She began to laugh. It bubbled out of her, leaving her helpless. She shook his hand, clasped their fingers tight, squeezed until her entire palm ached. And then one of his brats raised their hand. Did we just get another mother? Mizu made embarrassed Mizu noises. You don't seem to understand the situation. Here, allow me to educate you. This is MY City. My family. My home. Not yours. I swore on my soul that I would protect them all. So in the words of a rather infamous man. You picked the wrong house, fool. Naruto. Prepare the girls. So we're at war then? Naruto dragged a hand across his face in a vain attempt to stifle a sigh and looked to the chair opposite him. Why is it always war with you, Vanessa? What can I say? Their resident redhead shrugged a bare shoulder and leaned into him with a Cheshire grin. It's what I'm good at. Give me a battle any day, be in on the battlefield or the bedroom. If you can't fight or finesse or otherwise F***ka problem to death, then you're clearly doing something wrong. Heat speared through his face at her lurid words. Even after all these years she still tripped him up at times. And hoisted her bottle with a laugh. Oh my. You actually made him blush. They were going to be the death of him at this rate. Can we please focus on the matter at hand? All right, party pooper. With the day done, they'd all gathered round the table once more sans Raven, the latter having put the brats to bed beforehand and opting to spend time with Crow rather than join them tonight. Mizu had reluctantly settled into their little clique with only a bit of awkwardness and a few terse questions besides. His focus wasn't on her at the moment. She'd already retired for the evening with the rest. It was to the others he looked now, in the hopes that another would soon join them. To his great delight, Raven had actually managed to win her brother over while he taught Mizu a lesson. She was in his room at this very moment, doors locked and windows barred as they discussed something he wasn't privy to. Fine by him. The best laid plans always had a backup plan or 2 or 3 or 9. He didn't fear for Raven's safety. Crow wouldn't try to hurt her, much less escape without his permission. That would break his deal, you see. Even if he could, his loyalty to Yang bound him to her, and by definition, the manor. He was a brave birdie, he'd give him that, but he wasn't stupid. It took courage for any one man or woman to throw off their shackles and question everything they once knew. Small wonder Crow didn't want to talk to him just yet, he'd shattered his worldview. Willow laid a hand on his arm to comfort him, distracting him from his dark doldrums. If it's legal matters that concern you, don't worry, the SDC has your back. If that foolish wizard tries anything against your and yours, I will personally see him buried in litigation. Vanessa smirked. That or Honora will break his legs. He laughed despite himself. Sounds like something she'd do. And clicked her tongue at him in mild reproval. That said, you really need to talk to her about this, eventually. The sooner we bring her into the fold, the better. Sure. And now they came back to the elephant in the room. He scratched the back of his head, then looked away, more than a little shamefaced. I'll ask her eventually. Nora and Ren are getting on so well, I don't want to get in the way of that. Vanessa tooted, not believing him for a moment. How noble of you. Noble? Selfish, more like. He was afraid of falling for anyone else, wary of drawing them into his inner circle, terrified of them becoming targets. Raven and Vanessa could defend themselves. So could Willow now that she'd been properly trained. Malachite had her criminal connections and all those safeguards to keep both herself and her twins safe. Mizu seemed capable enough to defend herself. Besides, he was pretty sure she hated him. Right? Honora didn't have those things. She was good, skilled for a huntress, but she wasn't that good. Better she remain ignorant of Salem and Ozma for now. Ignorance was bliss. Once you became aware of something like that, there was no going back to your normal life. She had her secrets, to be sure. He suspected her real name was something far more elegant than Honora for one, but he had no desire to pry. She hadn't made any effort to dig into him, after all. Let her keep her secrets and he'd keep his. Probably for the best. Someone coughed behind him, commanding his attention in an instant. All of you scram. Blondie's got a busy day tomorrow, and I want a minute with him before we turn in. Raven had finished her little strategy session, it seemed. He did so adore her blunt behavior. Never change, birdie, never change. Willow rose and stretched with a languid yawn. That's our cue. I suppose it was getting rather late. Vanessa trailed a hand across his arm as she sashayed past. Tomorrow night you're mine. And gripped her wrist and yanked. Nice try, dear. I already called dibs. She scowled. Then I suppose there's only one way to solve this. Kurama offered a low whistle, nothing more. Go. Raven unfortunately steered him away before a brawl could commence. Pity, he would have liked to see how an assassin stacked up against a champion. Bemused, he let her lead him away from the impending catfight, take him by the wrist, and guide him out onto the patio. The crisp night air cooled his head if not necessarily his thoughts, and the moon was not full. It could never truly be full given its shattered state, but it was terribly bright tonight, enough to draw his eye all the same. If Raven was to be believed, and he truly did believe her, the god of darkness had shattered the moon in a fit of pique when he and his brother first departed Remnant thousands of years ago. He thought about trying to mend the lunar orb on occasion, but he didn't know where to start, let alone how to go about it. Focus on the moon later, Kurama chided him. Look over there. Beneath the broken moonlight glimpsed Neo creeping across on the outer garden wall, paint bucket and brush in hand. The little girl saw him, pressed a finger to her lips, and vanished with a crackle of her semblance. A blonde brow rose and he briefly considered giving chase before thinking better of it. Did he want to know what his adopted daughter was doing up this late at night? Probably not. Ignorance was bliss. All right, he looked Raven's way, noting her silence at last. What's eating you? I could ask you the same thing. She planted her metal hand on a hip and pivoted to face him fully, wearing a scowl. You've been lost in your head all day ever since you beat that blue-eyed samurai. Views. Bitch got you that hot and bothered. He frowned a little at the casual dismissal of his apprentice. She has a name. Raven scoffed. I'll speak it when she manages to land a hit on me. He winced at the jab. That probably won't be anytime soon. She looked back to the moon. Then bitch it is. I know you didn't just bring me out here for this, plunked down on the porch and beckoned her to do the same, then frowned when she didn't budge. Raven? He looked her way, confused. What's wrong? The scarred Branwen breathed out a breathy sigh and plunked down beside him. When she made to lean into him, he didn't think to refuse her, even when her forehead kissed his shoulder. He absently laid a hand on her back, caressing the dark mane of her hair, content to let her lay against him. As such, what came next absolutely floored him. You're going to be a father again. It shook Naruto from head to toe, rattled his very being in ways he couldn't possibly hope to describe. A moment passed as he struggled to process what he'd just been told, to place together the clues and come up with the full picture. Confusion faded, replaced by joy. By the time he rallied it was nearly too late. He almost missed her watery smile. He expanded his senses and focused on her, or rather, her stomach. Sure enough, he felt it. A tiny spark, a simple soul. Not you too? He guffawed, overwhelmed and relieved at all once. Is this some kind of competition between you and Willow or something? She elbowed him. Don't give me that, I was up the spout before the schnee, I just didn't feel like saying anything until she did. A thought occurred to him just then, wonderful and terrifying. Please tell me and Vanessa aren't pregnant too. Who knows? She shrugged a shoulder. I don't want to talk about the past. Let's focus on the future. On that we agree. I don't suppose you've been thinking of names. Her smirk was fragile. Maybe. You're not going to tell me, are you? A few came to mind. She flexed the fingers of her metal hand, idly reaching up to the stars above, as though she would pull them right out the night sky. Ether, Lumen, maybe Een? Dunno. Probably the last one. Her shoulders rose and fell in a slow, sleepy shrug before her gaze sought his once more. So, I've shared. Your turn. What's got you so twisted up inside? How was he to top that? His world was still reeling from her revelation. Pregnant. Yang and kids were going to scream with joy when they heard the news. But Raven was still looking at him however, and as he'd learned with her, honesty was the best policy. It's like you said, I'm thinking of the future. Am I still a part of that future? She asked. Why wouldn't you be? Because what we have isn't enough. Her smirk was fragile. It won't be enough. Not against someone like Ashen. We need more allies. Then I'll find them, came the reply. If you're afraid you'll screw things up here like you did with Taeyong, don't be. We all mess up sometimes. He draped an arm around her before she could think to protest, cutting her short and drawing her close before she could think to bolt. It's not only inevitable, I think maybe it's even necessary for us to grow as people. But answer me this. Now it was his turn to look her in the eye, and she wilted a little under his burning gaze. Whatever it is you do now, whatever it is you've become, tell me this, Raven. Are you happy? She stiffened in his grasp. What kind of question is that? An honest one. He kissed her forehead, drawing an incoherent sputter from her. We all go through pain, we all lose people we care about, We all suffer, we all get hurt. It's the price of being human. But at the end of the day, do you like your life here? Are you happy, Raven? Her good eye flitted past him, tower the moon above, then back to the house, followed by him again. I am, she spoke after a moment's pause, little more than a whisper. I really think I am. Then that's the only thing that matters, isn't it? Evidently, it was the right thing to say, because Raven pushed him down into a shadowy corner of the garden and kissed him so hard that he got, well, the latter went without saying. No sooner had his back bent the dirt than she planted herself in his lap and hitched up her skirt. Clothes went flying and she began grinding herself against him, hips gyrating, mouth seeking his furiously, biting hard enough to bruise. And yet for all her passion, there was a desperation to it. A hunger. As though she were afraid of something, terrified. What was she afraid of? He grabbed her wrist, forestalling her. What's gotten into you? She only kissed him all the more. You're not allowed to die, you hear me? I'll absolutely kill you if you do. Isn't that a bit of a contradiction? A laughter tumbled out of him as she thumped his chest. I'll be careful. Upon glimpsing the tears in her eyes, he thumbed them away and patted her face. When you feel like crying, cry. Tears aren't jewels. They're not so precious that they need be contained. Raven snuggled closer, all but sprawling herself in his lap. She'd never been the sort to beg before, and she certainly wouldn't now. He buried a hand in her hair, laid another on her hip, and leaned up to kiss her. It was the right thing to do. She came alive in his arms and tackled him down to the bed. In a matter of moments he had her pinned. She pulled him deeper into the shadows, hooked both legs around his waist, and drew him close. The night descended into a carnal haze. Yes, my lady? Are the preparations in place? They are. I've accounted for every variable. Excellent. The fools will do our work for them without ever realizing it. How do I look? Raven made no move to rise from her bed, but her gaze raked over him with a smug smile all the same. Like a killer. Not the angle he was going for today, but it would suffice. His red suit certainly made him appear dapper enough. His gaze strayed back to the bed briefly, lingering over her naked form. Sure you don't want to come with? Nah. Crow wanted a word with you. I talked him out of it, but I'm sure he's up and about by now. You might want to leave through the window. Go on, shoo. She planted a hand on her chin and waved him away when he didn't budge. Knock him dead. I've got things handled here. He dove in for a scorching kiss that left her breathless and marched to the window. A flick of his wrist unlatched it and he clambered up and over. And don't forget to come back and pick up Yang for that meeting, she shouted at his back. Naruto winked over his shoulder. Wouldn't dream of it. Then he flung himself to freedom. Come the dawn, he set out with renewed purpose in his heart, intent on filling his promise. First and foremost, he paid his weekly visit to the city orphanage. He rather enjoyed visiting the orphanages these days. Not those filthy hovels once utilized by the now-defunct Hana Guild, but proper places for children to live, but proper homes of hope and healing. Shortly after the downfall of the Hana Guild, he'd taken it upon himself to inspect every orphanage in the city. None hadn't been up to snuff. So he'd done what he did best. He tore them down and began anew, starting from scratch. Now in place of many, only one remained. A single complex, one large enough to house nearly half the city, with every amenity a child could ever want. A lovely building forged of red brick and wood with a matching door and cheerful blue roof, a place with a homey air where all were welcome. These days, they were calling it the House of the Hearth, and those within the Headmaster's orphans. Had a nice ring to it, you know? Not the best of names, but then again he hadn't been the one to come up with it. That was all Raven's idea. And besides, just as one couldn't truly eradicate crime from a city, not completely, no matter how much they might wish to, neither could they rid Haven of all its orphans. Best to simply be in charge of both. Striding up the stone steps leading up from a homely vegetable garden, he swung the door open and found a familiar smiling face there to greet him. Hello, Father. You're early. We didn't expect you for another hour. He rolled his eyes, but let the nickname slide. Good morning to you too, Lynette. Most faunas possessed a single animal trait, But Lynette was unique in that regard, in that she had to both cat ears and a tail. Do not pull the tail. Many a fool had learned that lesson the hard way. He pitied them. Wrapped up in a checkered black-on-white gown with matching sleeves and leggings, his assistant was ever the picture of discretion, eager and pleased to see him as always. He tousled her hair with one hand, drawing a pleased purr from as he walked past, idly hanging his crimson jacket on a nearby hook. He'd only get it dirty here, before pivoting to face her again. "How's your brother?" Her face lit up. "Quite well. Liney speaks most highly of you." "I'm sure he does." He hid a chuckle behind a hand and let her lead him away. Team LSTR is rather famous these days, though not always for the right reasons. Her ears drooped. Oh gods, what did he do this time? Something good, actually. He's going to be participating in the vital festival. The fauness nearly tripped over her own feet, but rallied remarkably well. He is? He didn't tell me. Seemed that cat was out of the bag, or perhaps the hat, as it were. He might have ruined the surprise. He'd have to make it up to him later. What can I say? He shrugged a shoulder and settled for a self-same smile. He has an exceptional talent. Now why did you want to see me? I did. Her smile faded a little as they fell into business. You asked us to keep an eye out for any aspirants who showed promise. More candidates for Sanctum and Haven? You have their names, I trust? I do. She handed him a clipboard bearing a list of curious names. His eyes widened at the list and the high test scores within. There's quite a few here. 13 in total. Why so many? She granted him a small half-smile. You'll understand when you meet them. Speaking of understanding, our mother isn't in today? Lynette squirmed a little, feline ears drooping atop her head. Well, she is, but she asked not to be disturbed. He smelled gossip. And why is that? Lynette looked left. Lynette looked right. Lynette didn't see a soul in sight. At length, she beckoned him closer and ducked her head, keeping her voice low. Can you keep a secret? His grin grew. Cross my heart and hope to cry. Isn't it hope to die? He smirked. Yes, but I won't be doing that. She leaned in closer still. Mother went out to buy a dress. I saw her holding it. It was so pretty. An adjacent door clicked open behind her to admit a new arrival. Talking about me behind my back, are we, Lynette? The poor fauness mewed like a kitten with her paw caught in the catnip and pivoted thrice as fast, red as a rose. No, not at all. Now, what did I tell you about lying? The newcomer sported dark eyes with frightfully vivid red X-shaped pupils alongside layered black and white hair, styled in a long yet loose ponytail with asymmetrical bangs. She favored a white-gray coat sporting a red trim and black gloves to match her trousers, alongside wickedly sharply high heels that clicked against the cobblestones with each, and she knew how to use them. Her gait was slow, almost lazy, more a strut than a walk, really, hips swaying as she slunk his way. Indeed, one could be forgiven for thinking her slothful, indolent, even. He knew better. Dangerous. Very dangerous. Terribly, horribly dangerous. But he liked that, because right now, danger was needed. The first time they had met, they'd leveled a district and nearly killed one another. Good times. She was like him in a sense, in that she also went by many names. The knave, Arlecchino, or as he knew her by her true name, Per. He knew she wasn't strictly human in the conventional sense, but that was fine. After all, he was hardly human himself. The more monsters the merrier. She smiled at him and sketched a bow, one he returned as she spoke. Thank you for answering my invitation, father. He winked back. But of course, mother. Those titles had become something of a running joke between the two of them these days, though he sometimes thought the title of father suited her better than him. She acted stern, and perhaps she was, but he knew she was. Secretly a softie where her children were concerned. Another aspect they shared. He really had gotten lucky encountering her after the Hannah purge. A shame she wasn't interested in teaching. She would have been sensational. But she was staring at him and he must attend to her. You look well. As you here to snatch up more of my children, are you? You know it's not like that. Her hand moved. Dark light flashed out in a blur as a blood-black-on-red scythe tickled his neck, ready to slice through his aura, cut a red smile across his throat and lop his head clean off his shoulders. Lynette yelped and fell back onto her hindquarters, startled by the sudden display of visceral violence. Naruto didn't budge. Unflinching as always, Arlecchino's smile radiated approval. "Are you still set on this foolish crusade of yours?" "I am." He leaned into the edge of her weapon, uncaring as it drew blood. "You'll have to do better than that if you mean to deter me." She swept her hand back with a pleased hum and that blood-red reaper vanished into motes of ether. "Is that why you wear red, I wonder? So no one can see you bleed?" His grin grew. "Why don't you try me and find out?" "Perhaps I will." A small part of him welcomed the challenge. His blood was still up from fighting Mizu yesterday. For all her fire and fury, the blue-eyed samurai hadn't given him a good fight. He knew Arlecchino would. "No." Lynette bodily thrust herself between them and pushed the two of them apart. "No fighting in the house." Arlecchino made an annoyed noise and glanced down to her daughter, then back to him. Those bloody eyes flashed, and for a fleeting instant he could have sworn he glimpsed a crimson wing over her shoulder. Was she going to try anyway? Always unpredictable, this one. In the end, she closed her eyes, exhaled softly, and the moment passed. "We'll take a rain check on that rematch for now." A pity. She really was hard to read sometimes. It was almost refreshing. "On to business then?" Her gaze met his. "If you insist." What? He knew that look. "Let me guess, you want more funding for the house?" The knave lifted her chin stubbornly to meet his gaze. "Mistral has no shortage of orphans. I would have a hearth in every kingdom if I could, but it's just not possible." Crow's words came home to roost. "You can't adopt 'em all, pal?" "Maybe I can't, but we can." She tilted her head. "Did you say something?" He chuckled ruefully under his breath. "Just thinking of an old friend. He's given me an idea." A coy smile tugged at the corner of her mouth. "A recent acquaintance?" "Something like that." Crow awoke with a jolt, brows soaked in sweat. Froze now, as he beheld his reflect in the mirror across the room. No, he lurched upright, balked now, as he pawed at his hair. No, no, no. What the hell? Someone had dyed it orange. Orange. Did they have any idea how long that was going to take to wash out? Neo laughed soundlessly from her perch in the rafters above. Worth it. She'd be a prank master in no time. Just like Dad and Roman. You've got that look in your eye again. Do I? Naruto whistled innocently, refusing to rise to the bait. I've no idea what you mean. Fine, keep your secrets? Arlecchino relented with a huff. Foss, Bort, and the other girls are just this way. She indicated a nearby arm, held out her arm to him. Walk with me. He looped his arm in hers and did just that, bidding farewell to a dazed Lynette. The poor fauness fled with her tail between her legs. Literally. In short order, the knave led him to an adjacent sitting room, one that appeared to empty. Or so he thought. Before he could think to stop her, the knave brought her hands together in a sharp clap. Children, present yourselves. A door opened on his left and said children reluctantly filed through, one after the other. His eyes went wider still at the sight of them and their wild hair and glowing eyes. Was that hair they had? He couldn't be sure. So bright. So many colors. He could scarcely catalog them all, red and blue and pink and green and peppermint, whites and silver, a deep blue, glowing black, and the last one a great flaming red, as thought someone had taken Raven's long hair and dyed it the color of blood. Each child wore the signature black uniform and breeches of the hearth, but they couldn't have been more unlike. Some stared at them with open curiosity, others shied away and hid, while some looked downright hopeful. Their names are rather peculiar, as are they, but they're good girls. Arlecchino swept a hand toward each of them as she spoke, passing from left to right in quick succession. The quiet one hiding in the corner with the white hair is Antarcticite. Then we have fragile phosphophilite, or Phos for short. She indicated a girl with peppermint green hair, while that surly child with long dark hair calls herself Bort. He glanced at the girl, idly realizing her hair was two-toned, black on the outside, and dark brown on the inside. I take it she's the one glaring at me? Arlecchino smirked at him. Quite so. Then there's He tried to keep up, but it was no use. Her finger flitted from one to the other and it soon became almost impossible to keep track of them all. His head was left spinning by the end, trying to keep up with the colors she just listed. In the end, he took snapshots with his memory and resolved to come back to them later as an amused Arlecchino droned on. Diamond, well, that one lived up to her name with prismatic eyes and short-cropped hair that shone in the light. Jade goes without saying, and she did with her deep green hair. Morganite is the pink one over there with Goshenite. Wait, wasn't that just a sneezing pun waiting to happen for the poor silver-haired girl? The one who looks like she wants to dissect you would be Rutiel. Reddish-brown and golden-yellow hair with deep glowing eyes. Obsidian. Gaze and hair dark as her namesake, the latter cut in a medium bob. Alexandrite. Long turquoise hair and eyes, like the summer sky. Benite. Pixie-cut hair to match her eyes, both deep and blue as the ocean true. And the last one, Arlecchino indicated a girl leaning against the wall bearing a glimmering red mane and bloody eyes, would be dear Patparatska. He tried to pronounce her name, only to wind up biting his tongue with a yelp. The girl actually granted him a grin for that and waved his way. Gems, he realized. These girls were all named after gems or minerals, or some manner of dust, perhaps. He could see why given their pale complexions, bright eyes, and vivid shimmering hair. They would undoubtedly need nicknames for these runts, because some of their names were just too long for him to remember. Still, they formed a perfect dozen. Enough to form 3 separate teams someday, assuming they chose to become huntresses. The oldest, Bort, couldn't have been more than Roman's age. And yet for all that, they regarded him warily. Wait, he frowned, you said there were 13. I only see 12 here. Here at last, Arlecchino frowned. Well, young Cinnabar is a bit of a recluse. She's one of the few with aura, and her semblance is rather dangerous, so she prefers to isolate herself. Did she now? He wouldn't forget number 13. Had to pay her a visit after this. Where did you find these girls? We didn't. Someone brought them here. And you didn't think to ask who? Didn't care to. Go on. The knave released his arm and nudged him forward. Say hello. You came all this way to meet them? He had, but he hadn't expected to find girls who literally had dust in their veins. He could understand why she'd kept them hidden here now. Why they were so pale, just why their hair shimmered and shone in the light. For all their appearances, they weren't entirely human. He could see the cracks in some of them, the veins within their skin. But children they were, and as headmaster, no, as a father, he'd made a solemn oath. Save every child he possibly could. He let his facade slip for them and crouched down to their level. Hello, girls. It's so nice to finally meet you. One girl with long, segmented dark hair stepped forth and flung her arms wide as though to shield the rest from him. Brave little thing. He recalled the name Arlecchino had mentioned her name in passing, but when he looked to her for some semblance of advice, she had already departed on him. He glimpsed a wisp of her hair, then she was gone, slipping the door, leaving him alone with the lasses. He heard the lock click behind her. Traitor. So, he looked back to the girl, you're the strongest here. You must be bored. She lifted her chin and glared at him. What do you want, old man? We don't need your help. Why was everyone so determined to call him old? Oh, never mind that. Her emotions said otherwise. They were an open book to him, page to cover. Fear, guilt, hesitation. He grimaced a little at the strength of them. No child deserved to suffer such, nor wear a look like that. None would under his care. I'd like to invite you to Sanctum. He offered the guardian girl a hand. That, and offer treatment for your conditions? One of the girls, a slender waif with bright eyes and glistening green hair, looked his way. You can help us? Certainly. A ripple of excitement passed through the rest. Bullshit. Bort bridled and held up an arm for him to see, revealing the viscous veins and the cracks therein. We can't be cured. We're broken. Everyone always thought that at first, until they realized they weren't. Only insomuch as you believe yourselves to be. He held up his dominant hand, letting it shimmer with golden light, causing a few of the smaller girls to coo curiously. I'll do my very best to help. You have my word. Now why don't we settle down and talk this out? Bort certainly didn't. The surly girl looked ready to tackle him if he tried to push past her. Pity pricked at his heart, a thorn of empathy preventing him from doing anything rash. Behind them, Hirsch sisters watched him like little baby bunnies, ready to bound away the second he frightened them. Was this how Irika felt when he taught class back in the village? Naruto face-bombed. For crying out loud, Irika-sensei would laugh his ass off if he saw me like this. The children tilted their heads and belatedly he realized he'd spoken aloud. Bort squinted at him. Sensei? In my language, it means teacher. He made to hold a rueful chuckle behind one palm, then thought better of it. And I swear to you, should you become my wards, you will never go a day without. You will be protected, cared for and loved. This is my solemn vow to you, not just as headmaster of Haven or sovereign of Sanctum, but as a father myself. A ripple passed through the group. The girl with the peppermint-colored hair Foss raised her hand. Will we get lots of tasty food? He laughed despite himself. You have my word. And new friends? He recalled all those he'd taken in, and the dozens of students housed at Sanctum and Haven. More than you can possibly imagine. Bort didn't budge. She squirmed restlessly before him, averting her gaze. Nothing else for it. All right, who here knows what aura is? The girls, sisters perhaps, looked amongst themselves with varying degrees of confused consternation. No one? I know. A pale hand shot up and waved frantically. Bemused, he looked their way. Fosphono, that's just too long. I'll call you Foss. That all right with you? She snapped off a clumsy. Yes, sir. Don't do that, he waved her down. This ain't Atlas, and it's no dictatorship. Do you know what aura is? She touched a finger to her chin. That hunter had it, right? Oh. Jade slapped a fist into her palm. The big one with the muscles. Diamond, maybe he'd just call her Dia for shot, hummed happily in agreement. I liked him. He was nice. Big hunter with muscles? That sounded an awful lot like Hazel, but that couldn't be right. And had killed him. Hadn't she? Sure, he'd never seen the body, but she'd shown him the bloodstains and Raven had been quite vocal about the manner in which the big brute died. Screaming and in pain as an semblance savaged his body. So what in the hells was a dead man doing dropping kids off at an orphanage? Shunting that thought aside for later, he looked back to the girls. Yes, hunters have it, as do huntresses. I'm willing to unlock yours, he offered them a hand. That might help fix the cracks on your limbs. Bort's dark gaze flicked up and down the length of him, quietly intent. Will it make us strong? Naruto nearly sighed. What was it with everyone in power? All right, Miss Minisasuke. Keeping an eye on you. It certainly will, he plastered a smile on his face for her regardless. You might even unlock semblances of your own. That got their attention, sure as a shooting star. Rutiel hummed curiously. Superpowers? And Tardasite, silent until this moment, finally spoke up. Wait, you mean like Cinnabar? Obsidian wilted, losing some of her luster. Ugh. I don't want poison like hers. Poison? And just like that he understood why only 12 of the 13 selected children were present today. Children had a tendency to ostracize their own, especially if they were different. Of course, he could hardly call them out on it, and why should he, when he could simply teach them to be better? Back went the headmaster persona once more. Each of you semblances will be different when you gain them, I can assure you. But first, a question. All eyes turned to him as planned. He had their undivided attention. Do you any of you know what is required of a huntress? He tapped his staff on the ground for emphasis, letting the echo ring through the room as he conjured a small stone pillar to sit upon. No? Don't worry. I'll gladly tell you. Gather round. With one hand he beckoned them closer. Some, like Bort and Foss, even complied. Some might say strength, others intelligence, still more dexterity, perhaps even faith and charisma. But one mustn't forget kindness. Idly crossing one leg over the other, he paused for effect before continuing. All the strength and speed and smarts in the world won't matter one bit if you don't have the spirit to back them up. Do you have that spirit? His shoulders rolled in a shrug. I can't answer that question for you. It's up to you girls. You can decide whether or not this life is for you. Be it now or later down the line. But for now, you deserve a chance to rest. Now who wants their aura unlocked? Before his very eyes, the girls crowded into a rowdy line. He was mildly amused to find Foss first. Somehow she'd managed to squirm to the front. Weakest of the lot though she might be, the girl certainly had spirit one her siblings seemed to lack. Alright then. He laid a hand on her hair, looked down into those eager mint-green eyes, and began the chant to unlock her aura. For it is in smiling that we inspire those around us and terrify our enemies. Through this, we become a sword to carve through the unjust and bring others to glory. Unbound by morals and empowered with purpose, I release your soul and by my shoulder protect thee. A faint emerald light stemmed forth from her body, drawing a gasp out of the other girls. And then, just as he had done for everyone while releasing their aura, he found the girl's latent potential and released that as well, giving it a nudge in the right direction as he healed her. It wasn't difficult. If anything, it was easier to do for her than anyone else. Being a sage had its benefits after all. Why settle for merely unlocking someone's aura when he could unlock their potential as well? There was a reason Mistral had the best hunters these days. Whoa! Sure enough, Foss bounded backward with a pleased noise, balking at herself as the fractures in her arms and legs receded. That feels good, really good. What did you do? He raised a finger and hummed. That's a secret. Would anyone else care to try? It was the pebble that set off the avalanche. A ripple passed through the other children, like a pebble flung into a pond, spreading now as they glanced at one another. And then, Sensei, they tackled him. Headmaster's orphans indeed. Laughter bubbled out of him as they drove him to the floor. Life was good. Yang would be the first to admit she wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed, but she didn't have to be, because she knew her strengths and her weaknesses. Besides, she was the strongest. Wasn't pride, that, just the honest truth. She could fly, punch people, and shoot lightning at fools. So yeah, life good. So when her real dad asked her for help with work, she didn't hesitate. No siree, not her. She hopped through the portal without a second thought. Life was good. Showtime. Naruto took a moment, adjusted his smile in the mirror, nodded once to Yang, clapped his face with both hands and paced to the door. From there, he flung it open. His first thought of Gyra Belladonna was thus. Big. The man absolutely loomed over him in that chest-bearing getup of his. A lifetime ago, he might have been intimidated. By contrast, his wife, Callie, was downright petite. Hello, he sang happily. You must be Callie and Gyra. Do come in. Oh, is that your daughter? He sketched a bow to the little girl clinging to Gyra's hand, the best of both her parents. My Yang's about the same age. I think she's hiding somewhere around here. Hi. She poked her head over his shoulder, grinning ear to ear. I'm Yang. Little Blake tilted her head, startled by the display. Hello. Callie smiled softly. She's an energetic one. And who's this with her? She indicated one of the 3 children beside her, a boy with stark red hair and horns. This is Adam. The younger met his gaze evenly. Oh boy. And the shy wallflower hiding by my Gyra is little Ilya. Miss Ilya Amatola, was it? Welcome to Haven. The girl beamed and her skin flushed with glee. Literally. Well, he laughed a little. Another faunus. By all means, come in. You'll fit in just fine with Yuma and Trifa. From what he understood, her parents were poor miners in Mantle hoping to earn a better life for their daughter. He wasn't surprised they'd sent her here. And why wouldn't they? He was offering essentially free tuition to every disadvantaged student, especially if they were faunus. Sure, it riled some of the old fogies on the council, but what did he care? Meeting them in his office was probably for the best. At least here he needn't worry about any bugs or prying eyes and noisy cameras. He'd considered showing them around Haven but thought better of it for now. Perhaps later, once he had the teams settled and sorted. It's a pleasure to meet you, Gyra. She gasped his right hand between hers and shook it gently. Greetings. The giant faunus gripped his palm and squeezed hard. A gesture he reciprocated in kind until he felt the man's aura begin to trickle away under his grasp. You have a strong grip? Stop that. Callie smacked his leg. We aren't here to cause trouble, remember? The larger man relented with a rumble. Yes, of course. My apologies. I forgot myself. She patted his arm. Don't mind my Gaira. He's always been rather enthusiastic, shall we say. Sienna wanted to be here, but unfortunately she fell ill. Why don't we let the children play? Yang perked up. Can we? Blake whined a little. But Mom. No buts. Adam, be a dear and look after them, won't you? The children scarpered and Naruto gestured to his desk with the 2 chairs placed before it. May I just say how much we appreciate this? Callie was the one to take the lead and sit first, surprising him once more. Leonardo wasn't nearly as receptive to our cause. Oh, I just bet he wasn't. He'd been Salem's man for a long while. It was only natural he might have wanted the Fang to go violent. But of course, the Belladonnas had no way of knowing that. Leo always said the right words, but he put us off with his attitude and platitudes. The man was a coward. Callie made a face. Is it all right to speak ill of your predecessor like that? I don't see why not. He leaned back in his chair with an audible creak. Leo left Haven in my hands and ran off to the wilderness. If that's not the mark of a coward, I don't know what is. Now then, what would you like to discuss? Straight to business, then. Gaira granted him a nod. I appreciate that. Ideally, we would like to enroll a few Faunus children in Sanctum, perhaps Haven when they grow old enough. Done, he waved them on. All are welcome, provided they pass the entrance exams. Callie winced. I hear they're rather rigorous these days. Nothing but the best for my students. And what of the White Fang? They shared a glance between themselves. What of it? I was under the assumption your organization was peaceful. He smiled. It is. And if it becomes violent? Gaira growled a little. It won't. Did they honestly think he would let them go with that? But if it does? Then we shall handle the matter internally. He pinched the bridge of his nose. Swear that you won't step down as high leader and I'll accept those students. We understand your concerns. No, he temporized with sharp smile, I don't think you do. This means you're not allowed to quit ever, barring your death. Break your deal and your people don't get my training. Simple as that. It's not that simple. Then simplify it for me. He laid both hands down on the desk, fingers splayed to show himself unarmed. He wasn't, of course. His body was a living weapon of mass destruction, but they didn't know that. Ignorance was bliss, truly. You say you lead the White Fang, yet in all the years you've led them, you scarcely made any progress. Not for lack of effort. He pounded his desk with a fist. Then you need to try harder. Gaira and Callie exchanged a long, lingering look between one another. The former found their voice first. I must admit, you're not at all what I thought you would be. He steepled his fingers and laid his chin atop them. And who did you think I would be? Many things, the latter admitted, but not this. Truth be told, we didn't think you'd be a success. Success? He rolled his eyes. You want to talk about the story of my success? You can see the story of it in the face of every student, of everyone I've protected. Since I've become headmaster, most, if not all of this city is loyal to one man. I offered them the chance of a lifetime, the chance to reclaim lost glory, and they jumped on it. I don't pay them to love me if that's what you're asking. I teach them to be better. At the end of the day, that's what I am. A teacher. I won't step down, I won't retire early. I'll be headmaster. For as long as Haven and Sanctum will have me. I believe in survival of the fittest. Haven is the fittest. In all levels of life. Gaira made a face. That's a rather stern outlook on things. Whiskered cheeks dimpled in a smile. Would you believe me if I told you that, when I was young, no one gave me the time of day? No one cared. So I made them care. I played pranks, caused mischief, wreaked havoc. My whole life I was surrounded by people like looked down on me. I earned everything. Blood, sweat, and tears. My friends, my power, my family, all of that? Of course I have a stern outlook on things. At the end of the day, nothing can beat hard work and determination. Callie laid a hand on the desk before Gaira could think to interject again. With all these titles of yours, I thought you would be terrifying. But you're not a monster. You're just a man. He shrugged, somewhat nonplussed by the observation. Man, monster, they're both the same thing. It gets the job done. Nevertheless, a great many faunas have come to Mistral as a result of your actions. A blonde brow rose in quiet consternation. My actions? I haven't done that much. Gyra and Callie shared another look. You weren't aware of it? His brow furrowed further. What are you talking about? It proved to be a long afternoon. Yang flung up her arms with a happy cry as they sauntered down street. That was a long talk. Naruto hummed under his breath and kept walking. Yup. Like really long. Yup. I didn't understand what you were saying at all. Yup. Yang grabbed his right hand and glowered up at him. Is that all you can say? Nope. He reached down and booped her nose, briefly causing her to go cross-eyed as she tried to glare at the offending finger. Dad. Quit it, she squirmed away, clutching at her long golden mane. Not the hair. I still don't get why we're walking when we can just portal home. Because walking builds character, he booped her again for good measure, smiling at the irritated noise she made. I want you to see the city. She yawned. The city is boring. It wouldn't be if you got to know it better. There are good people. And bad people. I know. They walked in companionable quiet for a moment more as Yang stubbornly worked to smooth the kinks out of her hair. Naruto let her be, content to give her time to think. He wouldn't be around forever after all. It only made sense that he prepare her for the future. Not that he'd ever tell her that, of course. Yang would fly into a panic and that was the last thing he needed. So he settled for silence instead. Eventually, it grew too large even for him. We can't use your mother's semblance for everything, Yak, now. Can and will. Yang stomped a foot and held up her arms. Tired. Carry me. A blonde brow rose. What's the magic word? Please? All right. He swept her up into his arms and tickled her briefly, drawing a giggle from her before she could fend him off. Happy now? Yes. She thrust a finger forward, jabbing at their home in the distance. Forward, noble steed. Dinner awaits. He was all too happy to do so, idly listening with one ear as she went back to babbling. And Mom's semblance is awesome. I wish I had one like that. You can literally control the weather. But she can teleport. That's why I act. He chortled softly. And your friend Neptune can control water. Everyone's different. She huffed. Don't like Neptune. He's a dork. She was much too young to be interested in boys. I'm sorry to hear that. He wasn't at all. I'm sure you'll find other friends here in Mistral. She turned a megawatt grin upon him. But I like Blake and Ilya. They're nice. Adam seemed pretty cool too. He showed me his sword. Double irk. Like father, like daughter. She just haws to go for the harem route. What's a harem, Papa? He flushed. I'll tell you when you're older. She remained undaunted. Is that what you have with Mum and... La la la. He planted both hands over her mouth. We are not having this conversation. Yang wriggled free with a scowl. But you started it. And now I'm ending it. Despite his concern, he fought himself caught somewhere between concern and parental pride. Whether she knew it or not, Yang had done more to win over Callie and Gyra than he ever could. Her very presence had served to cement his talking points and prove his trustworthiness to them. Still, to think he'd had that much impact on the Faunus people as a whole. Did Callie give you their scroll numbers? Yeah. Yang held up her phone with a triumphant smile. I love them. He clicked his tongue at her. You love lots of people? Like you? Triple irk. Let's change the subject. Her head bobbed a bit too fast and he knew she'd been waiting for this. Will I get to meet my other dad soon? Naruto fought down a flinch and forced himself to keep walking, idly dodging a cart of cabbages. Yang was so smart in some ways and yet so innocently naive in others. He honestly envied her that. Must be nice, seeing the world through the eyes of a child. Everything was so much simpler. Soon he muttered under his breath. You'll get to see Taeyang soon. He had to be honest with her, if only because he knew Taeyang would come crashing down on him like the fist of an angry god the second they met. He wouldn't be a proper father if he did anything less. He couldn't even bring himself to be angry about the impending battle. He'd probably do the same if someone spirited away one of his many children. How do you feel about meeting him? Yang fell silent for a long moment, idly scuffing a boot against the ground as they walked. I guess I'm kinda curious. Mum and Uncle Crow told me loads about him and Auntie Summer, but I wanna see what they're like for myself. Naruto winced despite himself. There was a confrontation he wasn't looking forward to. Curiosity is all well and good in moderation, but I wouldn't get your hopes up. He tousled her hair before she could fall into a pout. It's alright to have questions, you know. Mum's not leaving with my other dad, is she? He scoffed aloud at that. That broody bird? Not a chance. Her hand tightened in his. You're not giving me away, are you? Parental instincts kicked into overdrive. Give her up? After all he'd said and done to keep her safe? After what he'd sacrificed? What he'd become? He'd sooner lop off his arm. Never, he all but bit the word out. I'd die before I let anyone take you away. If her smirk was any indication, that anger seemed to please Yang for some reason. He wondered why. She granted him a toothy grin and nodded once. I like Mistral. All my stuff's here. Stuff, she says. He rolled his eyes her way. You're definitely your mother's daughter. That's a good thing, right? He made a non-committal noise and waffled his hand in the air. More or less. Yang looked away, considering his words for a moment. We're all family, right? So we should get along. We're stronger together. Greedy little daughter of his. You just want another father and mother. All the mothers, she chirped her agreement. Like Miss Mizu. You do realize that woman wants to kill me. But you beat her already. Still an enemy. His daughter shrugged. Meh, enemies are just friends you haven't beaten up yet. Naruto opened his mouth to refute her and paused as he considered his track record. That's one way of looking at it. What can I say? I'm smart. More than she could possibly imagine. You certainly are. She grinned as she never had before, and her lilac eyes burned with a brief burst of violet flame. Careful, he chided her with a note of caution. Don't let folks see that. The little maiden huffed, and the light dimmed in her gaze. I won't. He tousled her hair again. That's my girl. Hey, pups. She gripped onto his hand. I'm glad you're my dad. Parental pride coursed through him and he nearly choked on it. Love you too, daughter of mine. What do you want for dinner tonight? Yang gave his words all the consideration they were due, which was to say none at all. Pizza? Sure, so long as you clear all the vegetables of your plate first. She gagged and made a retching noise. He laughed at that, was still laughing when a white cloak flashed across his vision. Someone bumped into him, checking their shoulder against his. Sorry, a woman's voice muttered. He shrugged. No, it's fine. Wait a minute. In hindsight, he couldn't rightly say what set him off. Was it her voice or the way she walked? She dropped something, a small item of some sort, and without thinking, he knelt to retrieve it. Young tense. Wait a sec. An electric charge shot through his body as his hand grasped the device. Every muscle locked down at once. Naruto looked down in confusion and the world went up. Quite literally, the street shot up under his feet, devastating his balance and catapulting him into the air. Dust, or a semblance that allowed them to manipulate matter. Irrelevant. The attack had separated him from Yang and he could see her below, scrambling back from the woman in white, who seemed intent on grabbing her. Something ugly twisted in his chest at the sight. Shaking off his still tingling muscles, he kicked off the air, caught a telephone pole and swung himself back down, aiming for them. A shadow fell over him. Dad! Yang needn't have shouted. His sixth sense shrilled a warning and he swayed to the right as a baleful blue gauntlet dark as night smashed through the space where his head had been a moment prior to strike the street in a dazzling explosion. The ground didn't so much burst as it did rupture, sending fissures of dust arcing out in a baleful arc of destruction. Right, don't get hit by that. Those might actually hurt. Alighting upon a nearby rooftop, he whistled sharply for Yang. His daughter recognized the signal and launched herself up after him, narrowly escaping the woman in white and her grasping hands. When she sought to give chase and leap up after her, he delivered a vicious roundhouse to her cheek and flung her back down. Her companion stopped short, either unwilling or unable to give chase without checking on her safety. Fine by him. He would seize the reprieve while he could. What in blazes is this? Who could be stupid enough to attack us in broad daylight? Taking a moment to catch his breath, his gaze raked over the dynamic duo at a glance, this brave blonde brawler and his woman in white. No, she wore red beneath her cloak and her eyes shone silver. Her weapon looked to be some mad blade of an axe and a rifle, and by the looks of her she knew how to use it. Huntress trained most likely, which meant the man beside her most certainly was. How annoying. Yang whipped a nearby pot at them, causing the blonde to bound backwards. Leave my daddy alone. His words seemed to physically pain the man. He's not yours. Not my what? Hey, see now. Naruto held up a hand and temporized, for a smile. There's no need for this to get messy. Why don't we hash this out over a bowl of ramen? The cloaked woman paused. Honey, maybe we should listen. The man did not. Those wicked gauntlets on his arms spat steam as he adopted a ready stance. There's nothing to talk about. I disagree. He called his staff back to his hand in a rush of black light and brought it about to ward them off. We have a great deal to discuss. You two clearly aren't from around here, so allow me to simplify things for you. You've just attacked me, the headmaster of Haven, sovereign of Sanctum, monster of Mistral, and my daughter in broad daylight. Now maybe things are different where you Veil folk come from, but here? We don't take kindly to that. So I'll say it again. You call yourself a headmaster? The blonde man went off on him suddenly, cutting him short with scathing fury. What is wrong with you? How can you be so broken incidito shatter our lives, our team, and then rub it in our faces like it's something to be proud of? A lone tear rolled out his right eye and tumbled down his chin. All with that damn smile on your face. I'm gonna make you pay for what you did. Pay for what? He'd never met this man. Do you hear me? Well, say something. Yang looked to him with a grimace and ducked behind his leg. Please stop shouting, he dug a finger into his ear. You're scaring Yang, and I don't even know who you people are. Judging by the man's reaction, it was not the response he craved. Say that again. I dare you. Realization dawned and his eyes widened. You're Taeyang, aren't you? I'm so sorry. Wait. Yang squinted at him, curious, only to scowl. You're my other dad? Jerk. Too little, too late. Far, far too late. He felt the man's psyche snap. Yang, he flung up an arm. Get back. A fist slammed in at Naruto's face. He caught it. You hate me, Tang. That's fine. I can understand that. Blue eyes shimmered beneath his blonde bangs as he planted his feet. Am I any better than you? Of course not, he gripped his fist, drawing him in. But I'm not any worse, am I? Would you have done the same if you were in my shoes? Don't give me that. Do you ever question it? He ignored the man's fury and talked over him, teeth gritted. Why you believe in Ashen? Why come after me here, even knowing I've done no wrong? Not really. Of course you don't, you just do it. You know why? Because you think he's good. Because he looks like one of you. And I look like one of me. Shut up. You'll have to make me, I'm afraid. Something flickered in Naruto's peripheral vision. It was his one and only warning, faster than he expected. Taeyang's fist smashed into his face and barreled him into a building. You have snatched fire from the heavens to hold in your hands, and given it to the people of Mistral. How could I object? I have done the same myself with one significant difference. I wore gloves. Be careful. You dabble in things you do not full understand, and in this arena, at this scale, the unintended consequences of dabbling can be severe. The wrong choice or alliance can destroy you. In your haste to do good, you have turned the gold alchemists once sought into common coin, shackled the sublime to material world. And thus, you have altered the balances of things. You've hardly been subtle about it, and that is more than enough to create an opportunity for one who knows how to seize it. Change is coming. Whether you like it or not. Perhaps it is already here. Battle the girls. Nice hair. Buzz off, Shni. Crow grimaced as he swept a hand through his bright bangs. I couldn't wash all the dye out, alright? Willow hummed once in response, planted her chin in one hand and smiled at him from her seat across the table. On the surface that smile seemed kind, downright motherly, almost demure even, just the sort of smile one might expect from a mother of two. He wasn't fooled, not for a second, but he had bigger fish to fry at the moment. He ignored her and focused on polishing off the last of his dinner, gobbling up the last of his spaghetti with a slurp. When you grew up among the Branwen tribe, you learned not to waste a meal. After all, you never knew when it could be your last. He might be years removed from those bastards, good riddance to bad rubbish, but some habits stuck even after all these years. He'd half expected Whiskers to turf him out of the house come morning. That, or tie him up and lock him in the basement, promises be damned. And yet he hadn't. Instead they'd let him sleep until damn near evening. He'd awoken to a warm bed, a hearty meals, and the kids. Gods above, the kids. Inquisitive little buggers were watching him even now from behind the sofa, ever curious. None of them had approached him yet, but it was only a matter of time. He was certain of it, almost as certain that one of them was responsible for the crappy dye job he'd been subject to. "Don't chew with your mouth open, dear," Willow chastised him. "It's rude." What was she, his mother or something? Belching once deliberately in her direction, he washed his meal down with a sip from his flask and fixed the matron of the manor with a dark glower. "Sue, a schnee, huh?" He kicked up his feet onto the table with a smirk, clasped both hands behind his head, and fixed her with a roguish. "Seems the headmaster is moving in high circles. I am indeed a schnee." She didn't rise to the bait, damn her, didn't even bat an eyelash when he started drinking again. "And you're a long way from Vale, Crow Branwen. Or would you prefer Raven's brother?" Clever witch. She timed her words just as he swallowed. Crow choked on his drink and thumped his chest furiously. Willow smiled at him again as he rasped for air, but there was something different about her smirk this time. It held an icy edge that hadn't been there a moment ago. The sight sent shivers shooting through his spine. Like she knew something he didn't. As though this was all just one big game to her. "I'm sorry," she crooned. "Did I break your concentration?" Crow didn't much appreciate the feeling, not one bloody bit. He'd seen the like before. You see, wasn't the loud ones you had to be wary of, you'd see them coming a mile away. Or hear them. Same difference. Point being, they were obvious. Others not so much. It was the quiet ones you had to watch out for. Always the quiet ones. Boys. Willow Schnee looked harmless at first glance, which was precisely why he knew she wasn't. He knew of her, sure, but only from the file Ashbin's had on her. Willow's wasn't exactly a pretty one. As the last living daughter of Nicholas Schnee, she'd been practically sold off to Jacques Gelly in an attempt to revive the SDC. It worked, but by all accounts it hadn't been good for her. She'd had a kid, then descended into despair, becoming a shattered wreck of her former self. And then Jacques suddenly gave the company up, and retired, leaving the business in her hands as he ran away to God's Nur. Good on her. He'd been a proper prick and impossible to work with. But that was where things got murky, because at some point Willow had another kid. Little Weiss was looking at him like she'd bitten into a lemon and gone from a broken shell of a housewife to this smiling, wintry warrior sitting before him. Nowadays there were all sorts of rumors swirling around Willow back in Atlas. She'd refused to remarry, her constant visits to Mistral, to say nothing of the favor she'd shown Haven's headmaster as of late. Be it through affection or funds, there could be no denying that her vast wealth had essentially paved the way for Haven to become one of the premier academies in Remnant. Oz and Jimmy weren't best pleased at that. Theodore didn't much care, but few folks in Atlas did these days. All in all, it painted a rather confusing picture. He looked past her towards the mini Schnee's seat beside, both of which were glowering at him now, and Ski. "Let me guess, the brats are his?" They had the look of it if you squinted. His eyes were blue too, and he wouldn't put it past Naruto to try and get a leg up on Atlas. Literally in this case. "They are his." The Schnee matriarch lifted her chin just so, "in every way that matters." "That phrase again?" "Screw that, you know what I mean." She batted long lashes at him. "Do I?" "Bloody Schnee." "Oh, very well." She tooted softly and took a long, languid sip of her water. "If you must know, Winter and Weiss aren't his by blood." "Okay, great." Had me worried for a second there. The headmaster of Hell was dangerous enough without having direction relations to the Schnee family. Whitley will be, however. Crow's throat went drier than the sands of Vacuo. "Who?" he all but croaked. Willow didn't respond, she didn't have to. She merely laid a hand on her stomach. The meaning was clear. Crap baskets. He'd really shacked up with the Schnee then? Raven was seldom the sort to share, so again how? Instinct was hard to shake. He wanted nothing more than to run straight to Oz and tell him what he'd learned, and once upon a time, he might have. But now? His trust had been shaken. Salem was immortal. Oz had lied. If he'd been holding secrets like that back, then what else was he keeping under wraps? The relics? The maidens? The gods themselves? He'd given them all the very last scraps of his own magic. Him and Raven, Ty, and even Summer, and for what? They'd been his warriors, no, his pawns. They'd fought for him, nearly died for him countless times, lost Raven because of him. Ignorance was bliss, but he couldn't afford that anymore, not with Yang's life at stake. Well, this was going to blow up in his face, wasn't it? Winter sniffed suddenly, drawing his attention. Crow squinted her way, eager for the distraction, any distraction, so long as it kept his mind from the impending crisis. You got a problem, princess? She turned up her nose at him. I do not like you. He laughed and ruffled her hair, drawing a gasp from her sister and fearsome scowl from Winter herself. Ain't that cute? Cute? Did I stutter? Winter went for her weapon. Now, girls. Willow interposed with a hum. We must be polite to our guest. Weiss wrinkled her nose. Even if he smells like a brewery? Her mother smiled. Even then. Winter sighed. Mother, I think this uncle is broken. Can we trade him in for a new one? Crow laughed despite himself. Girly had jokes. If you're gonna be that snippy, we can take this outside. So you're Crow Branwen? A voice spoke up behind him before he could thrash Winter. Or should I call you Uncle Crow? Bugger. The other brats had mustered up the nerve to mess with him now, it seemed. Depends who's asking. He pivoted and found a kid in a white jacket glaring up at him, cane in hand. And you are? Roman Torchwick at your service. The youth sketched braced both hands upon his cane and tipped his head just so. I'd give you my condolences, but you're basically screwed either way. Say hello, the nice man, Neo. Belatedly, he noticed the girl beside him, tiny little slip of a thing with impish mismatching eyes and pink-on-brown hair. She wore a smile that promised pain or mischief. He wasn't sure which. Possibly both. She waved a small hand at him, and awkwardly, he found himself returning it. But there behind them. He glimpsed a nervous girl with dark hair and bright golden eyes. Given the circumstances, he could understand why she was wary of him. And naturally, his brain made the logical conclusion. His mind fizzled. When did you have another kid? Cinder squawked. Me. For some reason, Willow started laughing, and her daughters with her. Roman blinked, gave him a once-over and rolled his visible eye. Not the smartest bird in the nest, are you? What's that supposed to mean? The smaller girl, Neo, hopped up and stood on the very tips of her toes to gain his attention. Idly, he caught sight of the scroll in her hands and the words written within. Like your new hair? His eyes narrowed and one hand flew to his dyed bangs. Ooh. Her lips peeled back in a shit-eating grin, and though no sound emerged, any sympathy he might have felt was strangled by the lone word she mouthed. Me. He made a grab for her. Why you? The girl danced out his grasp, vaulted over Roman's head, then alighted atop the sofa with eerie grace and a silent giggle. When he tried to pursue, he found himself blocked by yet another brat. Just how many did Naruto have? Hello, the newcomer chirped happily. Did you and Daddy sleep together? Cute kid. Green eyes and red hair paired well with a pale complexion and amber-colored pajamas apparently wait. Dimly, he became aware of Willow's laughter. The Schnees were all smirking at him, making no attempt to hide it. What did you just say? The redhead touched a finger to her chin. Well, Mommy said you and Daddy had a long night, and every time she says that, they... Hell no, we didn't. Now move, kid. He nudged her aside roughly. I've got a brat to strangle. She quailed under his glaring gaze and whimpered as he growled at her. I'm sorry. Regret. Emotional damage. Instant karma, and it was all his. All eyes turned upon him, narrowing with dire intent. Willow tooted ever so softly. You've done it now. Blast it all. The redhead was entirely too nice for her own good. Like little Ruby, only older. Look, he scratched the back of his head. I didn't mean to upset you. A sudden pitter-patter of feet from the upper floors was his only warning before someone came hurtling down the stairs at speed. He had time enough to glimpse a ginger girl with bright blue eyes and pink pajamas before she raced past him, grabbed a frying pan from the stove and brandished it like a mallet. Who made Pyrrha cry? All fingers pointed to Crow Branwen. Baffled by the byplay, he tilted his head. The heck is she? Oh, her? That'd be Nora. Roman tilted his hat down and chuckled. Good luck? He balked. What do you mean good luck? Nora howled. I cast iron. Cast what? Thunk. Contrary to popular belief, aura wasn't a miracle worker. It didn't render you immune to pain, for instance. Sure, it helped you tank absurd damage and survive things like falls from incredible heights without a scratch, but you would still felt the impact, just as you'd feel someone, say, slugging ya across the face or, case in point, he was very much aware of the frying pain nailing him between the legs. Pain didn't even begin to describe what followed. Agony incarnate wasn't enough. Nora jumped him while he was reeling. Or rather, she tried to. Even with his groin on fire, Crow was still a huntsman. He swayed back from her attack, tripped her up, then caught her by the back of her pajamas for good measure. From there, he spun her right round and dangled her before his face as one mighty a naughty kitten. Fitting, given that she tried to claw his eyes out. Do not, he growled through a haze of white-hot agony, do that again. Nora thumped his face with her frying pain instead. Stop that. He tore the improvised weapon from her grasp and flung it Willow's way, uncaring as the Schnee matriarch caught it. What the hell is he teaching you brats? Lots of things. Roman, having apparently elected himself speaker for the lot of them, chuckled hoarsely. Everything's a weapon, for one. Nora wailed. Rennie. He's being mean. Someone tapped Crow's knee. Just a tap, nothing more. And yet his left leg buckled somehow. He wasn't sure what did it, but the momentary weakness sent him crashing down to his knees all the same. Brought low, he felt another jab stab into his right arm, weakening the muscles of the hand holding Nora. Immediately, the little Sparky Spitfire took the chance to squirm free to safety, much to his chagrin. Crow rounded on the perpetrator with a grimace, only to realize another run had snuck up on him when he wasn't looking. Hey, you mind? You have my apologies, came the humble reply. I apologize for Nora's behavior. She can be a bit excitable. Dark hair and pink eyes, calm face, serene smile, green pajamas. He wasn't alone in that regard. Two girls stood behind him in red and white gowns. Strange, it was almost like they were flanking him. No, guarding him. Was that the right word? One of them squinted his way and those thoughts went flying out the window. So who's the old geezer? Crow crumpled. Old. Did we stutter? Miltia, Melanie. Ren reprimanded them with the slightest frown. Be nice to our uncle. The twins bowed their heads in abject deference to him. Ren pivoted on one heel. That goes double for you, Nora. The ginger huffed angrily. I regret nothing. His frown deepened. Apologize. She wilted. Sorry. Crow felt his heart plunge into his stomach and buy a condo there. What manner of mad fever dream had he fallen into? He'd initially assumed Naruto had Yang to look after, and while she had thoroughly disabused him of that notion, seeing was, as they say, believing. Now that he paused to put the pieces of the puzzle together, he wasn't sure he liked the picture he found. Roman saw him staring and winked his way. Get it now? He did, though he dearly wished he didn't. Marshalling his thoughts, he struggled to stand and do a head count. 9 of them. 10, no, 11 if one counted Yang, who obviously wasn't here. Almost 3 teams worth of brats. How many kids does this guy have? Willow smirked, finally deigning to rescue him from his sheer stupor at long last. Just, that does not answer my question. Ain't no way you're all related to him. Nora raised her hand. Rennie is. Great. And the rest of you? Adopted. Of course they were. Whisker just lived to prove him wrong, didn't he? Great. He growled into a hand. Why stop at one? Might as well go for the full dozen. And where are your mothers? I already met the Schnee, so where? A finger tapped his shoulder. Ahem. Against his better judgment, Crow looked back. Damn. A brunette and a redhead. Some guys had all the luck. And then the world shook. Raven howled somewhere above them. Are you kidding me? He attacks now. Of all times. His eyes bulged. Taeyong couldn't be that foolish. Right? Mizu heard the noise. Kundanight yawned as she sat up. After a moment's consideration, she shook her head and laid back down in bed. Nope. She'd already learned her lesson for the week, thank you very much. Not getting involved in that. She couldn't kill him if she was dead. Within moments, she was fast asleep. Well, that happened. Naruto wrenched himself free from the rubble, rose now, dusted himself off, shook some broken masonry free from his blonde bangs and climbed to his feet. Looking down, he found his suit dirty, but otherwise intact, much like his pride. His aura was barely even dented. The same couldn't be said for the building behind him. He looked back and grimaced at the gaping tear he'd left behind. Taeyong's punch had blasted him clean through one wall and out the other side, wreaking havoc in his wake. A family of 3 balked back at him, frozen stiff in the middle of eating their breakfast. Heat crawled up the back of his neck. For your trouble, he flicked a lean card their way, leaving it to alight perfectly upon their table. Come to council tomorrow and I'll personally repair things the damages. The child, a young girl bearing right eyes, dark skin and white hair, waved his way with a grin. Headmaster. Good morning. Ah, Miss Aurora Monroe. One of his students. How fortunate for him. More so their house at that. After a moment's pause, more lean cards joined the first on the table. Here, buy her something nice. I'll see you in class next week. The girl hummed happily, only to gasp a second later. Behind you. A shadow fell over him, to which he drove an elbow backward immediately. Taeyong's startled grunt was his reward, as were the family's startled gasps that followed. He grinned their way and drove a vicious mule kick into the older man's ribs without a second thought, leaving him to reel, right before a roundhouse caught his jaw. Yang's father hurtled back the way he'd come, skidding out in the street like a flung stone. Naruto sauntered after him, paused at the hole, flashed a jaunty wave, and gave chase. Taeyong hadn't gotten far. The man was still sprawled in T Street, one hand over his face when he found him good. He'd be disappointed if he passed out after all that. They had chosen their arena well, and the hour of their assault more so. The streets were nearly empty, and most passerby had fled the moment Taeyong first sucker-punched him. While there were cameras on the shops and the odd lamppost, and he was sure it would be all over the news come morning, but the fact remained. They'd surprised him. No one was coming to help him. Not that he needed it, mind you. He kicked Taeyong's shin. Get up. Tai growled at him. Actually growled. At him. The gall of it all. You don't get it, do you? He planted a fist upon one hip and nudged him with a foot once more. I know you think my life, this role, is to just cause you misery, but it can't be just that. I have to make decisions all the time. What's best? What makes things right? What helps? And this time, helping means kicking your ass. So, good. Taeyong surged to his feet and drilled a punch in at his face. He slapped it aside, grabbed him by the gauntlet, then slammed into the wall of a nearby building. What's wrong? He goaded him with a hiss. Where did all that fight go? Weren't you going to make me pay? A wordless growl was his only reward. No. Not having that. He wasn't letting him go feral. You're an big boy. Use your words. I said shut up. He heard an ominous click come from the gauntlets and released him. Well, that he did at that, because the street exploded into a mess of wind and ice. He backed off, content to let the dust wear itself through before he made his next move. If he wanted to buy himself time to breathe, fine by him. Now where was Yang? Don't worry. I'll save you. He craned his neck back and glimpsed his daughter flinging herself across a nearby rooftop, grinning like a loon as she dodged Taeyong's partner, or rather, her grasping hands. Save me? She looked between them, baffled. Oh. A dazzling smile bloomed across her face. You must be Auntie Summer. Hi. Her hand flashed forth in a wave. Are we playing a game? Ah, his dear demented daughter. Always seeing the best in people. Summer stopped short. How do you know me? Well, duh, she giggled. Uncle Crow told me, of course. Crow's actually here. Where is he? What have you done with him? That was his cue. He coughed into a fist, commanding her attention as he seamlessly slipped back into his headmaster persona. Ah, that bawdy birdie? He's resting. We had a long night, he and I. Summer's face went red. WW. Did I stutter? Yang, he whistled up at his daughter, we're playing keep away. Don't let Mama Summer catch you. Summer sputtered. Mama. K. She jumped backward with a giggle, forcing Summer to give chase. Rose might be a huntress, but he'd been training Yang from the moment she could walk. Perhaps had she actually been trying to hurt her, she might have succeeded. But she was too busy trying to catch her, capture her, contain her. Yeah, good luck with that. Yang hadn't even busted out the maiden powers yet. He heard the ice crack behind him and smiled, craning his neck back. Did you have a nice rest? Taeyang was on him a second later. Swaying aside from one punch, he left his spine nearly lateral with the ground, pushed off with a palm and lashed out with a crushing kick. Taeyang caught him by the heel and whipped him round, only for him to drive an aura-enhanced fist into the man's solar plexus. He ground his knuckles in, expecting a gasp of pain, but his foe didn't even flinch. If anything, it only made him bring more momentum into his swing. Curious. Taeyang completed his revolution and tossed him. His body struck the street, bounced once, and crashed into, then through, a rather unfortunate produce stall. A man's reedy cry cut through the air. My cabbages. He winced. Sorry. I'll pay for. Taeyang barreled into him. He lunged forward and lashed out with a lariat instead, clotheslining his fellow blonde. Again, he didn't show any signs of pain. He caught the next punch and drove 3 more home in retaliation with his free hand, jabbing into his neck, chest and torso. Here at last, the blonde Brawling grimaced. Hurts, doesn't it? He grinned at him. I'm guessing there's a trick to that semblance of yours or a limit. I'll never tell. Fire dust flashed in his face, followed by a roar of thunder. He tanked both punches, let the dust rake against his aura and punched hard. Much to his delight, Yang's father crossed both arms before his face and took the blow head-on, letting it send him skidding back to safety. Sure you don't want a monologue on me? He catcalled after him. That's what villains usually do. Taeyang bristled indignantly. I'm not the bad guy here. Yes, you are. He thrust a finger at him in cold condemnation. You absolutely are the bad guy here. You started this fight, not me. And you're going to lose. They closed with one another. Taeyang fought hard. Not like a berserker despite his aura, but with tight and controlled movements. A boxer? No, a brawler. He could respect that. And those gauntlets hurt. He wasn't sure if they were dust or some sort of semblance, but the man was dauntless, driven, determined. Even then he could have torn him in half at any given moment, but therein lie the crux of the matter. He didn't want to. Not with Yang here and certainly not in public. Brawling it was, then. They traded. He slugged Tai in the face and Yang's father slugged him back. Blood and spittle through the air as their heads snapped back. It was brutish. Unseemly. He knew he could have ended it any number of ways, but he had a point to make. What was the old saying? Real men talk with their fists? That's the one. A faint hiss of steam was his one and only warning. He wasn't taking that hit. Tai's fist whisked past his face and obliterated a wall behind him in a rush of scalding steam, taking a few hairs with it as it went. Before he could think to chamber another, Naruto stepped in, stomped down his foot to pin him in place, and started swinging for the fences. 2, 4, 6, 8. On the 9th punch Taeyang's gauntlets clicked, but this time he was prepared for them. He charged through the elemental dust that crackled forth and grabbed him by the wrist, wrenching it high. When I became headmaster of this academy, I swore to protect and serve the innocent and punish the wicked, to train those under my care and protect them until they could protect themselves. His fingers bit down into the metal armament, warping the steel beneath. Not this person or that person, but everyone. I won't let you upset everything I've worked so hard to build. And what about me? Taeyong's forehead slammed against his, jarring him. I did everything right. I worked hard, I obeyed the law, I made a life for my family, for my wife and my daughter. And what, I'm just supposed to forget about it, that they're just gone now? Never. I have seen things I was never meant to see, learned things I was never meant to know. How then this be the plan? How can any of this be part of anyone's plan? I'm not telling you to forget, really? He made an annoyed noise as an open palm slammed into his stomach and twisted, sending countless volts coursing through his body. Blue eyes bled red as anger got the better of him. His knee came roaring up, folding Taeyong in half with an audible wheeze. It barely slowed him. The blonde berserker grabbed his face and tried to gouge out his eyes through his aura. He brought both palms crashing down on either side of his head, discombobulating him. You should be more aware of your footing, huntsman. He hammered a heel palm into him as he reeled. The way you fight is shaped by your aura and your semblance. He batted aside another blow and nailed him with a knee to the chin. When you have never experienced a difficult battle, your tactics become repetitive and monotonous. He swept his legs, sending him sprawling to the ground. I have fought battles that would break your bones. He stomped down after him, nearly crushing his skull before he tumbled aside and shattering the street regardless. Horrors that would flay you flesh, make your very soul shudder. But you and the strong lack a sense of danger. Even now you don't think you're going to lose. Allow me to quote an old friend and make things abundantly clear. This speaking, he conjured his staff to one hand and brought it down, smiling as the shadows lengthened behind him. There is nothing in this world that cannot be destroyed, nothing that once given, cannot be taken away, he said. Class is now in session. The subject is pain. Take notes. You'll be quizzed on this. Another shadow flitted by overhead and for a moment he tensed. But no, he could still hear Yang laughing in the background as she gave Summer the run around. Besides, he didn't sense any ill intent. So, a dusty old bird winged down and transformed into a familiar figure, alighting in a pointed crouch. Crow shook himself mightily, rising with a groan. You don't do subtle, do you? Naruto scoffed, mildly offended. Hey, I can be subtle when I want to be. Taeyong balked. Crow, what the hell are you doing over there? Crow looked his way, pleading. Let me handle this. Naruto stepped back by all means. I'll tell you what I'm doing over here, Tai. Raven's brother raised both hands and stepped forward, careful to keep them well away from his weapon. Making sure no one does anything stupid. Calm down. Take off those gauntlets. We can still fix this. Fix it? Taeyong's face twisted, words peaking in pain. There's only one thing to fix here and it's him. That bastard is still breathing. Get out of my way. I can't do that. Naruto felt something snap in the battered blonde before him. It felt like his mind. No. His shoulders slumped and a hoarse chuckle escaped his lips, peeking into a wail. Not you. You were like a brother to me, Crow. How could you turn your back on us? On Summer? On team with you? It ain't like that. Taeyong flung up his arms with an aggravated shout. Then what is it like? You're standing over there with him. Crow opened his mouth to reply, looked his way, hesitated now. Look, it's complicated. Bullshit. Get over here and help me take him down. He wondered if Crow would. Raven's brother looked his way, touched a hand to Harbinger's hilt, and let it fall. He shook his head. I can't do that. If you're not with me, then you're against me. Damn it, listen to me, you blonde bastard. I ain't fighting on his side. Then why are you here, Crow? Naruto saw his moment buelled in, all smiles. To watch. You see, I don't hate you, Tongue. On the contrary, I'm grateful. Yang's father faltered, his rage flickering for a moment. Wha? You heard me, he held out a hand, beseeching him. Without you, Yang wouldn't exist. I've met so many people because of her, because of you, experienced so many things, good and bad alike. I wouldn't trade this for the world. So, thank you. Listen to your friend and you can walk away from this with your dignity intact. It was the wrong thing to say, he realized it too late. You think I care about my dignity? Taeyong was suddenly furious, shouting, screaming, tears flowed freely down his face. To hell with that. I want my life back and you out of it. Who are you to judge me? Crow winced. Ah shit. His heart hardened. Everything. He lowered his hand and conjured his staff back to his palm. I keep my enemies close, I keep the chaos of this city in check through sheer force of will. Not that it matters to you. You've come charging in here like an Ursa in a dust shop, and upset a delicate balance. I know who the monsters are, where they are, and what they're capable of. I've righted so many wrongs and built countless bridges. If I wanted to, I could claim this city, I could be its king, its very god. Do you understand? Taeyong flinched in the face of his shout, but stood his ground. Good on him. It wouldn't save him. But I don't want that. He tapped his staff down with a sigh. I just want to be a father. In that regard, I'll be the first to admit that semblance of yours is impressive, annoying, yet impressive. But that's the funny thing about semblances. His eyes closed, marshalling his chakra for what was to come. They only last as long as you have aura, don't they? Be it shock absorption, impact nullification, invincibility, or whatever the hell your ability is, it will only last so long as you have aura, correct? Yes? His grin grew. And how familiar are you with the term shock and awe? Crow blanched. You don't have to do this. I really do. The world flickered around him as he stepped in and drilled an almighty Rasengan into Taeyong's gut. Yang's father rocketed across the square with pained yowl and smashed through a fountain. Naruto didn't give him time to recover. He pounced on him with a snarl. There's a monster inside all of us. Sometimes that's a good thing. Sometimes it isn't. At the end of the day, that depends on you. Time to let the monster out. Break the girls. Taeyong knew monsters. He had encountered them countless times before throughout his long life, both as a huntsman and father alike. He'd seen so many now, in nearly every shape and form imaginable, terrors and horrors well beyond human imagination, things straight out of the darkest nightmare. Despite what the academies would have you believe, Grimm weren't the only beasts out there. Some were far more dangerous. Some wore human skin. Some were insane while some only pretended to be sane, the better to make their victims lower their guard to let them close. He'd seen and fought just about all kinds. Be it a rogue hunter or one of Salem's ilk, every time, no matter the man nor beast, he always triumphed and made sure to get home to his family in one piece. Because you see, Tai understood the ugly truth of things. At the end of the day, everyone had a monster inside them, no matter what they might. He was no exception himself. He had a beastly temper. He'd be the first to admit it. He was usually pretty good at directing it away at the grim or rogue huntsman. Or so he had been, once upon a time, in the old days. Losing Raven and Yang made it worse. And this? An open palm struck his chin and sent his head snapping back with a vicious flash of aura. Stars, galaxies, flashed before his eyes, and he flung up an arm to ward off the attack he knew was coming. And well that he did, because he actually managed to block one punch before a hand wrenched his cobalt gauntlets aside and started hammering hits into him. Lungs, kidneys, throat. Each hit calculated to capitalize as well as cripple. Bastard was aiming for his vitals. Naruto had promised him shock and awe, and he delivered it in spades. He hit like a truck. Actually, scratch that, he'd been hit by a truck before. One hell of an adventure that was, and he could say with the utmost certainty these punches hit 10 times harder. He could feel his aura plummeting with each hit, and with it, his semblance, the one thing keeping him in this fight. His semblance, survivor, was only known to a scarce few outside Vale, and for good reason. Most people who saw it didn't live to tell the tale. It was simple and brutally effective. He was the tank of Team SRQ, the one who took damage, taunted the enemy, and survived hits that nobody had any business surviving. But unlike a tank, anything he survived, he gradually gained resistance to. Grim claws, bullets, blades. These days his skin was practically a second aura unto itself, his hide tough as nails. Paired with his dust gauntlets and their rotating interlocked cylinders, he could take obscene amounts of damage, shrug it off, and deliver even more. Therein lay the rub, as it were. Haven's headmaster had figured it out. He wasn't sure how exactly, maybe he'd always secretly known, or guessed at it. Regardless, He knew enough to put him on the back foot. Each attack was different, his strength rising and rising and rising again to batter him senseless. Whenever he grew immune to one attack, Naruto had another for him. Wind, fire, earth, torrents of water, and even the very shadows themselves came alive to lash at him, grasping and biting into his skin with vicious force. And when he got away from those, he ran right into the blender that was his feet or fists. It was akin to David versus Goliath, but no slingshot on Remnant was going to save him. The Headmaster of Hell was running him over like a bulldozer on drugs, hard and fast, systematically crushing any and all hope, nay the very concept of resistance from him. It was working too, and not for the reasons one might expect. Because you see, they were watching. Crow was of no help at all here. His drinking buddy had long since resigned himself as a spectator in this brawl for reasons he couldn't understand. He could live with that, although he'd be having words with him later. But Yang? He ducked back from a blow that would have taken his head clear off and glimpsed her for a moment. His daughter dodged Summer, kicked off a wall to safety, looked back there was and flung up her arms with a grin so reminiscent of Raven he nearly wept. The shout that followed, though? That was all him. His blood, through and through. Woo! Go daddies! Fight, fight, fight! Kick some ass! Naruto snapped at her. Young Branwen. Language. Sorry not sorry. Taeyong balked at her, but she was already leaping away, dodging Summer again. Who the hell was she cheering for? It wasn't fair. She should have been cheering for him. Praising him. He barely even knew her and yet he still loved her with all his heart and soul, every fiber of his being. And this man had taken her. A flurry of blows battered him backwards and forced him to back T the present moment. He threw a jab, only be countered by a strong right, left, then a right again. On and on they came, a storm that wouldn't relent, an assault that never seemed to end until an opening. Shunting aside a punch that made his bones scream, Tai buelled forward to slug him in the face. He realized his mistake too late. Naruto took the punch dead on, tripped him, gripped him by the vest and yanked him in to glower at him. You're holding back. A grimace tugged at the corner of his mouth despite his best efforts. Little. So are you? Naruto scowled right back at him. Because I'd rather not kill you in front of Yang, idiot. Idiot was he? They'd just see about that. She'll understand when I beat you. No, something sad flashed across his face. She won't. Anger burned through him, hot and heady. She will. Naruto didn't rise to the bait, he merely shook his head. There's a monster in all of us, Taeyong. Time to let the monster out. Something about the way he said those words sent a chill shooting through him. What the hell does that mean? It means, if you don't stop holding back right now, Naruto dropped his headmaster facade with a toothy grin, I'm gonna fold you like a pretzel. Fine. But remember, you asked for this? Taeyong let go. To a hapless bystander, he knew how he must appear. His bright eyes, once a deep and soulful blue, burned an eerie shade of green as he stood taller. His muscles bristled, not quite swelling but gaining more mass and substance, becoming larger somehow. Firmer. Stronger. He grunted and flexed his neck, producing an ominous crack as he adopted a loose stance, one fist held out before him. Fresh anger coursed through him as his hated foe began to chuckle, and with the laughter came the overwhelming urge to smash and break and crush everything before him. He stubbornly stamped it down, leashed it, and focused firmly upon whiskered warriors smirking up at him. I get it. The Headmaster of Hell shook his head, mildly amused. Raven and Crow weren't the only ones. Oz gave you and Summer the last of his magic too, didn't he? But he gave you something a little different. A long time ago, not much, and it wasn't something he necessarily liked to use, but here, now, he needed every advantage he could get. Naruto grinned. Show me. Taeyong lumbered in and threw a punch. Blonde bastard didn't even try to dodge. He took it full on the chest, grunted once and nodded. Better. Another crippling kick whistled in at his head. This time he was ready for it. More than ready. Exclamation point. Catching a heel with one hand, he dug his boots in and made to throw the baffling blonde once more, only for the beaming bastard to achieve the impossible. Rather than retreat like a normal person, He twisted his body at an unnatural angle to violently lurch forward, uncaring of the bones he broke and the muscles he mangled in the offing. It was such a senselessly self-destructive move that Taeyong actually froze for a moment, allowing him to close the distance. Naruto took that moment to kick him in the head with the other leg. "Hello stars again, my old friend." His dazed mind slurred blearily, "I've come to see you once again." The brief second of inattention cost him dearly, because Naruto promptly boxed his ears and smashed another of those awful spheres into his chest. This one hurt even worse the last and ripped him away thrice as fast. He scarcely had time to shout before he found himself drilled down into the street. A hand grasped him by the hair and ripped him upright. "So you can survive a weak raisin shuriken?" Through bleary eyes, he beheld the headmaster of Haven smiling at him. Not bad. Was his leg healed already? How was he moving with an injury? Like that? It didn't make any sense. Had enough. Taeyong howled and lurched upright, smashing both gauntlets into Naruto's face at point-blank range to flood that whiskered visage with nearly a year's worth of dust. Fire and lightning flashed forth, searing into his adversary head with a blazing explosion. Smoke billowed into the air, bringing with it the unmistakable scent of charred flesh as his skull was shrouded in a cloud of flowing napalm. The blonde swayed drunkenly on his feet and Tai took full advantage, hammering him down into the street once, twice, thrice to make sure he stayed there. "I'm sorry," he snarled at his prone form. "Did that hurt?" "It looks like it did." An annoyed noise was his only warning. Then all hell broke loose. Clenched fingers seized around his vest and yanked him forward into the haze, bringing him face to face with Naruto's badly burnt face, one that healed even now as he looked on, rapidly recovering from the terrible tissue damage he had so willingly inflicted. In a matter of moments, he appeared totally intact. Regeneration? Really? That was bullshit. Naruto's forehead smashed against his, stunning him through aura. He struggled against the hand holding him, to no avail. Another found his throat and began to squeeze. "Sorry," he rasped in a feral whisper, teeth gone sharp and eyes blazing red as he glibly threw his own words back at him. "Does it hurt?" Burning fingers clenched around his windpipe, forcing a gasp from Taeyong's lips. Naruto tilted his head and for a terrifying moment he had the strangest sensation, as though some terrible beast were speaking through him. "Looks like it does." "Kill me then," he thrashed in his grasp. "Do it. Get it over with." His foe rival could have finished him then and there, they both knew it. Instead he chose to prolong his suffering. With a scoff, the headmaster of Haven tossed him away and sent him spinning into the air, only for a hand to catch him by his ankle and smash him down into the dirt. Naruto whipped him to and fro like a human flail without so much as a word. On the fourth slam he left him there, wedged into the street like some squashed animal, gasping for air. When he tried to rise, the younger man stomped down on his chest, pinning him where he lay. "Puny huntsman." Taeyong snarled at him and grabbed the offending foot, crushing him down into the street, to no avail. Naruto didn't shout at him, didn't snap or snarl anymore, nor any such thing. He just stared. And as he stared, his eyes faded back to blue. Taeyong had seen Salem once, only from afar and not for very long, but seen her he had, and he recalled the sheer presence she'd excused. Darkness incarnate, an absence that swallowed the very light itself. This was worse. For if Salem was the abyss, deep and dark and deathly, cold, callous, and cruel, crushing all hope from within, then he was the sun. Sure, that sounded nice on the surface, but what did the sun do? Baked, boiled, and beat you down through sheer force of will. And what happened when you flew too close to it? Everyone knew the answers. It was common bloody sense. You fell. Just as Icarus in the tales of old. He'd flown too close to the sun. He saw his death in those cold blue eyes, and it broke something deep inside of him. "You think you've got me all figured out, don't you?" Even now, despite having him pinned and at his mercy, Naruto still wasn't well and truly angry. His response was merely to sigh, akin to that of an exasperated teacher chastising a much-maligned student for their mistakes. "Nothing came easy for me, no matter how hard I tried. Never did fit in the mold, no matter what everyone said. I know you're hurting. Even so, I was willing to let bygones be bygones. But you just had to go and make me choose violence? His fist reared back, poised to deliver the knockout blow. I hope it was everything you wanted, Taeyong. And then someone jumped him. Summer jumped him from behind. Naruto wasn't surprised she did. He'd known the rambunctious Rose would break off from Yang the moment her husband was in danger. He could respect that kind of loyalty. It spoke well to their bond that she would throw herself headlong into danger after watching him dismantle Taeyong like that. Good on her, really. Wouldn't be enough, though. Not nearly enough. It was a very good ambush. She didn't shout or give herself away, didn't even make a sound as she launched herself off a rooftop after him. But he could sense her intent clear as day. She didn't have the guts for this. He pivoted and threw a lazy punch her way, unwilling to break Heronly for his fist to pass right through her face. Literally. His hand phased right through her without making contact, followed by his wrist, then his elbow. Overextended, he took a step forward to balance himself, but it was too late. Shock slowed him and Summer Rose took full advantage. She shifted aside, breaking said contact and slammed her axe into his collarbone. It spoke well to his confusion that he let the hit land at all. The hit staggered him, biting heartily into his aura before he spun to face her again. A spinning kick phased right through her head. Bulking eyes bulged. Abito? Summer blinked. Who? No, he calmed himself after a moment of incredulous panic. It wasn't him, but her ability was similar. Almost worryingly so. He hoped she couldn't draw things in, else this might be a problem. He struck harder, faster now, only to meet the same result. Much to his surprise, the subsequent shockwave still shoved Summer back, however. Dust rounds raked off his shoulders, drawing his ire and attention before he could ponder. Taeyong had freed himself, it seemed. Summer had only ever been a distraction, and his own hesitation had cost him. Summer stuck out her tongue at him. Nye. Cheeky little. She phased through the floor, leaving him to glower in her wake. Taeyong struck while he was distracted, sloppy of him. He needed to mind his surroundings, punching him into a closed dust shop. He knew it was closed because A. He got a very good look at the sign right before he smashed through the glass door, and B. Because the blonde bastard immediately detonated the place around him. Hauling himself out the rubble, Naruto spared a glance for the ruined building and sighed explosively. It was just a dust shop. He shouldn't be angry. And yet, that was someone's livelihood he'd just destroyed. So that's how it is, a frown writ his whiskered visage. Gonna double-team me now, eh? Let me out to play. We'll show them. Tempting. A crimson tear cut through the air between them and put paid to that statement. Raven? Crow hissed out a breath. Ah, shit. Naruto slapped a hand to his forehead and dragged it across his face. "'Kay, I guess we're doing this now." Sure enough, Yang's others stepped through the portal, sheathing Omen as she went. Her face was carved from stone, her good eye fixed firmly on the foes ahead. "Raven, go back. I can handle this. Doesn't look like you're handling it." Scowling, she looked past him and jerked her chin toward her teammates. Or them? Them? Crap. He'd forgotten about Taeyong and Summer for a moment. Naruto looked back, belatedly realizing he was no longer under attack. Raven's teammates were still as stone in the street, as though frozen in time. Each looked like they'd seen a ghost, fitting perhaps, given what they knew, or rather, what they thought they knew. "Mom." Yang saw her chance and bounded over with an impish grin. "You're back." Raven deigned to pat her head. "Daughter, are you here to play too? Something like that? What is this?" Taeyong looked left and right, found no answers in sight, and looked like might take flight from fright. "What the actual hell is this?" his voice warbled. "What's going on here?" Crow stepped up beside him. "It's what I told you. Complicated." "No." Taeyang thundered over him. "Summer saw the ashes of your tribe. You were dead. I was, in a sense." She touched a hand to her eye patch and idly flexed the fingers of her metal arm. It was cold, dark, and not terribly bright. A certain someone, Naruto grunted as said metal elbow jabbed him in the ribs, "wouldn't let me stay there." He beamed, despite the tension. "Don't regret it." Summer found her voice first. But if you were alive, then why didn't you come back?" Raven blinked slowly. Then her good eye narrowed to a silent, smoldering slit. Is that really the question you want to ask me? When Summer didn't answer, she hissed softly. Why did I take Yang? Why haven't I come back? How about, why did you leave us? Did it never occur to you to ask? 3 words. Raven held up 3 fingers from her false hand, scowling furiously. 3 little words, and I could shatter your world. Crow's already heard them by now. She glanced her brother's way, causing him to avert his gaze. Consider it a mercy that we haven't already told you. Summer tried to rally, bless her simple soul. What do you know? Less than you hope and more than I care to. Ignorance is bliss. She shook her head once. Abandon this fool's quest, turn around, walk away, and you can continue to live in your ignorance. Her gaze sought out Taeyong, still stricken into silence. Or we can fight, and you can pray that Yang still wants you in your life afterwards. Meh, their rambunctious daughter shrugged. I'm fine with either. I mean, it's not like you're trying to kill Daddy, right? Taeyong studied his boots and remained pointedly silent. Yang scowled. Right? Her birth father made a noise caught somewhere between a sob and a sigh. Raven, he gulped once, choking his emotions down. I thought so highly of you, I didn't realize you thought so low of me. You left me. He thumped his chest with a fist, and here at last he glimpsed the tears gleaming in his eyes. Me. And Summer and Crow. Just like that. Like we were nothing to you. And I'd do it again. Taeyong made a pained noise. Naruto hissed under his breath. You're supposed to be helping. And I am. He sputtered. How is this helping me? She elbowed him. By forcing you to do what should have been done a long time ago. Knock some sense into this idiot. Damn it. He had no desire to hurt the man before him any more than he already had. And yet he had no choice. Summer gulped. How long have the two of you? Not so long as you think. He held up a hand to forestall an outburst. I found her on the verge of death and saved her life. And after? He rolled a shoulder. I made a promise to protect her. I keep my promises. So that's it. Tai stared, heartbroken, reeling. You chose him over me? Naruto blew out a breath. That's not it. Yes. Raven interjected softly. He rounded on her. Ray. What? She scoffed at him, unwilling to budge. Half-truths won't cut it here. Don't try to spare his feelings. He won't thank you for that. She looked back to him. If you must know, he listened to me. You didn't. Even when I carried Yang in my womb, you wouldn't heed my words. Every objection, every question, all ignored. You were so keen on pretending everything was all right. It wasn't all right. And I'm done pretending it is. Is it any wonder I chose him? Raven, please. No. She tossed her head in a furious shake. I am never going back to Ashen. I'd sooner die. You don't have a choice. Taeyong racked his gauntlets. I'm bringing you in. Then we have a problem, my dear ex-husband. You don't get it? Crow burst out suddenly, trying one last time for peace. Yang's. Crow. He'd never seen the man flinch like that before, as he did now beneath her baleful gaze. Not another word. He backed down with a sigh and looked to Tai. Fine. Would you believe me if I said Yang's better off here? Not a chance. Didn't think so. Guess we're doing this the halfway. Oh. Yang perked up. More fights? Naruto blew out an annoyed breath. In that case, Kurama. Release restraint level 1. The old fox chortled softly in his head. As you wish. The ground cratered underfoot as the shackles on his chakra came flying off. Painstakingly applied limiters he'd placed on himself over the last few years, all gone in an instant. They'd be a bitch to reapply later, if he cared to at all. Taeyong balked, eyes growing wide. Level what? A kick slammed him into Summer, sending both sprawling. Raven edged in on his right, pausing to kiss his cheek. I'll handle Summer. Are you sure about that? Shush. She was already looking past him to her former team leader, watching with one eye as she and Tai climbed to her feet. And how long did you wait to get with that blonde oaf over there, A year? A month? Taeyong looked away. Summer winced. Less than a week, huh? Raven whistled. You thirsty girl. I'm almost proud. That's not fair. You left. I did, her head bobbed. And if you had any sense left in that self-righteous echo chamber you call a head, you would have asked why. We did. We asked everyone. Not me, she shouted her down. Not hard enough. Not enough to listen, not enough to understand. Ashbin's been pulling the wool over you eyes. Ashbin has nothing to do with this. Ashbin has everything to do with this. Now it was Raven's turn to shout, and a frightful thing it was, even down an eye and an arm. No, in spite of it she managed to be absolutely terrifying. Her good eye was sharp, her lips peeled back in a snarl, face twisted in cold fury. Haven't you realized that by now? Gods, he wanted her so bad right now. No, focus. Enough. Taeyong slashed a hand through the air, gauntlet bleeding dust as it went. Give her and Yang up and we'll leave in peace. Naruto blinked. Saccharine laughter tumbled out of him. Is that supposed to be a joke? Taeyong stepped to him. No. I'm dead serious. Huh. He kept laughing to spit him. That's good. Because it wasn't funny at all. Haha. Not one to be outdone, Tai mimicked his laughter. Says the man with shit taste. Ha. He butted his head against his and growled, sparks snarling between his eyes. F***ku. Yang hooted in the background, stomping with glee. Best early birthday present ever. Fight, fight, fight. It would come to that after all, he realized. He could see it in Taeyong's eyes, the stubborn set of Summer's jaw. But he wouldn't be satisfied with anything less. You won't win this, Taeyong said. Even with her help, you're just one man. Kurama quirked a brow in his mind. But now you gotta do it? So he did. I may be one. But we, he spread his arms, are many. Taeyong blinked. We. A grin split Raven's face. He'd kept the secret of his shadow clones from the public for some time now. No longer. In a single plume of smoke, Taeyong found himself surrounded. Naruto thrust a finger forward. Rush him. Rush they did. What kind of semblance is that? The best kind. Raven made a pleased noise as Taeyong found himself mobbed. And then, after a moment's pause, just to goad her. Hope you're satisfied with my sloppy seconds? Summer bristled. You did not just go there. I didn't. I bought property, bitch. Gah. This is why I can't talk to you, you're just so damn stubborn. This coming from Miss Bull-headed herself? Omen escaped its sheath with an audible hiss, blood-red blade gleaming in the low light of the setting sun. Fine. I'll beat some sense into you. Careful, Ray. She chambered sundered rose with a grimace and adopted a ready stance. My strength has doubled since the last time we fought. Good, her old friend smiled. Twice the pride, double the fall. Then she was upon her. What did you think of Haven's headmaster? Silence reigned supreme in the room. Callie tooted softly. Nothing to say? Adam shrugged a shoulder. Dear boy. It was something of a loaded question, Callie felt, but she believed Adam was equal to answering it, given the right prompting. She'd sat the older boy down in a chair only a few moments ago. Gyra was even now asking Blake and Ilya the same question in the next room. They'd returned from their meeting in high spirits, but also concerned. The so-called headmaster of hell, she was beginning to think he'd earned that title, had put them up in a nice hotel for the next week while he mulled things over, which left them with an abundance of time. Meaning, they had time to talk and considered their next move. Not just theirs, but those of their children, of those under their protection. At the end of the day, it was the future they must focus on. Adam shrugged a shoulder, drawing an eye. Callie flicked his forehead with her pinky finger. Use your words, dear. I know you're not a brute. Show me that intellect Blake brags about. He's strong. She nodded. So he is. And brave, he added after a moment's pause. Oh yes. She mimed another nod. Very brave. Adam paused, considered, then asked the obvious question. Why haven't we recruited him yet? Such a bold, blunt boy. Because we can't? She patted his head, taking care not to harm his horns. He wields great influence here in Haven, and Mistral as well. Taking that away from him would do the world a great disservice. He does. Now for the moment of truth. Would you like to study here? A flicker of excitement flashed across his face before he managed to master himself. I don't want to leave Blake. Callie hid a giggle behind her hand. I dare say she'll want to study here too after today's display. Ilya, too? Her smile grew a little. She wouldn't miss this for the world. Because where Blake went, so would she. But what about the cause? Adam. Children were so wise in some ways and yet so naive in others. She envied him his purity of purpose. Would that they had the same conviction. Listen to me, she laid a hand on his shoulder, willing him to look at her once more. What the White Fang needs now is strength. We don't have enough. We need friends. Allies. Do you understand? Haven will a powerful one in the years to come. Do you understand? Can you do that for us, Adam? The little redhead frowned. Will it help the faunus? An easy answer, that. Immeasurably. Adam contemplated it for a moment, then nodded. Then I will go. Good boy. Blake would probably follow him, the silly girl, and Ilya with her. And the end of the day, the heart wants what the heart wants and it cannot be told otherwise. She should know, she'd wanted Gyra from the moment she laid eyes on him. There had been others who pined for her, other suitors who sought her hand, but her mind was made up. She turned them all down and followed her heart. Still in another world, another time, another life, Adam might have been her son. His parents were long gone now, just another tragedy amidst the countless acts of enmity the poor boy had suffered, but she'd resolved herself to see him raised properly. But they just weren't strong enough to keep the little ones safe. None of them were. Their children would be safe here, away from Sienna and her mad machinations. Should any harm befall her and Gyra, she was certain they would be protected. Naruto's fate was intrinsically tied to theirs. He just didn't know it yet. And then the hotel shook. Callie craned her neck back, regarding the nearest window. My, she touched a hand to her cheek. Whatever was that noise? Forgotten. Summer had forgotten. She'd forgotten very many things. Sure, she had missed Raven, true, but in her haste to see her again, in her nostalgia, she'd forgotten something terribly important. Raven was strong. One of the strongest huntresses in a generation, no, generations, the kind of strong that only came around once in a century. And she'd only grown stronger since. Omen whistled in with a vengeance and clashed against sundered rows, rattling her axe and the hand holding it. She parried furiously, chambered a kick, and was summarily slapped aside like some first year at Beacon. It stung her pride more than her cheek. She was no slacker herself. She'd been training her arse off ever since they lost Yang and doubly so since Ruby was born. She'd run herself through the grinder again and again and again, determined to protect all she held dear. Raven has surpassed her at some point. No, she'd leaped past her once again. That metal arm wasn't for show. It allowed her to land in human strikes, block at the most unpredictable of times, drive her into a corner. Worse, her style had changed. Where once she had been savagery incarnate, now she danced around her attacks, flowing like air, rippling like water, only to turn harsh as earth and fiery as flame. She knew her semblance and how to get around it, not just because she knew how much aura it burned, but its weakness as well. Her weakness. Damn it, she was picking her apart. What had she been up to these last 5 years? Stop holding back. Raven frowned. Forgive me for wanting to prolong a reunion with an old friend. But if you insist. Omen scrapped inside her guard, diverted sundered rows into the dirt, where she stomped down, burying it deep. The weapon, her precious axe, snapped in half, leaving her clutching the ruined half. Summer didn't have time to gasp, because Omen stabbed at her ribs. She took the hit with a yelp, trusting in her aura. It held. Until it didn't. She went down with a gasp, clutching her side. That word sank its teeth into her confidence like in Beowulf, and bit deep. If this is all you're capable of, then how will you protect yourself, let alone Ruby? Anger bubbled in her, mingled with despair, and choked her words. This isn't my fault. You started this. You left us. A heel caught her ribs and sent her skidding. You could have followed me and asked why. Instead you stayed. Deprived of her weapon, she surged upright and threw a punch instead. Don't make this about you. But it is. Raven caught her punch, wrenched her arm down and threw her aside. Because now I know the truth. Everything Ashen kept from us. Everything he lied about. A dark flash of emotion raced across her pale visage, there and gone again in an instant. You think you're fighting the good fight? That you're doing anything meaningful? I am. You're not. Raven jumped on her, wrestling her to the ground. Her newfound strength made it easy, almost effortless even. She pinned her and shook her head, setting her dark mane swaying. Remember, you asked for this. She leaned in close and whispered 3 little words into her ear. Salem is immortal. Reality shattered. Because you see, it made sense. Why she changed. Why she left. She'd discovered the truth. And it hurt her. The dawn broke, a bitter one indeed. No, she choked, swallowed now. Shook her head. No, that's impossible. You're lying. Salem can't be immortal. Summer, when have I ever lied to you? And no, she clawed at her and was summarily shoved down. Liar. Raven remained merciless. Search your feelings. You know it to be true. She did, and that was the worst part of it. Everything added up. She wished it hadn't, wished it didn't, wanted to deny it. But she could. Ignorance was bliss. But now that bliss had been stripped away, revealing the cold, hard truth of the world in all its ugly, ghastly glory. Raven left her there, crying in the street, but not for long. Something in Summer snapped. She lunged at her back. A flash of gold blazed. And then, leave mommy alone. Leave mommy alone. An awful crack filled the air. Naruto didn't see what happened or who did what, but he did see Summer hurtle past him at speed. Her back struck a damp alleyway wall with an ominous crack. She slumped down against it, head lolling dangerously to the side, leaving a streak of blood in her wake before she fell. From there, her body crumpled like a house of cards, splashed down face-first into a dirty puddle and lay still. She did not rise again. Taeyong froze, all thoughts of fight fleeing from his mind. Summer? She didn't move. Summer! He broke off from him with a strangled scream and ran after. Naruto let him go, watched now as he skidded to a halt on his knees at her side. No, please, he turned her over, cradling her limp body in his arms. Not you two. I can't. Yang looked at him with a wince. Sir. He patted her head. It's not your fault. Blast his bleeding heart and his sympathy. 3 long strides carried him to Summer's still side. He blew out an annoyed breath and glared at Taeyong. This doesn't make us friends. The grieving man blubbered for a moment before finally found his voice. What? He laid a marked hand on her back and flooded her body with healing chakra. She jolted, a gasp tearing from her lips. Taeyong babbled something that vaguely sounded like a thank you, but he didn't deign to listen. He'd other matters to attend. Anger sparked in him as he leaned down to hiss in her ear. Doesn't feel good, does it? His snarl stilled her and any protest she might have made. You're lucky Yang's here. If she wasn't, I'd leave you here to rot. But she was, and he wouldn't. If only because his heart couldn't possibly bear the thought of disappointing his baby girl. Now then, he fixed them both with a stern glare. Let's talk. Are you still going to try and fight after all this? Taeyong glanced at Yang and looked like he just might, but Summer shook her head fiercely. Raven laid a tense hand on Omin's hilt. They won't if they know what's good for them. They'll stop. Yang hurried over and clasped both hands before her face. Please, just stop. Okay? Pretty please? Naruto saw the infamous puppy dog eyes and wisely averted his gaze in time, but it was too late for the rest of them. Crow looked away with a guilty groan and Raven was suddenly immensely interested in her heels. As for Summer and Tai, it was like flicking a switch. When faced with such a pleading expression, even they couldn't muster the will to fight. Summer hung her head. We surrender. Taeyong stared sullenly at the ground. Fine. We'll stop for now. Yang glowered at him. You won't attack Daddy? No. You'll be good. He glowered into his hands. Yes. Yang turned her glower on Summer. You'll be nice to Mum? Summer wilted with a whimper. I won't attack her like that again, promise. Crow whistled softly. Dying. Is that her semblance or something? Pretty sure it's a semblance. Nope, Naruto couldn't hide his smile, unable to quell the sudden flutter of parental pride in his chest. She's just that good. Yang abruptly pounced on Summer and Tai with a delighted squeal, all but driving the battered couple to the ground in a fit of glee. Thank you, thank you. I love you. Taeyang made a strangled noise that sounded suspiciously like a sob and began to weep. His arms locked around Yang, holding tight, and after a moment's pause Summer joined him. A minute passed. Then another. 3 of them. It was a credit to his daughter's dutiful patience and boundless excitement that she allowed them to hold her at all, but even she had her limits. Once 5 minutes elapsed, he deemed it enough. Great. Rising, Naruto plucked his daughter free, then fixed them both with a sunny smile as Raven laid a hand on each of their shoulders. Have a nice nap. I'll see you in the morning. Summer and Tai barely had time to balk before Raven drove their heads together with a dull thunk, knocking them right out. Crow heaved a sigh as they slumped to the floor, glowered darkly at him once more. Was that really necessary? Naruto stuck out his tongue childishly. Yes, it was. It was a great need I couldn't deny. Raven nodded her hearty agreement. A few lumps are the least they owe us. Yang tilted her head an inch to the right. So can I see Ruby now? Of course that was her focus. When they wake up I'll ask him. Their little hellion pumped a fist into the air. Best day ever. Someday, if you ever have a child, the first time you look them you get a feeling all at once, that you die for them. Little thing you never saw before, and you would stone cold die for them. That feeling doesn't go away. You might forget, but it's always there. I want you to leave my daughters alone. Call it a day. For your sake. A legend. Braced the girls. The news broke soon thereafter. In truth, the ensuing fallout was both less and more than Naruto hoped for. More, in that much of Mistral was quick to rally around him. Most were currently singing his praises to high heaven while denouncing the 2 heinous criminals that dared to assault him. Of course it helped that he had several witnesses to the fact. Work was already underway to repair and rebuild that poor dust shop among the other buildings Taeyang had wrecked during his attack. Young Aurora Monroe and her family were also quick to speak out in defense of him and his promise to rebuild their admittedly humble home, which only further endeared him towards the already smitten populace. For if people loved children, then they adored the children of huntsmen and huntresses even more so, as well as all those who aspired to become such. Unfortunately, that left the city howling for the heads of those who inflicted the damage in the first place. So yes, therein lie the rub as it were. Before he'd fought Taeyang and Summer, Naruto might have just given the people said heads and called it a day. But not a chance. He knew Yang would never forgive him if he let her kin die. Certainly not Ruby. So he did what he did best. He talked and made people listen. In the 3 days that followed, he wasn't given any time to relax as he might have liked. It was one meeting after another, constant interviews, a veritable media blitz that focused firmly on the circumstances of their attack and mitigating the damage that followed. He ate, he slept, he won the hearts and minds of his people, and he made damn sure Summer and Taeyang didn't leave the cellar and shove their foots in their mouths. While refusing to answer any and all calls from Ashen, of course. He expected a visit from the old wizard, and soon. But that was another battle for another day. Come the end of it, Vale's reputation took a heavy hit. That couldn't be helped, and frankly, he didn't give a flying fig about that kingdom. Nor could he get Summer and Tai off scot-free. It just wasn't possible. They'd attacked him in broad daylight and destroyed a business. There was no prettying that up. They had to be punished. Summer was easy to negotiate for. She hadn't done any real damage to him, and while she had tried to take Yang, Raven fought her off admirably. Poor Birdie had fans of her own crooning over her for that. She didn't much like the spotlight. Taeyang was another matter. He'd broken buildings, sundered streets, destroyed a dust shop, and gone on a rampage. There were fines for that, and then there were fines. Even now, he winced just thinking of the number. Tai was a seasoned huntsman with many a mission under his belt, and he could probably pay that off in time, but it was still a lot. In the end, after much negotiating and a few pointed arguments toward Mistral's inept counsel, he convinced the courts to remand them into Haven's custody. Which made them his problem. They would be confined to the kingdom of Mistral for a probationary period of no less than 5 years, or until such a time as Taeyang paid off his debt. Were they to act out or deliberately harm any innocents in that time, the full weight of their sentence would come crashing down on their heads. 25 years. A fourth of their lives, gone, just like that, if they made even the slightest mistake. Which brought him to his present predicament, the bane of all headmasters everywhere. Paperwork. There, he whisked his pen furiously across one last form, leaving a rough signature behind in its wake. That's the last paper signed and sorted. Pushing the paper away as far away from him as possible, he slumped in his chair with a relieved sigh. Case closed. Vanessa leaned over his shoulder and planted her chin there, idly pressing her cheek to his as she cuddled close. Everything seems to be in order. You did well. Doesn't feel like it? He sank into his seat with a sigh and gave his desk a kick. Being good seldom does, she delivered a swift peck to his cheek. Whatever you say. Waving his hand, he conjured a pair of shadow clones and handed off the documents in question for them to be double-checked. Vanessa leaned into him as the doppelgangers did their work, pressing the full of her body against his back. Her arms looped lazily around his chest, holding him in place as she snuggled closer. This close, the scent of her perfume washed over him, a strange heady thing of coconuts and cinnamon. His heart skipped half a beat despite himself, and unbidden, he found himself easing into her. That was a wonderful thing you did, sparing them, her breath ghost against his neck, sending a hot flush racing down his spine. Yang will be sure to thank you for it. If you say so. He looked to the window and mumbled into his palm. Sun's nearly down again. Being in charge sucks. I wouldn't be so certain. She leaned closer, crooning softly. There are certain perks to the job after all. A blonde brow rose her way. Such as? Vanessa Nikos hummed at him. It was his only warning. He was still trying to figure out what in blazes Pira's mother was up to when she took the initiative, surprising even him. His thoughts peaked into a surprised grunt as she vaulted over him, so damn limber, and planted herself in his lap, spreading her legs on either side of him to pin him in place, once more. Tension. He had time enough to perk up before the ravishing redhead began kissing his throat, then his chin, followed by his cheek now before she finally lost her patience and took a hold of his face to steer his mouth to hers. There was no chance to protest, not that he wanted to. Her lips found his in a fiery kiss that left him breathless, fingers trailing lines down his jawline, and his neck, followed by his chest as she loosened the tie there. Not one to be outdone, he grabbed her by the rear in retaliation, dragging her closer. She made a pleased noise and smashed her bosom against his chest in response, biting down on his lip hard enough to bruise, drawing a growl from him. There you are. Vanessa broke the kiss for air and leaned back at last, face flushed, cheeks dimpling in a smile as his fingers dug into her. I like it when you let that smile of yours slip. He snorted and reached up, tugging her hair from its braid. And I like you better with your hair down. Green eyes sparkled. Then you'll love this. As he looked, Vanessa ground her hips against his ever so briefly and began unbuttoning her blouse, exposing a tantalizing glimpse of the bountiful valleys within. He glimpsed a scrap of scarlet fabric within as her fingers found the third button and his throat went dry. Red lace, his dazed mind supplied helpfully. Alas, his tongue wasn't half as loyal. We really shouldn't do this here. That's half the fun. She winked his way and shucked her blouse entirely, sending the pale garment fluttering to the floor. It's late and we're the only ones here this evening. Which means you're all mine, and I can finally do this. There was a spark of something set between her breasts, tucked into her bra. He noticed it a split second before she acted. Vanessa slid out of his lap with sinful grace, leaving him high and dry as she dropped down to a knee. From there, she held out a hand, revealing the item in question. Several things happened at once. First, Naruto finally noticed what Vanessa was holding, not a weapon or any such. She wasn't the sneaky sort. She'd always been too blunt for that. Second, he realized she was holding out said item towards him, which in turn allowed him to get a very good look at said item in question. And third, a ring. Vanessa was holding a ring. But not just any ring, no. Really, it was very nice ring at that. Dare he say beautiful? Seemingly a simple gold band at glance revealed it as embossed with a leaf-like design leading up to a brilliant rose-red ruby at the center, bright as Vanessa's own hair. There was an inscription beneath the gem itself, but he couldn't quite see it at this angle. And she was offering it to him. I've never been one for beating around the bush. Vanessa Nikos tilted her head, a faint flush creeping up her pale face. Summary me? Kurama whistled softly. Damn. Naruto's heart damn near stopped. His jaw opened. Opened again. I have several questions. If you're worried about the other girls, don't be. I know for a fact that Raven and Willow have surprises of their own planned, but since I'm the latecomer, I wanted to be first. So a rare, sheepish expression flashed across her face. Surprise? Raven would be furious that Vanessa beat her to the punch. So would and Willow. I don't even have a ring for you. She shrugged. We can work on that. Your answer is all that matters. He could hear her heart beating, a benefit of his superior senses. She was terrified of his answer. And he kept thinking of how sad little Pyrrha would be if he said no. Did you even have to ask? Vanessa's face fell. He took the ring from her and slid it onto his finger. My answer is yes. Vanessa froze. Blinked. Twice. Then she leaped into his lap with a delighted cry and kissed him fiercely. As if summoned by that very action, someone knocked heavily on the twin doors leading to his office. Vanessa absolutely hissed. One really should know better than to tempt fate. Her voice fell to an annoyed whisper. Maybe if we keep quiet they'll go away. The knocking intensified. Vanessa kissed him again. He did, and another knock came, harder than the last. Exasperated, his secretary drew herself up out of his lap, buttoned her blouse, and adjusted her hair with a snarl, leaving him aching for more. It took a physical act of will on his part to stand after her. Adjusting his tie, he ran a hand through his hair quickly, following in her wake. We're coming. Hold your horses. Just like that, knocking on door ceased. Vanessa held a hand and pressed a finger to her lips. Naruto stilled beside her, idly conjuring his staff to his right hand. She flicked said finger his way. The gesture was abundantly clear. On 3. He counted and swung the door open. Not an enemy. On the contrary. Mr. and Mrs. Belladonna, he blinked, genuinely surprised to find Blake's parents at his door, much to his and Vanessa's annoyance. To what do I owe the pleasure? No, not pleasure. Their terrified, stricken faces rooted him where he stood. He could feel the fear rising from their very souls. What's wrong? He looked to each of them, baffled, and reluctantly ushered them in. Did something happen? Callie was the one to find her voice first. He would soon wish that she hadn't. Blake. Adam. Ilya. He didn't have a chance to ask what she meant. Gyra seized him by the shoulders. Someone took them. A burning brand hovered inches from Blake's face. She had an awful view of it, bound in the chair as she was, unable to look away as the searing metal inched closer. The little Belladonna reared back in her chair with a hiss, struggling to put as much distance between her and it. Eyes wide, heart hammering in her chest, it was all she could do not to cry. Who was this man? Why was this happening to her? What had she done wrong? Terrible bit of business. This, her captor, a mustachioed man with a lilting accent, heaved a sigh. I do so dislike getting my hands dirty, and honestly, I abhor violence on principle. I'm a doctor, a scientist, not a warrior. Tooting softly at the sound she made, he dared to pat her head, idly squashing her ears. But sometimes, if one wants something done right, you must do it yourself. Then. Tears welled up in her eyes as her kidnapper unbound the gag in her mouth and handed off the brand to one of his thugs. They raised it high, their message clear. Defiance would only result in pain. The doctor smiled at her. Will you be a good girl, answer my questions, tell me what I need to know? He waved a hand and the man brought the brand closer. In it she could see the cherry red letters carved within. She knew them all too well. The SDC. Or must we make this painful? She ignored him, mind worrying. This man clearly wasn't with the SDC now, was he? This was a trick. A ruse. An awful feeling welled up in her heart. Across the room, Adam howled furiously into his gag as Ilya wept into her own. She had to be strong. Not just for herself, but them. They'd taken her to hurt Momi. Steeling herself, she looked her captor in the eye. They'll stop you. They'll come for us. For me. Your new headmaster? The man with the mustache smiled. It was not a nice smile. My dear, I am counting on it. Her heart sank into her stomach. They were the bait. Blake closed her eyes and prayed for strength. Enough, I have endured more than enough. Frenzy. Meet the girls. Summer jolted awake with a yelp. Chains. Pain. Watch. Why did everything hurt? She wanted to go home. The dank smell of old mortar reached her a moment later, causing her to blanch as she squinted into the crushing gloom. Wait, she didn't know this place. Where was she? Why was she chained up in someone's basement? And why did she have a bad feeling about this? Because you're guilty, Summer? Memory rushed back and she sorely wished it hadn't, because suddenly she remembered everything from the moment of their brawl, right up to the resounding way in which it ended. Shame colored her face, and for more reasons than one. She struggled against her chains and tried to shift through them, only to experience a painful tingle. Right, Raven knew all her tricks, didn't she? No using her semblance to phase her way out of this one. Worse, came the suddenly realization that said Birdie was standing directly behind her. Ray? She warbled weakly into the dark, is this really necessary? I dunno. Her former teammate and best friend leaned over her from behind, lazily draping an arm over her shoulders. You tell me. That's what I thought. Raven circled round and smiled back at her, face inches from her own, and gave her cheek a hard pinch. I miss doing that. Now what do you have to say for attacking my man? Summer groaned for mercy, to no avail. I'm so good girl, she released her with a pleased hum. Really, you should be thankful we're keeping you down here. The media is currently having a field day tearing you and Taeyong to shreds up there. Summer whimpered. Thankfully, you're currently being held under the nominal authority of Haven. The whimpering redoubled. Unless, of course, you'd like us to hand you over to the police? A keening white fled from her lips akin to that of a tea kettle as she wriggled and squired in her chair. All right. I get your point. You can stop now. I could, but I won't. Raven remained relentless in all things as always. Yang wants to meet Ruby, by the way. Not her baby. Don't make that face. We're not going to hurt her, and Yang's eager to see her sister. Sides, I have a portal to Good Bitch. Summer squinted at her. I think you mean Good Witch? Raven clicked her tongue and didn't budge. I know what I said. Typical Raven. Those two had always had something of a rivalry, small wonder she had a bond to Glindaway. Wait just one bloody minute. How did you know Ruby's with her? Who else would you and Tai entrust her to while you're off playing hero? Port? Bleck? Ashbin? Summer wriggled anew. Much to her surprise, her old friend looked away with a sigh. I really am sorry, you know. Despite her best efforts not to, Summer found herself perking up. Sorry for what? For leaving? Raven pursed her lips, looking like she'd bitten into a lemon. I just can't work for Ashbin anymore, and I wasn't about to let Yang be dragged into his hopeless war. I won't apologize for what I did, but I am sorry the way I went about it. Looking back, knowing what I know now, if I could have done things differently, I would have. It was the best she could hope for given the circumstances. Ah, Ray. But then she remembered what her friend had told her and her spirits plummeted. What you said earlier. Raven's scowl became a bitter grimace. Salem isn't really immortal, isn't she? You were just messing with me earlier, right? Having a bit of fun at my expense? Raven didn't answer. Come on, you big kidder. The silence that followed proved painful, stiflingly so. Oh. Summer felt her throat go dry. Gulping did nothing to clear it. That's a thing. What else could she say? Knowing it was bad enough, but realizing it was the truth, that their great enemy couldn't be stopped, couldn't be beaten, couldn't killed, how could you come to terms with that? What were they even doing? Why were they rising their lives against her at all? Bile burned the back of her throat, and try as she might, she couldn't hold it back. Felt like she'd be sick. And then Raven made it so much worse. I tried to kill her once, you know. You did. I did and I failed. Her gripped her false arm. I had both of these back then, for all the good it did me. Summer flinched. Was she the one who? No, she shook her head, sending her mane swaying. That came later. Let me go after my first attempt. Like I was no one. Nothing. Tyrion hunted me down afterward once he realized I was vulnerable. Once she'd left Team SRQ she meant. You shouldn't have left, Ray. We could have all gotten stronger together. Raven lifted her chin, ever defiant. And you should have listened to me. There's nothing to be done about it now. I don't think Ty sees it that way. Wait. She craned her neck back, realizing the absence of said blonde. Where's Ty? A black brow rose. Where do you think? Summer gulped. Taiyang Xiaolong considered himself a brave man. Downright courageous even. Yup, brave man. But never in his life had his courage been so sorely tested as it was in this moment. Because you see, they were all staring at him. Each and every one of them. A sea of young, impressionable faces gazed up at him, and as he performed a head count, that number soared well into the double digits. No way. There was just no freaking way he had this many kids. Yang was blind to it all and tugged on his hand, drawing him forward. Hey everybody. This is my other dad. The other children crooned curiously, a babble of sound he could scarcely make sense of. So loud. That's Weiss and Winter over there. She indicated two pale, stern-looking girls with white hair and piercing blue eyes, each of whom watched him like a hawk. He barely had a chance to say hello before she moved on to the rest of the motley crew, a disparate lot he could scarcely make sense of. Those three are Roman, Neo and Cinder, the latter of whom shrank shyly behind the former. Then there's Pyrrha and Ren and Nora, Amiltia and Melanie are around here somewhere. Taeyong raised a hand in a weak greeting. Nice to meet you all. The redhead bra, remember her name, don't be rude, tilted her head to regard him. Is Daddy sleeping with you too? Ty's confidence died with a dull wheeze. Ha! Cinder recoiled like she'd been slapped. Ew. Roman crashed to the ground with a cackle and Neo tittered soundlessly even as Winter and Weiss rounded on their half-sister. Pyrrha, I was just asking. Nora grumbled under her breath. Wish he'd sleep with my mom already. Ren clapped a palm to his forehead. Norto. Just no. That was not a thing a child should say. In hindsight, he knew he was luckier than he had any right to be. Probation in Mistral, his pay docked, and a possible trial by his peers. If not for the good graces of Haven's headmaster, he'd be behind bars right now. He still might be, depending how things went. Being forced to meet the family was a small price to pay, all things considered. The knowledge of his defeat still burned deep in his stomach, but not as bad as he thought it might. Naruto had shown him mercy he hadn't given him, and it humbled him, to be honest. Yang had chosen well. Which brought him full circle to the other Goliath in the room, as it were. Salem was immortal. Raven had broken the news to him the moment she released him, and he dearly wished she hadn't. Ignorance was bliss, but now his rose-colored glasses, much like summer's comforting presence, had been ripped away, exposing his doubts to the light of day. It was blinding. Part of him wanted to reason it away, but the rest... Why was his ex-wife coming up the stairs with Summer just now? And why was she opening another portal all of a sudden? His eyes bulged as she reached through, and Glinda never heard the portal open behind her, nor saw the masked figure emerge from within. By the time she saw the shadow at her feet, it was too late. Try as she might, she couldn't get her aura up in time. Something struck her skull. Down she went. Ruby blinked quickly. She had always been an agile little thing, ever since she first unlocked her semblance. Not necessarily quick on the uptake. She could use big words when she wanted to. Thank you, Auntie Glinda, but give what she'd just seen, she had a fair right to be wary, she felt. Hey, she was shy, not stupid. Okay, portal, scary lady with a bloody red eye who just knocked out Auntie Glinda and Anna. Is that a robot arm? Her kidnapper sighed. Yes, it is. Silver eyes sparkled brightly. Can I touch it? For some reason, that made the bloody lady lean back. Well, that proves it. You're definitely Summer's kid. Yup, she beamed back at her. And your Auntie Raven? A black brow rose in mild amusement. You know me? She shrugged a small shoulder. Seen pictures? Well shit. That fucking brother of mine. Ruby held out a hand. Swear jar. Auntie Raven recoiled. Don't tell me you have one of those too. Yup, her head bobbed in a nod. It's half full. Daddy and Mommy swear a lot. For some reason that made Auntie laugh. Yeah, Summer always spat when she got pissy. You wanna see her? Her words were the spark lighting her life up again. The little Red Reaper jolted to her feet, tiny cloak flaring behind her. Can I? Sure thing. Auntie Raven jerked a thumb over her shoulder into the portal from whence she'd come. No need to tell her twice. Ruby raised her arms magnanimously. Carry me. Auntie Raven huffed, but didn't deny her. She bent down to scoop her up with her metal arm. But, foolish Auntie. Victory was hers. The second she did, Ruby began fussing over it with pudgy fingers. Oh, is this a hardened composite over metal? Or an absorbent polymer? I think it might be mecha shift. Gods, not even 5 and you're such a nerd. Come on, let's meet the family. What's that supposed to mean? Auntie Raven rolled her eye and strode through the portal. The next thing Ruby knew there saw were faces. So very many faces. And there among them, Raven. A familiar voice barked their way. What did you do? Simplified things, came the reply. You're welcome. Ruby wriggled in her auntie's arms. She knew that voice. Mommy. Daddy. Daddy swept her up into his arms and she snuggled close, delighted to see him again after his absence. Mommy crowded in from the side and then she felt a scruffy cheek rub against hers and she squealed because she knew who that was, and sure enough when she squirmed around to see them. Uncle Crew. There was another man stepping out of a portal behind Auntie Raven, and he kinda looked like Daddy. Blue eyes and blonde hair. He said something to Auntie Raven and in an instant they were arguing, but quietly, like really real quiet because she couldn't hear a word they were saying because everyone was so lewd. All right people. The other blonde man clapped his hands suddenly. Team meeting. Taeyong and Summer. Make yourselves useful and watch the kids. Crow. With me. Is that your brother, Daddy? Oh, her eyes lit up. Do I have another uncle? For some reason Mommy Daddy made gagging noises. Was it something I said? Maybe so, because they set her down, and that meant she finally got a chance to look out amongst the sea of unfamiliar faces, each of which were very much focused on her. Idly, she remembered what Auntie Raven had said. Were these people related to her? Brothers and sisters and siblings, oh my. Her mind sparked, fizzled, came roaring back to life now as one of them left the group and introduced themselves. So you're the one everyone's been making a fuss over. A boy with orange hair and a top hat grinned at her, leaning idly on a cane. Nice to meet you, Red. Name's Roman. Ruby glared at him and puffed out her cheeks in a pout. Not called Red, I'm Ruby. Roman shrugged. Red cloak, so you're red. Deal with it? A faint crackle of shattering glass was her only warning. Then she found herself face to face with a girl that was almost shorter than her. What the heck? Oh wow, Urea. She leaned back, really close. Neo, no. Roman heaved a paternal sigh. Don't scare her. Ruby stood on the very tips of her toe to pat her head, drawing a soft hum from her. Good girl? So, meet the brood. Roman gestured expansively. That's Cinder over there, don't mind her, she's a bit off. I'm sure you'll meet the others soon enough once they get done fawning over tall blonde and awesome over there. She preened a little at that, puffing out her chest. Of course he's awesome. My daddy's the best hunter. And I'll be the best huntress. Cinder eyed her warily. You want to become a huntress? I'll be the very best. Like no one ever was. No, she shook her head. You won't. Ruby blinked, baffled by her reply. Why not? A girl with white hair and sharp blue eyes buelled in from the side to glare at her. Because we will. An odd feeling welled up in her. It felt like anger. You're rude. What was that, child? Do you have any idea who I am? I am Weiss Schnee. I don't care. Ruby kicked her shin, drawing a yelp from her. You're not that much older than me. And you're still every bit a child. Weiss thrust a finger into her face, jabbing her nose. The very least you could do is know your place. She wouldn't cry. Ruby refused to cry. Silver eyes narrowed upon the intruding digit, still poking her schnoz. You're a bully. Weiss went red. I am not. I am simply explaining your place in the pecking order. Peck your pecking order. Nom. Weiss recoiled, yowling. Did you just bite me? You did. You actually bit me. Cinder and Neo started laughing. Ruby was deaf to it. She began rolling up her sleeves, just like Daddy showed her. I'll do a lot more than that, Miss Bully Bully. Quite suddenly it looked like she would be the one weeping. Winter, help me with this barbarian. Hey. Stop that, Ice Queen. Roman pushed himself between them before they could come to blows. Honestly, don't make me play the mediator here. I'm no good with this shit. Swear jar. He growled at her. Can it red? Red? Wait, an unfamiliar voice yelped. Is that Ruby? Ruby strained her gaze, but everyone was so tall and she couldn't see. Her height didn't save her. A golden meteor barreled into her and swept her off her feet into a bruising hug. Ruby. Ack. Who are you? I'm Yang. The pressure only grew tighter as the wild blonde girl nuzzled her face to hers as she crooned over her. Your biggest and bestest sister. It's so nice to finally meet you. Yang. She'd heard stories of her from Dad. She was real? Really, really real? She had an actual big sister related to her by blood. Something came loose in her. Ruby sniffled once. Yang, you're really real? Of course I'm real. Don't you worry. I'm not going anywhere. Ruby Rose began to weep with joy. 0.0.0.0. They took them? Naruto dragged a hand down his face to stifle a sigh. That's what I said the first time. And laid a hand on his shoulder, but he didn't have time for her pity or willows. He shrugged them off and went back to studying the map before him. Another clone popped, filling his head with memories. Nothing of import. He shunted them aside. Can't let this stand. Raven was responding to something Vanessa had said. This mustn't register on an emotional level. He couldn't afford to fly into a frenzy. His first instinct was to race out into the city and turn it upside down. Tempting but pointless. They'd have her hidden well away by now. He didn't know the Belladonna girl all that well, and Adam and Ilya even less, but they'd seemed like good brats. You didn't involve kids in this sort of thing. It just wasn't done. Gyra and Callie had shown him their hotel room and he'd gone over the place personally, searching for clues. There were none. Whomever had taken them was thorough meticulous, if nothing else. He'd ordered them to stay there, knowing it was painful for them, but he couldn't have them interfering. This needed to be handled discreetly. So here they were, gathered before his round table once more. And elbowed him with a hiss. How are you so calm about this? Because, he glared at her through the gaps in his fingers. I have to be. They didn't take those kids just to get at us. They're trying to raise tensions. The daughter of the White Fang goes missing while they're in my city. That's bound to stir the pot. And so soon before the vital festival they could be anywhere. Willow raised a hand. We could use the relic. No. Absolutely not. Doing that would tip our hand and expose Yang. That's not happening. Raven smirked wickedly. Then who has her finger on the pulse of this city? Naruto pulled a face. She had a point. He didn't like it, but she did. His eyes narrowed. I need to make a call. It wasn't fair. All the other kids got to have him. But not them. He wouldn't even give them the time of day. So the Malachite twins did what any neglected child would do. When he called Mum, they jumped at the chance. How could they not? They wanted attention. By any means necessary. Miranda Malachite was prompt if nothing else. She picked up on the first ring. Damn her. Hello, darling. What can I do for you? She didn't sound quite as smug as last time, not after the scare he'd given her. Did you need something from me? The door creaked open, and he looked up, alarmed to find Miltia and Melanie peeking through. I need to find a few Faunus kids. He rattled off the details, then frowned as he realized that the twins hadn't budged. Far from it, they had actually dared to enter the room while he was gone. Your girls are here. So they are, she crooned back. Be a dear and treat them, won't you? He growled. Did you send them? I did, before your little stunt yesterday. They miss you. He didn't deign to answer. She noticed. Blast her. Don't they deserve to know their father? We had a deal, he said. You know that. So we did. Until you got me drunk and drugged me, he finished with a growl. She chuckled. Is that what you tell yourself? You were a rather willing participant, as I recall. If looks could kill, she would have been a smoldering pile of ashes by now. He glared heatedly into the receiver instead. Let them see you. Leave it to her to be the voice of reason. Be with them. Let them have their time in the sun. Because if you let them grow up in the shadows, darling, I guarantee you they'll learn to loathe the light. He made an annoyed noise. She had a point. He'd been perfectly civil, but the fact remained that he didn't know how to talk to them. What could he say? How could he say it? Kurama was of no help at all. The foxy bastard had left him on the hook this time. He was very much on his own. A favor for a favor, Miss Malachite declared. I'll find your brats, don't you worry. In return, you take care of yours for once, okay? Miranda. The line went dead. Naruto heaved a sigh and looked to the twins. Hello there, girls. Right, might as well get this out the way while he could. Their faces lit up, cautious, yet reserved. Hello, sir. Don't call me that, he dragged a hand across his face. You'll make me feel old. Aren't you, though? He squints though his fingers. Oi, which one of you said that when I wasn't looking? The twins pointed at one another. Cheeky little fine. He patted the sofa beside him. Sit down and let's talk. They clambered over. Such energetic girls, eager to please, desperate really. Ah, cripes. Now he felt that it would prove to be a long day. You're just jealous of my genius. Jealous? Amused? You can't see the forest for the trees. If you could, you would have realized just how bad of an idea this truly was. Rescue the girls. Twins were difficult to raise. You had to be careful with them at all times, treat them right, never offend one at the expense of the other. Never mind telling them apart if they looked similar, that was a nightmare on its own, least of all if they decided to make a game of it and mess with your head. In conclusion, much difficult, very complicated. Naruto knew how to deal with babies, kids even, but twins? Much less identical twins? No. He had no idea what he was doing, and maybe that shone through today, because the Malachite twins, say their names damn it, were eyeing him warily. They'd both clambered up onto the couch at his command, but now that they were up here, neither looked all that keen to move at the moment. He couldn't even blame them for their fear. In the end, Miltia broke first. Sono young today? Right, these two didn't exactly get on with her, did they? The other kids must have sensed that and the tension bled over into them. He'd need to fix that in the future. She's with her mother. Melanie peered past him. She's your favorite. He frowned at her. I have no favorites at this time. The twins looked at one another and made eager noises. Can we be your favorites? What did I just say? They flinched. Crap. He dragged both hands down his face with a long-suffering sigh. I'm shit at this, aren't I? They nodded. Huh, he peered between his fingers at them. No swear jaw. Most of the kiddos get me for that. Miltia shrugged a shoulder. Mum swears all the time. I'm sure she does. He took a deep breath to master himself and gave them a fresh once-over. Melanie in her white dress, restlessly clicking her bladed heels together as her legs swayed. Miltia contrasted her nicely in red, idly fiddling with her claws. Most of the kids didn't have weapons yet, but Miranda had seen fit to arm them all the same. That was telling in and of itself. Retractable, yes, but neither of their weapons were proper mecha shift, not yet, but they could work on that. No, they would work on it. So he swore. Alas, the twins mistook his silence for anger. At least, Melanie did. We get it. You do. They were being surprisingly mature about this for children. Mum wanted babies, ergo us, so she forced the issue. Forced you, Miltia echoed dully, not looking at him. Naruto twitched. Must not strangle Miranda. We know you didn't want us. Strangling sounded nice. Should he lie to them? Say that wasn't the case? That it was all a massive misunderstanding? No, ignorance might have been bliss, but they wouldn't thank him for it. She did trick me at the time. He held up a hand to forestall their argument, but that's no excuse for me to treat you like this. The two of you were unexpected, honestly, but not unwelcome. Never apologize for that, or for being born. Understand? The girls studied their feet. Fine. No. His retort had both of them jumping. It isn't. I'm sorry, he amended when they leaned back. I didn't mean to shout. I'm pants at this. You are. What? Melanie elbowed her twin, but even he could see the wince on her face. I don't hate you. I never did. I just didn't know how to respond to you. The twins tilted their head in unison. Why? He had a good idea of what their semblance would be someday. If they were this in sync as children, they were going to be devastating when they reached adulthood. If they lived that long. Korm's remark brought him up short. Hey! He gave his partner an internal glare. Think about it. They're the daughters of an influential crime lord, one Mistral would happily see dead. We both know Miranda doesn't have a tenth of your support or resources, and her semblance, while broken, isn't geared toward fighting. What do you think the twins' life expectancy will be without you looking after them? Hey, he deserved that. But he was trying to fix it now, and before their 5th birthday at that. Surely that counted for something. It only counts if your efforts bear fruit. Now hop to it. Chop chop. True words had never been spoken. First things first. He brought his hands together in a resounding clap, causing his girls to jolt. Your mother and I are both blonde, which begs the question, is your hair naturally black or did you dye it? Melanie raised a hand. Mum said we should dye it. Why? So we'd be safe. Miltia chirped. Safe, he scowled. What would they possibly need to be safe, Fromo? His eyes flashed. Has anyone tried to hurt you? Melanie held her tongue. Miltia didn't. Paul Parrot tried once or twice. The name didn't ring any bells, and wasn't that concerning enough in and of itself? Paul who? Up-and-coming mob boss. Miltia rattled off, despite her twin's glare. He's a piece of shit who likes feeding his rivals to Grim, but he's well guarded. Not for long and not if he had anything to say about it. They'd come back to that later. Do you prefer your hair that way? They shrugged. Girls? Yes, Daddy/sorry, Daddy, the twins babbled. His heart wrenched. Alright, maybe the dye job is the best for now. Has your aura been unlocked? Melanie shook her head. Mum said she would when we were 12. They were in so much danger. Not having that. Come here. They exchanged a quick glance between one another and scooted forward. He laid a hand on each of their heads and chanted softly the words he'd come to know by heart, the words so many had knew thrice over. It was surprisingly difficult. Unlocking the aura of 2 people at once drained him more than he cared to admit. Still, he did the deed well enough without faltering, and soon enough, their aura shimmered to life, matching their respective colors. How quaint. There we are. He released them and stepped back. Be sure and practice with it when you get a chance. Given time, you might develop semblances of your own. That got their attention. Miltia beat her sister to the punch. What will they be like? He had an inkling, but didn't want to spoil things for them. I can't tell you. They made annoyed noises. I mean it, he spoke over their complaints. Everyone's semblance is different. Unique. Tailored to them. I once fought a woman who could phase through just about everything and a man who grew stronger the longer we fought. Did you win? Ye of little faith. Children, he conjured his staff to hand, laid both hands to rest upon it and leaned down upon it to smile at them. Who do you think you're talking to? Of course I won. Here at least, their grins were honest, if a touch feral. Such wild little daughters he had. Are they still breathing? For now. They owe me a debt, and I intend to collect. Miltia clicked her tongue. Stingy old man. Oi, I'm not too old to tan your hides. Melanie pulled a face. Are you sure we're yours? Now it was Miltia's turn to hiss. Mel. What? I'm just saying. I don't blame you for doubting me. But I'm certain. This close, he could sense the chakra within them, dormant and inert. That settled it, if he hadn't already known before. These 2 were definitely his. Let me prove it. He stepped to them and flexed his fingers. Tongues of pale flame flickered across each of them as he clenched them into claws. With a resounding shout he slammed said hands into their stomachs. 5-pronged seal release. The poor girls never saw it coming. They doubled over and fell off the couch with a pained gasp, clutching their torsos. He caught them and gently laid them down on the sofa again, tucking them against one another. They clung onto him, unsurprisingly. Take your time. He crouched down, idly watching them spasm and shake. It's not an immediate thing. You'll need a bit to recover. What the shit? Melanie wheezed. That freaking hurt, you bastard. Miltia was, unsurprisingly, less eloquent. Son of a whore. My mother was a very nice lady, I'll have you know. And language? A string of gibberish was his reward. What the hell did you even do? Not what I did, but what I undid. He held up a finger to forestall another argument. I put those seals on you when you were babies, because your little bodies couldn't handle your growing chakra coils. You wouldn't stop crying. I had to something similar for Ren until his 2nd year. You've had more time to grow into yours. How does it feel now that I've unblocked them? Miltia tilted her head. Itchy. Yeah, Mel agreed with her twin. Like I've got a bunch of fire ants crawling under my skin. Good. He cracked a smile at that. It means your chakra is waking up again. You'll be able to use it, soon, given the right training, and provided your mother doesn't do something stupid. The twins shared a commiserating look between themselves. You and Mum don't like each other very much, do you? He briefly considered lying, then thought better of it. No, we don't. Maybe that will change, someday. It hurt to see how much hope they had, so he endeavored to elaborate. Right, he cited softly. Your mother is very, shall we say, controlling? A bitch? Both of those things, he allowed. Also swear jar. Unless you'd rather I wash your mouth out with soap? His daughters hissed at him for that, but coughed up the lean when he continued. Regardless of that, he laid a hand on their heads. It doesn't change the fact that we're a family. No one can change that. So can we stay with you, then? Miltia raised her hand. Mum is always busy. You can stay as long as you like. You have my word. Their eyes lit up like stars in the sky. He had a feeling he was going to regret that last promise. Yang would be grouchy come tomorrow. She didn't enjoy sharing him with others, but Rennie was at least a good spot about it. Miltia and Melanie probably wouldn't be. He had sinking suspicion they'd be rivals for life. Probably best to steer them away from that. Now listen close. I'm going to teach you some basic chakra exercises. Do well, behave yourselves, and I'll include you with Ren's training. Abuse these gifts and I take your chakra away. Understand? They nodded rapidly. He patted their heads. Good girls. Now pay attention. The first thing to understand about chakra is that it comes not from without like aura, but within. Surprisingly, the twins listened. They were like sponges, eager to absorb everything he taught him, yes, but also to make up for lost time. Things weren't quite right between them, weren't fixed just yet, not by a long shot. But it was a start. Miranda called him not an hour later. Raven peered at the three of them through her portal from afar, lowered her blade with a satisfied hum and walked away. Yang followed her, running to keep up. Hey ma. Raven glanced at her progeny. Dad's strong. A nod. He certainly is. Will I ever be that strong? Lies served no purpose here. Yang slumped and kicked at a stray pebble. She wasn't sure how to feel about that. Sure, she felt self-conscious at times, but she tried to shove that down. Her talk with Dad had mitigated the symptoms, not the cause. She had superpowers, sure, and she could control the weather, but she still felt like the odd duck goose, often when she least expected it. Mum held nothing back. She was honest with her because she had to be. But you'll get close. How close? Real close. She cut open another portal, leading deeper into the complex and a bemused-looking Vanessa. Now prepare yourself. I won't be going easy on you today. Yang raised her fists with a grin, eyes ablaze with determination. Armed and ready. Raven clicked her tongue. Not yet, you're not. She dove at her daughter. The scroll call came soon thereafter. In truth, Naruto had expected as much. Any kidnapper worth their salt usually made their petty demands within the first hour or so. With Malachite having shook the tree as it were, a few apples were bound to fall. Anyone with even the meanest intelligence would realize the net was closing around them. And so they would act. Be it in spite or haste, it was inevitable. And so, when his scroll chimed, he made his excuses and stepped away. Surprisingly, it was a video call. Bold of him. You've been a busy bee, Headmaster. Did you think I wouldn't notice your spider weaving her webs? The signal was grainy, the figure on the other end almost indistinct. Pity his eyes were sharper than most. And you're the future dead man. He beamed back at him, relishing in their unease. Pleasure to meet you, quite the pleasure. I could say the same, the rich, cultured voice on the other end oozed arrogance. You strike me as a rather sentimental man. That's surprising given what I know of you. Fortunately, I don't possess the capacity for that. I could never understand what comes from feeling that way except weakness. Our queen feels much the same. Anne poked her head around the corner and he feigned confusion while gesturing her away. Our queen? She ran off to get the others, and he happily played dumb in the meantime. But of course. Kneel, swear your loyalty to Salem as Leonardo did before you, and all this unpleasantness can be forgiven. I'll even release the children to you mostly intact. His eyes flashed red before he managed to wrestle his temper down. Lies and falsehoods. You didn't need to have a sixth sense to see such. Was it? He stared at the grainy image of the soon-to-be dead man. Ordinarily I'd say what you do is not my concern, the world is full of people like you. Perhaps in a perfect world, everything comes with a price. But this isn't a perfect world, he smiled into the receiver. People do bad things, and if you're lucky, you get a chance to set it right, even if most of the times it goes unpunished. This isn't one of those times. Continue down this path and I'll kill you. The only disappointment for me in all this is that I'll only get to do it once. You think I'm afraid of you? I know you're terrified. You're scared of me because you can't control me. And you never will. Why else would you go to such lengths? Here's my counteroffer. He paused for effect, letting the words sink in. Let the kids go, and you and I can settle this like real men. Face to face. Tempting, but no. My terms remain. He smiled. And if I refuse? Then I kill them. I thought that obvious. It would be such a shame for the children of the White Fang to suffer an incident in your precious city. An empty threat, but he couldn't afford to call that bluff. That would be a mistake. Why ever would it? Because you're making me angry, he beamed back. You wouldn't like me when I'm angry. Going to use you fists, are we? As expected of a brute such as yourself. No, he growled into the receiver. I'm going to smile. He watched the man's silhouette pause, if only for a moment. And that should concern me because I do terrible things when I smile, Arthur. The stories I could tell you. Just ask anyone in Mistral. Bold of you to assume I'm still in the city at all. Who's to say I haven't fled already? Another bluff. Did he think him a fool? You haven't run, and if by some chance you have, you're not far. I know you're kind. You'd want to be close for something like this. For all your vaunted claims of brilliance and superiority, you're being remarkably stupid. The self-proclaimed genius hissed on the other end of the line. Excuse me? He smirked. I didn't realize you were hard of hearing as well, old man. Old? You're looking at the future. You're the shit that comes before that. Yes, I know. He waved him off with a hollow laugh. I'm familiar with this song and dance. Run or don't. On second thought, do run. Make me chase you. Let the world see what I do to those who cross me. You're mad. Your reputation would never survive if you killed a man in broad daylight. I'm sorry, were you under the assumption I cared what others thought of me? When Watts made a strangled noise to that effect, he chuckled. What you say to me is immaterial to me. You're even less entertaining than dry cereal. And like cereal, I'm going to gobble you up. Preferably with a bit of milk. You think this is a joke? The man on the other end sputtered spectacularly, black mustache bristling like some great hungry caterpillar. Don't you dare ignore me. I'll show you suffering. The image on the other end crackled as he squeezed his scroll and sneered at it. No. Your signal is buffering. I'll destroy you. You little. The scroll shattered in his fist. I'm afraid you've lost your signal. He cast aside the broken device, pushed back his chair, and began to hum under his breath. Let's begin. You're gonna wish I never came along. Night came swiftly to Mistral. And with it, vengeance. So it began. Hey! Listen! Watch out! Blake opened her eyes with a groan, wincing as those words rang in her ears. Everything hurt. Her face itched and she couldn't remember what had happened. Hands on her shoulders, shaking her, the sound of combat, dying gurgles, and triumphant cries, all mingled together with the terrifying scent of fire. When she finally found her center again, the room proved slow to swim into focus, almost painfully slow-no. She frowned, squinted, then blinked again. She must have been half asleep, because she was surely seeing things. An all-too-familiar face dangled inches from her own, lilac eyes glowing in the gloom. No, wait, they were actually glowing. She could see literal violet flames fan from the edges of her eyes, bleeding out into the air as she beamed at her. And behind her, she saw the bodies. Her captors all laid low. Some of them weren't moving. Hello. Yang sang. Cat got your tongue? Me? Yup, it's me. Sorry for the pun. She tried to speak against the gag, to no avail. Mro. How? Well, that's a long story and here, let me get this off you. A hand tore the gag away, allowing her to draw in a ragged breath. Yang, how did you get here? She beamed. I ran. How? Well, it's not hard if you know how, you just put one foot in front of the other dash. No. I mean, how did you get here? In this building. How did you find us? The beaming blonde giggled once. That's easy. Dad's smart. Her thoughts fizzled out. Huh. Like real smart, she made a grand gesture with her arms. He knew exactly where you were. Again how? I dunno. She shrugged and paced over to Ilya, idly freeing her as well, then Adam besides. Magic, I guess. He sent me in while he's distracting the bad guys. The words along beggared belief, her confidence more so. But you're just a kid like us? Hey, I'll have you know I'm a kick-ass huntress in training. One of the goons stirred behind her. Blake shrilled a warning. For all the good it did. Yang lazily swung an arm outward and snapped her fingers. A pillar of fire flashed forth, incinerating the man where he stood. His charred body crumpled down in a blistered heap. Blake recoiled at the sight. You burned him? The blonde blinked. And? He might die. Yang showed no such guilt. He's a bad guy. Daddy says bad guys die all the time. Nobody's gonna miss one more. Sides, Dad needed a portal and a distraction, and I'm the former, so. An almighty rumble outside rattled the roof, punctuated by a terrifying roar to shake the world. Right on time. Ilya whimpered. What was that? Yang beamed. Oh, that's Dad. Adam whistled. All the color drained from Blake's face. How are you not afraid? Why would I be? This is just another Tuesday for me. She balked. You're insane. Actually insane. Maybe. She shrugged a shoulder. But I'm not alone. Placing 2 fingers in her mouth, she whistled once, sharply. A bird fluttered down from the rafter and took the shape of a scraggly man. Not Bade, firecracker, he looked about with a chagrined smile. You weren't kidding. Told you I could fight. As though to echo those very words, a crimson portal opened behind her. A terrifying woman in black and red emerged, her weapon still dripping with the viscera of the fallen. Adam looked at her bloody blade and came to the obvious conclusion. I want that. Yang chirruped happily. Told you so. 0.0.0.0. What's checked his watch? Right on schedule. The headmaster of hell, Mistral's own monster, considered the thug he was holding by the throat. A brief squeeze broke the man's neck, then he cast him down. Must you kill them all? The doctor tooted softly. Good help is so hard to find these days. It took a great deal to arrange this. He had his contingencies, but even then he couldn't quite suppress a shiver as Naruto smiled at him. It was not a nice smile. Far too wide, entirely too many teeth, and it made his eyes glow red. Careful. He would have to be very careful indeed, or he'd lose his life here. You hurt those kids? Sacrifices must be made. You understand, I'm sure? No, I don't. He stomped down on a recovering thug as he stalked up to him, casually crushing the man's skull underfoot. Don't care to either. Any last words? Watts burst out in a peal of laughter. Of course you don't care. Because that's just what you, isn't it? You can't bring yourself to bother with anything or anything outside of your precious family. How has that worked out for you? He swept a ringed hand outward with a sneer. The grand hero, headmaster of Haven, sovereign of Sanctum, revered by Mistral, its indomitable protector and avenging angel. You thought you could gather allies and we wouldn't take notice of you. But you couldn't. Now the eyes of the world are upon you and your failures. And let's not forget your deal with Miranda Malachite. He prattled on with a hoarse laugh, too lost in the sound of his own voice to care for his own safety. Get all the criminal underworld under your control so it can't cause any trouble. But that's the problem with keeping so many criminals under your thumb. They rebel. So that's how you did it. Indeed I did. He flung up his arms with a cackle. It was all too easy to find allies here. A few words whispered to Paul Parrot and the man practically fell over himself to do my bidding. And still you chose to rely on scum like him. If only someone could have warned you against such a miserable idea. Oh wait, I did. He hooked a thumb into his chest with a snarl, then reversed it, jabbing a finger his way. But you pushed ahead and you lost it all when all you had to do was kneel. All of this could have been avoided if you just pledged your fealty to Salem like Lionheart did, but no. You had to be the hero. The ground trembled underfoot. You think you can fix everything just because you want to? But wanting isn't enough. You can't just be strong, you have to be smart. Can't just be deserving, you have to be worthy. But clearly, all you have been is a bloody why are you laughing? Stop that. Stop laughing at me this instant. Because he was. He'd started 3 seconds ago into his rant and now he burst into full-throated laughter of his own. I'm sorry, was that little speech supposed to demoralize me? No. He shook his head. I made my choice long ago. My course is set, my path fixed, my road the horizon. And you? You're not even a speed bump. While you've been ranting at me, distracting me, I've been distracting you in return. The girls are long gone by now. He glanced at his watch. Which means any leverage you have over me vanished about a minute ago. You'd think so, wouldn't you? We offered Lionheart the carrot. Watts sneered, wiping a thin line of blood from the corner of his mouth. Clearly we'll have to use the stick with you. Yet another tremor rattled the street. Naruto looked down, annoyed. A horde of Grimm burst up through the asphalt under his feet. You are the worst kind of good because you're not even great. A freak who reeks of false righteousness. That's what I hate. You all know. Leonius. Grimm. Really now? Grimm? Was this Arthur's so-called plan? His grand modus operandi, meant to stop him in his tracks? Just throw a swarm of wild monsters at him and pray they somehow manage to finish him off? They'd either tunneled up into the city from below or been lying in wait for him, which implied they'd gotten into the city from outside somehow. Either way, it changed little. No, scratch that. It changed nothing. Absolutely. Nothing. And there was Watts standing over there, looking oh so very smug with himself. How incredibly disappointing, he sighed softly. But a point could be made, even in the face of failure. Watts' visage turned an amusing shade of puce. Excuse me? Rather than retreat, Naruto merely rolled his eyes, discarded his staff, planted his feet, and clapped his hands together. Palm to palm, he flared his chakra, activating the countless shadow clones he'd secretly seeded the area with on the rooftops above. From there, he let the horde of hundreds crash into him in a tide of black and white. Grimm after Grimm barged into him in a smothering wave. And yet for all their haste, not a single one made it so much as a step past him to the city beyond. A shimmering barrier of golden light barred their passage, blunting their charge as surely as the hands of Buddha himself. When they turned left to evade it, they found themselves similarly blocked. Then right, left again. Time and time again their escape into the city of Mistral was stymied, turned back amongst themselves, crushing one another to devastating effect. Result? You shall not pass. He couldn't quite contain the chuckle that followed. Oh, are theories this really the best you can do? I have more troubling chasing the kids around. What? He heard, rather than saw the scientist sputter, blinded as he was by the writhing swarm of Grim. What kind of semblance is this? What have you done? I'm sorry, he crooned. Were you under the impression this would actually inconvenience me? Why you? It was a decent plan. He unclasped his palms, content to let his station shadow clones take up the burden of the jutsu he'd just performed. Unleash Grim in the city, sow havoc and discord, make me look weak as a headmaster. Bracing, stuff, really for an amateur, humming darkly under his breath, he conjured his ringed staff back to his hand, adjusted his jacket and swept a hand through his messy hair. Unfortunately for you, your execution was lacking. I prepared for something like this a long time ago. But before we continue, let me ask you something. His shadow lengthened behind him, taking on Kurama's likeness in all its horrifying glory. Show off? If he's really live-streaming this like I think he is, then I want to give the people of the world a show. And hey, if this helped attract more prospective students to Sanctum and Haven, all the better. Not bad. Even now you're thinking about the future. Color me impressed. I'm a headmaster, you know. I had to grow up sooner or later. Shoulda. Say what's hamming it up. He tilted his head with an awful crack, grinning toothily from ear to ear. Did you know that ruthlessness is mercy upon ourselves? Salem's right-hand man balked. Everyone knows that. I don't think you do. Something in his voice must have set the smug scientist right off, because he thrust a finger his way, barely glimpsed amongst the seething, teeming Grim. Kill him? Curious. It seemed Salem's influence extended to her followers to some degree, enough to relay basic commands. Interesting. Very interesting. He'd be sure to ask him about it later. But with nowhere left to go, the blackened beasts turned their fury upon him. Naruto spread his arms wide. You don't seem to understand, I'm not locked in this barrier with you. An outraged Ursa bit down onto his shoulder from behind, only for its teeth and the better part of its jaw to shatter on his hardened skin. A Beowulf raked its claws across his chest and broke both wrists for it, leaving it a screaming wreck at his feet. A pair of brutal Barangels wailed on him with their mighty fists, him by the arms and tried to pound him into the ground, only to find that he couldn't be moved. Again and again and again they strove at him, all for naught. He may as well have been stoned to them, and he was. He stood stock still for the better part of a minute, let the brutal beasts attack him without remorse right until he reached around over his shoulder and hooked his pointer finer into said Ursa's left eye. Something squelched as he dug the digit deep, drawing a pained cry from the creature. A mini Rasengan ignited at the tip of the digit. You're locked in here with me, he finished with a feral grin split his face. Pop goes the bear. Its head burst like an overripe grape, showering him in bits of blackened fur. Even as its towering body pitched backwards, he casually caught both Barangels by their skulls and smashed their faces together. Twice. Thrice. Kicking up his staff, he disemboweled the broken Beowulf at his feet and sent it to join his kin. Another of the greater Grim, he never bothered to remember or care which, lunged at him, to which he caught it by the jaws, twisted his wrists and tore its head clean off. Then the rest of the horde reached him, and he had neither the time nor the patience for such fancy moves. A shame. He'd been enjoying himself. He spied what's a ways behind him and flashed him a merry gin. Watch closely now. Blink and you'll miss it. Sweeping his staff backward, he raised his free hand, then flared Kurama's chakra. A hail of truth-seeking orbs appeared behind him, and he swept them forward. The onrushing Grim dissolved so quickly that he found himself blinded by black smoke for a moment. But only a moment. More came on and he waded in, swinging as he went, destroying them by the dozens. Watts hollered at him over the chaos. You're the worst kind of good, because you're not even great. Two could play that game. He cut down an angry Ursa and stalked back around him. And you're a geek who reeks of false righteousness, that's what I hate. What's bridled? Why you? I fight to save lives and I kill to get the job done. He snagged a Borbatusk by its tusks and used it as a flail to flatten a Deathstalker. I mean, you totally could have avoided this if you just cut and run. But no. Decapitating said Deathstalker, he tore its stinger free and whipped it what's way, forcing the man to dodge aside with a yelp. You thought I was nice, now I'm putting you on ice. So stay right there. I'll be with you shortly. What's did not? He turned to flee. Just as he knew he would. More's the pity, he supposed. But rather than shout for him to stop as a hero, would he conveniently lowered one of the barriers and let him flee. Poor man had no idea he was being hurted. But how could he? Men like him always believed themselves to be superior, that they were in control, that those who lacked their brilliance were beneath them. And he did so love being underestimated. Counting to 3, he finished off the last of the Grim and gave him a head start. Only then did he finally deign to give chase and saunter after the dead man. Why are you running, what's? The show's only just begun. Adam watched the Headmaster fight the Grim. Maybe that wasn't the right word. This was slaughter. Haven's Headmaster, the Headmaster of Hell, was a bloody blonde blender, ripping through the enemy horde with ease. Like he wasn't even trying. Those strange golden walls of his kept the Grim from getting out, and with them hemmed in, he slaughtered them, down to the last Beowulf. It was glorious. In hindsight, Adam knew he should be terrified. He'd been kidnapped, then freed by the Headmaster's own daughter no less, and now he had front row seats to a slaughter that would be all over the news by tomorrow. It should have shocked him. Sickened him. Frightened him at the very least. Even under the watchful eye of Miss Raven and Crow, any sane individual. Little Blake and Illa probably were feeling ill at the sight, but not him. He wanted that, he wanted to be that. Needed that kind of strength. Yup. Young chirruped happily, hands clasped behind her head. That's my daddy pretty cool, huh? Cool, she says, Ilya babbled under her breath. He's a monster. Young only beamed. I know, right? Isn't he awesome? Blake gulped. Not the word I'd use. Adam disagreed wholeheartedly. The last of his doubts settled. He had to learn from him. He must. That F*** R is back. Watts slammed through a warehouse door and fell, scrambled to his feet, swearing in his haste. Boss? What's going on? Why re ya runnin'? Not now, you fool. Take your positions. I want every gun we have trained on that door. Now, the hired goons he'd left in place balked at him, not quite comprehending his fear, but they did as he told and paid them to do, taking their position on the entrance he'd just come slamming through. Pity. They'd been useful pawns, but it was time to bid them adieu. Stalking past them, he ascended a rusted staircase and hastened deeper into the complex, keenly aware of the not-so-distant rumbling in the background. He caught sight of himself in a broken window and huffed at his disheveled state, his reflection splintered and fractured amidst the ruined glass. How very uncouth. He was usually better than this. He'd expected Haven's Headmaster would be capable, of course, but not nearly so much and not half as quick. Still, he'd garnered some useful data. Salem would be pleased. Was he ready? He would have to be. Those animal brats were no longer secure, but he had his contingencies primed and ready. Stowing a remote in his offhand, he adjusted his vest, retrieved a satchel from a nearby bench, slung over his shoulder and brushed himself down. He was sure he looked a proper mess, but it would have to do. Needs must, at all that. Kneeling, he retrieved a bag and withdrew a small seeker. The ghastly thing unfurled with a horrid series of clicks, hanging aloft on a bed of tentacles. He bowed his head low and pressed a fist into the floor. My queen. A moment passed, and then another. Yet another, no. And then her voice came through. Report, Arthur. Another tremor rattled the warehouse. He's taken the bait, as we knew he would, he spoke quickly, hurriedly, knowing his time was short. I retrieved some very useful data, well beyond my wildest expectations. I noticed. He fights rather well. More than I anticipated. She hummed. You sound afraid. I admit I rather am. You needn't be. He will take you alive. And in doing so, you continue to serve me. He will come for you. He will take you. He will focus on you. And while his attention is fixated here, upon Mistral, I am free to move elsewhere. For that you have my thanks. He is already mine, he simply hasn't realized it, yet. Then the plan proceeds apace? It most certainly does. He saw her likeness smile through the seer. "We will meet again in the fullness of time." The seer went limp and dead at his feet. Watts rose and checked his watch. 5 minutes. He didn't have to win, he reminded himself, though he would admittedly like to. All he had to do was outlast him. Stall. Yes, survive and... Half the building dissolved behind him with an awful crunch, torn asunder in the jaws of a giant golden beast. Many of his men hurtled past, cleaved in two at the waist. Oh dear. Putting on a brave face, he dared to. Sure enough, there he was, striding through the rubble. Oh dear. That was a very large fox looming behind him. He'd not seen that before. "Do give up, my good fellow," he called down at him, mustering a bravado he didn't feel. "You're quite surrounded." Naruto looked up at him, teeth gone sharp, eyes glazing red, still wearing that horrific smile. "All I'm surrounded by is fear and dead men." He swept his staff forward and the very shadows seemed to writhe at his feet, taking on a ghastly life all their own. "Unfortunately, that's a very important distinction for you." Naruto didn't so much blur as he did flicker, cutting them all down in an instant. "Don't worry. I won't kill you. I have so much to ask you, so many questions, and I'll have answers." He sketched a bow, low and snarky, beaming like the boy he no longer was. "After all the trouble you've caused me and mine, your punishment must be more severe." It almost sounded as though something else were speaking through him, a brutal beast with 9 terrible tails. "When your body is broken, your pride pummeled and your soul shattered, then you have my permission to die." Watts spat at him and raised his revolver. An unseen hand ripped it from his fingers and sent it arcing away into the dark. The Headmaster of Hell was upon him a moment later, seizing him by the scruff of the neck, hoisting him up, then down, throwing him violently to the ground. "You people never learn." A fist found his face, blurring his vision. "But that's all right. Class is once more in session. Be sure to take notes, now you'll be quizzed on this. For example." Another punch rattled his world. 3, 7, 9. In a fight, you have to be careful not to break all the little bones in your hand on someone's face. That's why I prefer brass knuckles, YC. Easier that way. Wouldn't you agree? Watts gurgled wetly and Naruto hummed merrily. "You look tired, Doctor. Why don't you take a nap?" A fist barreled into Arthur's face. Darkness. Time to set the scene. Headmaster of Hell. Sovereign of Sanctum. Monster of Mistral. You keep using those titles. Asking me why I use them, acting like I'm a hero. I'm really not. Chuckles, I'll be honest. There wasn't some grand reason behind it, Lisa. No glorious purpose that defined my decision. Simply put, I'm a very selfish person. I'm a father, as you well know. A family man. Parent. Like so many of you out there watching this tonight. And I'd do anything to protect my family. In the wake of Lionheart's departure, I saw many mistakes that needed correcting. Threats, not just to my family but many others. I saw problems and I chose to correct those flaws. Not just one or two, but all of them. I stepped up. And now? Why, just take a look around you. Not even a decade on and my actions speak for themselves. Mistral is the most secure kingdom in the world. Not just because of me, but rather because of what I brought to her and her academies. The huntsmen and huntresses, pardon me, the heroes I train are second to none. Dust prices are down, the economy is on the rise, we've reclaimed massive swathes of lost territory from the Grim, butchered those beasts wherever we find them. While other kingdoms were concerned with vital festivals and approval ratings and pointless politicking, we made ourselves strong. I could give you a whole spiel about how I am vengeance, I am the knight, yada, 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 but it's more than that. I am the monster that destroys other monsters. Also, you can sleep quietly. You asked why I chose this role. That's easy. It had to be me. Someone else might have gotten it wrong. And this vital festival? We're gonna win. An interview with Lisa Lavender. Baffle the girls, interlude. To say the news spread like wildfire was something of an understatement. Naruto didn't give the media frenzy much thought at first, if only because he didn't consider what he'd done a particularly noteworthy or significant feat, at least, not in his eyes. He'd fought far more fearsome foes in the past, and for all his delusions of grandeur and boisterous boasts, Arthur Watts simply didn't rank all that high amongst them. Not even in the top 10 or 100 for that matter. Sure, he'd bested the villain, saved the kiddos, and successfully contained a massive grim incursion into the city of Mistral, the source of which was later found and summarily sealed with several hundred metric tons of bedrock courtesy of him and his friends, but surely that was what huntsmen and huntresses did every day, right? Surely they were no different from shinobi in the regard. But in hindsight, he should have scaled his expectations a little lower. Watts and his precious little live stream, whatever manner of technobabble that entailed, was originally meant to show his failure, to broadcast it to the wide world, and broadcast it they had. Not defeat, but victory, not failure, but triumph. That of a lone man standing tall against it all. A singular soldier, one whom everyone thought to be a faunus facing down a horde of savage grim, boxed them in with a hitherto unknown semblance, and butchered them, all without taking a single wound. By the time the bloody thing shut off, his face had been broadcast all over Remnant. Naruto didn't consider for a moment that he might have shown off a little. Raven and Vanessa took down Grim all the time. Willow could manage it herself, even and, given half a chance and the right surroundings. Shiro and likewise a great many of his students could handle such a horde, if they were clever. Killing Grim was what they did. He simply did it better and faster than most. Why should that even matter? He hadn't gone to war with Watts to seek accolades, nor for wealth, fame, or even power. He already had plenty of those and no need for any more. No, he'd done it because Callie and Gyra asked for help and they'd and their children had been under his protection at the time. As a wise man once said, protect the loose. Once he'd retrieved Adam, Blake and Ilya, or the troublesome trio as Yang had taken to calling them, he'd thought that would be the end of it. Raven had rolled her eye, Crow had made a few crass comments, and Yang had practically been preening. Just another day in Mistral, right? It was not. A slew of attention soon followed, much to his chagrin, and he became a celebrity practically overnight. Constant interviews and annoying phone calls, handshaking, boundless enthusiasm on the part of the city, cries for him to sack the Mistral Council and take charge for himself. And sacked most of the counselors were, for allowing this to happen on their watch in the first place. One could only hope that the replacements would prove more vigilant than their predecessors. Yet he refused to take charge of the city. Let others be elected. I'd rather remain a teacher. Somehow, that endeared him even more to the populace. It didn't make a lick of sense. Didn't they realize he was just being selfish? He already had more than enough on his plate and had refused this responsibility before. He was barely managing Sanctum and Haven, let alone his own family? Running an entire city? No thank you. But to the people of Remnant? The Headmaster of Hell looked like a hero. Not only had he beaten back the Grim, but he'd saved 3 innocent faunus children, and he was humble about it. For them, his deeds that day were the most memorable, important day of their lives. For Naruto? It was a Tuesday. Try as he might, he couldn't wrap his head around the concept. When he'd confessed his confusion to Raven and the rest, they'd promptly laughed at him. You really don't get it, do you? And had slapped his back, grinning wolfishly. You're a big God's damned hero now. Have fun, you've earned it. Baffling. Completely, utterly baffling. He'd never understand Remnant. But his deeds did bring about one happy moment. It could best be described as follows. My baby girl. Callie dove on a bereft Blake the moment he brought her daughter into the room, scooping the little girl up into her arms, spinning her around and holding tight. From there, Gyra joined them as well, crushing an alarmed Adam and an indignant Ilya in his burly embrace. For his part, Naruto kept back, content to watch the scene unfold. Vanessa's scroll clicked behind him, capturing the moment for posterity. Just this once, he let Pyrrha's mother take her pictures while Yang crooned over the sight at his side. This felt good. He lived for moments like these, when families were reunited, when the bad guys were taken down, when good triumphed over evil. Almost made it worth being a monster. They'll be just fine, Miss Belladonna. It was all too easy to slip back into his headmaster persona when Callie and Gyra looked to him. I had the doctors look her and the little ones over. I double-checked their work myself. A few bruises and what might have been a burn on Blake's back, but I cleared it right up. She won't have any scars. What's really had tried to brand the girl, but he'd loused even that up. For a man who claimed to remnants most brilliant, he was something of a disappointment. How sad. We believe that it was a rogue faction trying to frame the SDC for their actions. Clasping both hands behind his back, he continued apace. I've since confirmed that it wasn't them. I'm on good terms with their current leadership. He smiled a little when he recalled Willow's filthy tirade against Watts. She'd been livid once she learned of his deplorable deeds. They'd never condone something like this. Gyra rumbled, low and deep in his throat, the growl of an angry father. Is the dastard who did this dead? Adam made a strangled noise, still trapped in Gyra's arms. I hope he is. I hope it hurt. Naruto smiled. Death was a mercy. Arthur Watts screamed bloody murder into the darkness, his every cry for mercy. Muffled by the strip of black cloth shoved into his mouth. The darkness stared back at him with one red eye and smiled, a red-hot poke clutched in her false hand. It was not a nice smile. So, you like hurting little kids, do you? Raven didn't give him a chance to reply and drove the scalding iron into his back. Arthur screamed anew. Nobody heard his pitiful cries. His begging, his bargaining, his pleas for mercy. Down came the hot iron again. And so he kept screaming. With not a soul to hear. Trust me, he won't be troubling you anymore, Miss Belladonna. Callie wiped her face with a long sleeve, sniffling once. Please call me Callie. We're well past formalities now. Callie. Naruto nodded curtly, even as he mentally hooted in success and pumped a fist. Huzzah for progress. Gyra will suffice for me as well. Blake's father set the children down and favored him with a curt nod. We can't begin to thank you enough for what you've done. The duo exchanged a glance, leaving him baffled for a moment. They were up to something, but what? And why did he have a good feeling about this? Callie took the lead immediately thereafter. Our daughter wishes to attend Sanctum. Naruto felt his jaw click open as his facade fractured for a moment. He pressed a hand under his chin to force it shut again, even as his brow shot into his hair. Sanctum, you say? Are you sure? I wouldn't blame you if you wanted nothing to do with Mistral, given what's happened. Callie winced. We had considered that, but... Blake tugged at her sleeve. Can I stay, Mom? Please? Yang's awesome. His dear daughter preened like a proud peacock and thumbed her nose. Yeah, I know. Awesome, party of one right here. Ilya flung up her arms and flailed her hands, no doubt illustrating what she thought was a fight. You should have seen her. She was all like wham, bam, kapow. It was amazing. Adam proved more reserved, but there could be no denying the burning desire in the boy's eyes. Arms straight at his sides, he pivoted towards him and bowed low, deeply at the waist. Please teach me, Yang squawked. Me? Teach you? Naruto ruffled her head before her ego could grow any bigger than it already was. I think he means me, sweetheart. But really, how could he say no to that? The children of the White Fang, studying at his school. No way this was going to blow up in his face at a later date. But he'd made a deal. Callie touched one hand to the side her face, then heaved a sigh. As you can see, they're keen to learn. Your daughter must have made quite the impression upon them. Naruto looked to Yang, who, to her credit, managed to keep any and all hint of maiden fire out her eyes this time. Well, this sounds grand, but I must be going. Vanessa saw her chance to escape and took it, nudging him aside as she made for the door. I'll see you at home, dear. Her hip brushed his in passing. Don't keep me waiting. Yang waved her way. See you later, Auntie. No. Don't you dare leave me here to do all the paperwork myself. Naruto balked and made a grab for her wrist, reeling her back in before she could make her escape. And where do you think you're going, dear secretary? He offered her a saccharine smile. Both you and I have plenty of forms to fill out. Vanessa whimpered. If looks could kill, he would be a smoldering pile of ashes upon the floor. She was going to ride him into the ground for this later, wasn't she? Well, Pyrrha might appreciate a little brother or sister. Callie coughed into a fist, politely catching his attention once more. Naturally, they'll aim for Haven when they graduate. When not, if they didn't lack for confidence, if nothing else. Releasing Vanessa and subtly placing himself between her and the door so she couldn't bolt, he pivoted to face the Belladonnas once more. I'd be honored to offer them paid scholarships through Sanctum and Haven. A free ride all the way through. It's the least I can do. And in return? Naruto beamed, letting a glimpse of his true self shine through. I'd ask that you honor the bargain we made. Gaira lifted his chin, meeting his stare evenly. I will keep my promise and continue to lead the White Fang. Splendid. He crossed to his desk and it down, eager to have it done. I'll prepare the paperwork. Always more paperwork, but this, at least, he could tackle with Vanessa. Perhaps they could double-team it and finish early tonight. Headmaster. He looked up. Gaira fixed him with a gimlet glare. We are entrusting you with that which we value above all else. I trust you understand what this means. But of course. Do you? Blake's father stepped to him, looming large. I would have it said aloud. Naruto's smile faded as he became serious. I'll protect those kids with my life. Bold words. They must be, he shot back, because my word is my bond. So I've heard. Daddy. Blake yanked on his arm. Don't threaten my teacher. Yang snorted into one hand. Gonna take a lot more than that to scare my old man. Come on, let's play tag. Wait a second, hey. Naruto agreed wholeheartedly. There's no need to threaten me. He clicked his tongue at Gaira as the children scampered off to play. Not that you could. Ever student in Sanctum and Haven, no, in all of Mistral, is a member of my family. I take a rather dim view of those who threaten that family. That may be so, but you are one man. Callie drew him back. Gaira. And what of those who within the White Fang? Naruto countered. Are they a threat to your family? Here at last, the larger man blanched. That was uncalled for. Surprisingly, Callie came to his rescue. There are elements within the White Fang that are more radical than we'd like, the poor dears. But even Sienna wouldn't be foolish enough to attack Mistral. A thought occurred to him, and on a whim, he voiced it. I could kill her for you? Callie recoiled. What? Sienna would never threaten us. She would. He steepled his fingers together and laid his chin atop them. She absolutely would. She wants your position, you all but said it yourself earlier, and you've just promised not to give up the mantle of leader to anything short of death. They didn't look convinced, so he barreled on, eager to convince them. I know her kind. She'll pretend to be peaceful at first, off her honeyed words and pointed platitudes, but when that doesn't work she'll use force. Then show me that yours is greater. Gaira pulled out a chair and sat before his desk. A blonde brow rose in mild consternation. What are you implying? He knelt, placed his elbow down upon the mahogany surface and held out his hand in clear invitation. Prove your strength. Test your might. You against me. Outwardly he said none of these things. Only thus. I won't entrust my daughter to anyone weaker than me. He winced. Don't say it like that, folks will get the wrong idea. Gaira remained resolute. Show me that you're stronger. No tricks, no traps, no technology. Arm to arm. Man to man. Do that, and you'll have no complaints from me. Do we have a deal? All right. He rolled up his sleeve and moved to join him, warily regarded the muscled limb before him, and clasped his hand. Callie heaved a long-suffering sigh, but came over to referee regardless. Boys. The both of you. Now, Vanessa chided the irritated matriarch gently, let them have their fun. Ooh. Yang ducked around the sofa, dodged Blake, and all but skipped to his elbow. Arm wrestling. I'm betting on Dad. Blake made baffled Blake noises. There's no way he's that strong. Adam made a curious noise and leaned in to watch as Ilya poked her head over his shoulder. I wouldn't be so sure. Naruto ceded with a shrug. By the way, Gaira, you're paying for the new desk. A blink. New desk? He didn't deign to explain. It would be obvious soon enough. Callie waved her hand down and they began. Gaira threw all his titanic strength into his arm. Twice. Thrice now. And still no dice. Yang hollered her support as Blake and the others cheered Gaira on, to no avail. Naruto didn't budge, allowing Blake's father to exhaust himself fully as Callie and the children looked on. Then he counted down from 9. Finally, with a flick of his wrist, he wrenched his arm in the opposite direction and ended their contest. The desk split down the middle and shattered as he slammed Gyra headlong into it. Looming over the fallen Faunus, he flicked his forehead. "Told you so." Yang cackled in the background. "That's my dad. You rat bastard." "Language. There are children present." "Oh yeah? Well, how about this?" "Fuck you." Fair point. "Allow me to offer you a rebuttal." "Cut the fancy talk." "What do you mean a rebuttal arg?" "My leg." "Interview the girls." "Something must be done, James." General James Ironwood pinched the bridge of his nose to stifle a mounting migraine. When that did not succeed, because really, why would it? He heaved a sigh and popped a couple painkillers instead. "And what would you have me do, Ashen?" He leaned forward, idly wishing he could reach through the screen and give his fellow headmaster a good hard shake, perhaps a slap up the head and a kick in the arse besides. Clap him in irons? For what crime? We can't be seen arresting the headmaster of another academy, certainly not this one, let alone so close to the vital festival. The immortal wizard opened his mouth to reply, but he wasn't having it and talked right over him beforehand. "And what then, Planting one hand under his chin, Ironwood leaned against it and tilted his head a fraction of a degree to the right, the better to convey his displeasure toward his old comrade. "For the sake of your argument, let's say I do as you ask. Clap this headmaster of Hell's in irons, imprison him inside one of my battleships. How do you think that'll go over with the people of Anima, never mind the city itself? Mistral has quite literally adopted the namesake of its school by this point. It's become a haven for faunus of every type and stripe. If I so much as glance toward that man, the ecstasy will go mad." The screen flickered with static for but a moment, allow Ashbin's image to resolve itself once more. "What have they to do with this?" "Everything." He began drumming the fingers of his free hand against his own desk. The steady cadence soothed his rising temper, if only slightly. "You know what I'm talking about, Oz?" A quick blink, brief and befuddled. "I'm afraid I don't follow." James snorted and bit back a mirthless laugh. Was he that obtuse or willfully blind? Really, he shouldn't be surprised. Oz ever focused on the big picture. It was all too easy to allow the smaller details to slip through the cracks. Not James Ironwood. No, never him. Nope. For once, metal actually proved itself useful, in that his semblance allowed him to take several steps back and consider the matter rationally from afar. Without hesitation, without emotion, without second-guessing himself to oblivion as other leaders might. And, rationally speaking, his semblance told him that it was a horrifically bad idea to mess with Naruto Uzumaki right now, if only because of the sheer frozen hellfire willow Schnee would rain down on his head. What was the saying again? "Don't look a gift horse in the mouth, lest it bite you?" That was the one. "Miss Schnee isn't a part of our circle," Ashbin prattled on, blind to the byplay as he often was. "I hardly see why she would care for the fate of a single faunus. She's in bed with the man," he scoffed, talking over him. "Do you really think she'd stand idly by if I tried to arrest him on trumped-up charges?" Ashbin reared back behind his desk, briefly nonplussed. "Their romance has not been confirmed. Hadn't it? Willow chartered a flight to Mistral nearly every other week for business and always took her children with her. She practically owned a summer home there. You should know. As General of Atlas, it was his sworn duty to protect and safeguard the citizens of his kingdom. Her comings and goings had been noticed, not just by him but the Atlesian media as a whole. Rumors ran rife these days and speculation with them. They'd never been able to connect the two, if only because Haven's headmaster and the SDC president were seldom seen together. Oh, there had been interviews and business meetings and public dinners, all perfectly palatable for the public, but never any overt signs of romance. But he knew. The signs were there for those who cared to look. And he knew Willow well, no matter what the rumors might say. She'd been a proud student of Atlas once. Dauntless. Defiant. Determined. Before Nicholas died. Before the SDC's downturn. Before Jacques got his rotten claws into her. Jacques Schnee, who even now couldn't be found year after leaving the company to his wife and going into exile deep in the wilds of Mistral. There was something amiss there, but he hadn't cared to look into it at the time, if only because Willow was infinitely easier to work with than her ex-husband. No, insofar as he was concerned, the woman was practically a saint. Since seizing control of the SDC from its insipid shareholders, Willow had not only introduced a number of reforms that not only had the faunus raving with glee, but doubled the wages of every worker company-wide, then offset the costs of said wages by handily uncovering a great many dust deposits in Mistral. Much to his surprise, the Schnee Dust Corporation was given practically free rein when Mistral's ruling council didn't put up a fight. Profitable trade deals soon followed, enriching both kingdoms yet further and solidifying the bond between them. All this, stemming from that fateful day when Jacques brought his family to Mistral. Had Willow met Naruto way back when? Before he was headmaster? Had they struck up a rapport? Sometimes he wondered if they'd secretly conspired to have Jacques removed, forced the foul cretin to choose between death or exile. So very close to the truth and yet so far. Shaking his head, he refocused upon the matter at hand, just in time to catch the tail end of whatever Ashen had been saying. Doesn't matter whether Haven's headmaster is or isn't a faunus, never mind his pillow partners, the notable lack of good grammar only further betrayed his anxiety. I have good reason to believe he has captured Team SRQ. Ironwood arched an brow. What remains of it? Oz amended, doubtlessly recalling the unfortunate absence of a certain broody bird. Regardless, he's due for a visit. The man is a loose cannon, a rogue trader, bartering in lives, and I fear what may become of him if left unchecked. Do you have any proof that he's taken them? I know that he has crow. It wasn't enough to see Ashen's grimace, he could feel it in the man's voice. Summer and Taeyong went herring after him when I wasn't looking. Neither of them are returning my calls. Concerning but not surprising. What, exactly, are you asking of me here? Only that you stand with me and Theodore when we meet him, that you help us present a united front. And when will that be? He dared to ask. Not during the festival. Shortly before the festivities commence. He blew out a sigh. Do not test me on this, James. Ironwood groaned into his hands. The vital festival was fast approaching. Who knew what dastardly deeds the headmaster of hell might be planning? Sit up straight. Miss Aurelia, was it? Don't fidget. You have excellent credentials. Smile. You taught at Signal, I understand? Isn't that on patch? She forced herself to nod, clamp down on her rising anxiety, and endure the next barrage of questions with what she hoped appeared to be admirable aplomb. She mustn't panic here. Panic was the enemy, and panic would tear everything down for her as it had once, so very long ago. This was the opportunity of a lifetime, and she wasn't about to louse it up by putting her foot in her mouth, or, God's forbid, being her usual clumsy self. At glance, the headmaster of hell really didn't look all that terrifying. Naruto Uzumaki wasn't a young man, but neither did he look old either. He might well be in the prime of his life for all she knew. His blue eyes were bright and calm, his smile cheerful, often dimpling his whiskered cheeks, hands prone to flying about whenever he grew excited, or running through his wild blonde hair when he grew embarrassed. His suit was also very red, just as she'd been told, and those black trousers were really rather no. Focus. All in all, he seemed pleasant and affable, not at all the terrifying specter she'd heard tell of. This was the man who'd single-handedly beaten back a grim incursion in the heart of Mistral, the man everyone in the city was raving over. The man who, if she were lucky, just might hire her. She hoped she looked prim and proper enough herself. She'd chosen a conservative cream-colored blouse for today's interview, pairing nicely with her tan skin, caramel gold eyes and long dark hair, while contrasting with her long blue skirt, stockings, and these damn high heels. Aurelia loathed skirts with the burning passion of 1,000 suns and had never been overtly fond of heels to begin, but she was prepared to suffer through them just this once, if it meant acquiring this job. Anything was better than staying in Vale. Anything was better than Signal after her failure. Blood. Broken bones. A shrill scream, haunting her dreams. Why didn't you save me? That awful Ursa. It didn't matter that she'd protected 15 other students, that the courts had absolved her of guilt, that she hadn't been charged. Nothing could absolve her of her own misery. Even 3 years later, she blamed herself to this day, still saw her death in her dreams. She should still be with us. Mercy was always so capable. Perhaps I put too much faith in her to take care of herself while I got the others to safety. As if a mere statement absolved her in the death of a 15-year-old girl. A child. Her fault. All her fault. The girl's parents had cursed and spat at her, swearing revenge, vowing to ruin her. She'd resigned her position soon thereafter, gone back to vacuo, and drowned herself in drink. Lost herself in a bottle, with no intention of ever coming up for air. The headmaster of Shade offered her a role, and she politely turned him down. A man from Beacon had sought her out for the same reason. She'd spat in his face. There had even been a specialist from Atlas, a gorgeous tall woman whose name she couldn't quite recall, with biceps the size of her head, but she too had been denied after a raucous, drunken night. Yes, that was the name. Their one-night stand was one of her few fond memories. And then she'd heard of him. A warrior. A faunus. A madman who taught his students, his children, to be all that they could be, who threw them at Grimm regularly and yet hadn't suffered a single death in his entire tenure. She'd seen him on the television. Heard his speeches on the radio. Even in vacuo, they'd whispered about him. She'd ignored them at first, but as time went on and tales of his deeds grew, so too did she find herself curious. Of course it helped that Mistral had never tried to headhunt her or seduce her, and in time, she sobered up, packed her bags, and went for a visit. Now, seeing him in the flesh, she knew why. It wasn't just his height, most everyone towered over her. She hated being short, but the way he carried himself. He was a hero, no, practically a god. Miss Aurelia? She blinked, realizing she'd been asked a question, and subsequently blanked. I'm sorry, what was that? I said, I'm sorry about what happened to your student. Those whiskered cheeks of his creased in sadness and sorrow. It must have been difficult. Yes, she tucked her head into her chin. The was. It still is. His face softened in understanding. I understand you have a semblance. Yes. She latched onto the new subject with naked relief. I can control the properties of my hair, mold them to my will. A blonde brow rose in mild curiosity. Would you mind demonstrating for me? He didn't mean the paired shields at her hip, but her semblance. All right. That much she could do. Gingerly, she reached out with her long hair to pick up nearby bottle of water on the table. A simple twist opened it, to which she lifted it to her lips to drink, draining it completely. From there, she lifted a dark strand for emphasis, making one strand hard as steel, and slashed across the now empty plastic, cutting it in twine. Determined to prove herself, she then creating a web of deadly spikes with the other and brought them down on the severed halves, lifted them again, and deposited them neatly in a nearby bin. I can also create other things. On a whim, she conjured the likeness of 6 serpents with her dark tresses, each with sharp fangs ready to bite, more than powerful enough to tear chunks out of a Grimm. Naruto leaned forward in his chair with a look of almost boyish wonder. It made him seem younger, somehow. Amazing. Doesn't that drain your aura? A little. Heat crept up the back of her neck and she let her hair fall to cover it. My semblance hasn't evolved yet. Haven's headmaster sat up with an almost reluctant sigh. No wonder they called you Gorgon. Because her eyes glowed when she used her semblance. Yes, she was well aware of her moniker and not overly fond of it, but there was nothing she could do about it. These were the gifts that she'd been given, the hand that she'd been dealt, and she must live with it. I once knew somebody who could manipulate his hair in a similar fashion, Naruto said suddenly, apropos of nothing, though not quite like yours. Jiraiya would have liked you, I think. Aurelia perked up. Someone with a semblance like mine? Does he live nearby? Is he? Naruto's face closed down. He died. A tiny, despairing whine escaped Aurelia's mouth. Footmeat mouth. Klutz, thy name is Aurelia. Somebody kill me. Squirming where she sat, she bowed her head in contrition. Sorry. Don't be. She saw his hand wave in her peripheral vision. Say, how do you feel about adoption? Aurelia squeaked, caught flat-foot by the sudden inquiry. Adoption? You're a good person, he shrugged a shoulder. Bort and Foss might like you. Quick as flash, he changed gears on her again, leaving her reeling. That said, I'm prepared to offer you a position here in Sanctum. Perhaps in Haven 3 years from now, if you acquit yourself well. Will you accept? Her heart fluttered furiously in her chest. Just like that? For some reason that amused him. Just like that, he reaffirmed with a chuckle. It was a soft, pleasing sound that warmed her blood and made her well warm. I've already hired a recently reformed criminal. Her name was Honey Wine. If she can be redeemed, so can you. Her soul squirmed with guilt. I recently hired a knight as well. An honest-to-goodness bastard in full plate, two-handed great sword and everything. Bacaro Valoris, his name was. He chuckled at some joke he didn't understand. Don't even know where he came from. He just walked out the forest one day and asked for a position. He barely even talks, but the kids adore him. My point is, if I can hire a knight with no teaching experience whatsoever, I can certainly hire someone like you, who actually knows what she's doing. But I lost a student? Fair. His head tilted. Will you do so again? Never. She sprang to her feet incensed. I'd sooner die. Great. He thumped a fist down on the desk. We've all lost someone, or something. Loss makes us stronger. Your student wouldn't want you to suffer, let alone wallow in your guilt. Haven't you suffered enough these last 3 years? Wait, how did he know that? Oh bugger. Had he looked into her before reaching out for an interview? Aurelia fidgeted, knees rubbing together as she awaited his judgment. Naruto thumbed his chin. Still, if you don't want it? No. She practically threw herself at his feet, hands clasped before her. I do. Take me. The weight of her words caught up to her a moment later. Her face went red like roses, then scarlet besides. Naruto's brow shot into her hair. Oh gods. Yumwol. The short woman sprang to her feet, flailing for an excuse. I didn't mean well, not that I wouldn't, but... Thankfully his door crashed open, sparing her from further humiliation. Naruto never grew tired of that look in their eyes. The surprise. The shock. It felt good. He was doing good work here, real work. Making a difference. A man could get drunk on that. But he couldn't allow himself to be distracted here, not when there was so much to do. It had been a hectic month since the Grim invasion and so much to do in the aftermath. Teachers to vet, transfer students to welcome and headmasters to prepare for. He was rather looking forward to that last one. Ashbin sorry, Osmo's sure to come knocking sooner or later. He had some choice words for his fellow pseudo-immortal. They wouldn't be kind ones. You had hundreds, if not thousands of years to deal with Salem, and you waste them doing what? Containment? Keep away? The moment Salem figured out the maidens, the vaults should have been uprooted, the relics moved, their power reabsorbed. Or maybe he couldn't do that. One could argue that this wasn't his fight, it most assuredly was not. But he wasn't above getting his hands dirty if it came down to it. Already he'd stripped Salem of all her lieutenants, though he admittedly had his suspicions about that mention of Hazel back at the orphanage, setting back her plans decades. Monsters did as monsters do, after all. Some had even started to call him by a far more worrying title. The Emperor of Mistral. No. No emperor here. No such heresy. Ah, if only he didn't have a school to run. Well, schools if one counted Sanctum and the younger school he was trying to kickstart down at the House of the Hearth. He wouldn't trade this for the world. But he would trade the very embarrassed young woman before him for literally anyone else at the moment. Poor Aurelia had gone and said something she shouldn't, and now she looked like she wanted nothing more than to bolt. Mercifully, someone knocked his door down first. He didn't even have a chance to speak before a hurricane of gold and red came barreling into his office. Uncle Naruto. Yang's being mean. Hey, I didn't do anything wrong. Like heck you did. You started it. Did Nut. Did too. A small smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Looking back to Aurelia, he maintained his headmaster facade and granted her a quick nod. Pardon me for a moment. Ignoring the shouting match that followed, he ducked down, snatched the perpetrators up by the scruffs of their necks and dangled them in the air like a pair of naughty kittens. A pair of lilac eyes stared back at him from one side, and stark silver the other. Hello, young. And Ruby, he inclined his head toward his de facto niece. Who started it this time? Yang kicked her legs sullenly. Ruby did. He chortled softly, sensing the lie. Did she now? The little reaper kicked her legs and shook her head. Nah, yeah. A blonde brow rose. Yang huffed. She pulled my hair. Only because you were being a meanie. Mustn't laugh. And how, pray tell, was Yang being a meanin this time? She said I'm weak. Yang flailed to no avail. I said you're weaker than me. A lot of kids are. Ruby puffed out her cheeks and sniffled. You were still mean. Sisters. Always testing their limits. And these two had years to make up for. Make up right now, both of you, and I'll take you out for weapon parts tomorrow. Yang grumbled, but Ruby capitulated suspiciously quickly. Mkwo's that? That, he indicated his newly hired associate, would be Miss Aurelia. She'll be teaching at Sanctum starting tomorrow. Said would-be teacher dared a nervous wave, but he could see the strong emotions brimming beneath her bosom. She'd make a good teacher, this one. And a good mother besides. She just didn't know it yet. Yang perked up, every bit Raven's daughter. She looks strong. Is she special? Naruto beamed at her. She's extraordinary. The sharpest blades are often the most brittle. People are often the same, my friend. Take care then, that your soul does not shatter like your weapon. That which is broken.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification. So when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.